Early in the morning, a man knocked a ladle on a frying pan and called all his comrades to wake up. The protagonist was lying on the bed, covering his forehead with his hand. A warrior picked up a boot and asked what was inside. He shouted in fear that there was a bug. The guy opened his eyes and asked him to be quiet. The brute took an axe and stretched his shoulder. A squad member picked up a cross and began to pray. The young man remembered that after a series of troubles he was demoted to commander. Someone continued to sleep, despite the announced rise. A mercenary sat outside and sharpened knives. At sunset, the army raised flags and blew a horn. The captain opened his mouth wide and ordered his subordinates to attack. The knights of the opposing sides rushed at each other. The protagonist held out a shield in front of himself, and thought that he did not have any outstanding abilities and that he managed to get here thanks to endless training. Encred kicked his opponent in the stomach. The enemy grabbed him by the belt. The villain threw him to the ground and started beating him. Someone cut off his head. The guy reached for the sword and decided that there was nothing special about it, and his dreams were unattainable. The young man covered his head with the sword and ran forward. An arrow appeared in the air. It hit the ally's head. The warrior turned around and realized that he did not care that everyone was laughing at him and saying that he would not succeed. The enemy ran out to meet him. The swordsman squeezed the weapon in his hand and remembered that he dreamed of becoming a real knight. The enemy pierced his chest with a blade. Blood gushed from a deep wound. This dream was not destined to come true. The commander looked down and spat out blood. He fell to his knees and dropped the sword. The protagonist lowered his head and thought that he did not know that such a miserable death awaited him. A blue fire lit up in the darkness. Encred opened his eyes. There was a purple haze in front of him. The boy squinted to focus. His body was creating ripples on the surface of the water. The boy's eyes widened when the call was made and he assumed it was just a dream. His comrade raised his eyebrows and asked what was in his boots. The man turned the boot over and was startled by a bug that fell out. The warrior frowned tensely and felt a sense of déjà vu. The swordsman protected himself from the blow with a wooden sword. He looked back when he noticed the enemy's sword approaching. The blade cut his throat. It happened again. Its tip passed through, blood spurted. His death was repeated for the third time. The enemy pierced the commander's body with a sword. It happened again and again. The man hit the frying pan with a ladle again. The protagonist put his hand to his neck and remembered how he choked on blood and felt a burning pain. The knights rushed into battle again. Encred gritted his teeth and raised his sword in front of him. The villain stepped forward. The enemy lunged forward and swung the blade. The boy took a fighting stance and realized that this day was repeating itself over and over again. His eyes lit up. The enemy thrust the sword forward. The young man gritted his teeth and thought about the blade flashing before his eyes for the 17th time. The warrior closed his eyes. The sword pierced his chest again. Blood spurted through his clenched teeth. The swordsman's eyes widened and he felt the ground slipping out from under his feet. He fell to his knees and realized that he could have survived if he had swung the sword with more force. The commander collapsed in a pool of his own blood. His body plunged into darkness again. It was illuminated by the light of a dim lantern. Someone asked if his assumptions seemed correct to him. The protagonist opened his eyes. A boat sailed past him. The faceless man said that his guest was trying his best, but was still giving up in front of an insurmountable wall. Encred sat down on his knees. The boy clenched his teeth in anger, and his eyes lit up. The man hit the frying pan with a ladle again to wake his comrades. Lying on the bed, the young man frowned with displeasure. His comrade looked at him and noted that he woke up rather quickly today. The warrior looked away and said that there was a bug in his boot. The mercenary looked into the boot. An insect fell out. The man immediately crushed it with his foot. The soldier asked what all these jokes were about. The swordsman headed for the exit and explained that he saw the bug crawl in there. The commander looked back and thought that this was the 18th time he had seen these dead insects. The crushed bug desperately waved its paws. The protagonist left the tent and wondered if he would be able to stop this. As a child, Encred was practicing swordsmanship. His teacher, who happened to be in his village, fell to the ground. The mercenary smiled and said that it was not bad and that with his current skills, he would definitely be able to become a knight. The boy frowned sternly, and thus his dream was born. The man climbed a mountain of corpses. The boy wondered if he would really be able to become the one who could single-handedly deal with 1,000 opponents and turn the tide of battle. The invincible hero raised the flag above his head. The young man grinned and was convinced that he would be able to end the war and that he would be called the Knight of the End. The tavern patrons smiled widely and discussed how the newcomer had fallen recently. Holding a mug of beer in his hands, the man asked if this child really dreamed of becoming a knight, and said that he would not even be taken as a mercenary. The warrior bandaged his wounds. He had to leave his homeland and join this squad, and he realized that his talent meant nothing. The swordsman looked at his weapon and decided that he would not give up just because of one mistake. The protagonist cut the air with his sword and thought that hard work would pay off one day. Encred continued to train during the day. The boy cut the training dummy in half. He raised his sword to strike, confident that he would be able to overcome everything with his efforts and time. The young man plunged the blade into the monster's body. The warrior stepped on it, and remembered how he gained experience, and earned the recognition of others for his strength and endurance. The swordsman opened his mouth wide and decided that he could become a knight if he became even stronger. The weapon flew out of his hands. The blade pierced his body. The boy threw it back. At that moment his strong hope shattered into small pieces. The child raised his eyebrows and called him weak. He was only 12 years old, and had only held a sword for half a year. The protagonist clutched his stomach and realized that more than 10 years of training were nothing in front of this boy. Encred lowered his head and wondered if it was all in vain and there was nothing he could do about it. The boy clenched his teeth tensely. A shooting star appeared in the night sky. The young man was practicing his sword on a tree, thinking that he did not care that everyone thought his dream was hopeless. The warrior struck and decided that he would sleep and eat several times less than the others in order to train more. The sun rose over the mountains, and his training was still ongoing. The swordsman opened his mouth wide and screamed shrilly. He struck the tree again. The blade of his sword trembled. His face was covered in sweat, and his breathing quickened. The rays of the sun illuminated the mountain valley. The protagonist looked up. There were many deep cuts on the tree. Encred stood and looked at them for a while. The boy raised the sword with shaking hands and decided that he would at least become a skilled warrior, if not a knight. The young man swung it. He struck again. He had a crazy look. Beads of sweat were running down his cheeks. The warrior opened his mouth wide and screamed. The swordsman continued training on the tree. 3 years later, the flag of the Sirius division fluttered in the wind. The commander led his squad. This was the best he could get after endless training, because it was better to be an ordinary soldier than a wandering mercenary. The protagonist looked back and called out to his friend. Jackson looked at him and asked what he wanted. Encred frowned and asked him to take his place today. The boy frowned in displeasure. He got up from the box and said that the leader would be in his debt. Ram looked after him and said that he had the habits of a wild cat. The boy called his name. The man put his weapon on his shoulder and asked what he wanted. The young man turned to him and said that he wanted to try using the beast's heart again. The mercenary raised his eyebrows in surprise. The soldier grinned and asked if his comrade hadn't given up last time. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. The battle between Norilia and Aspan had begun once again. The warrior died in this battle again, and now he had to live this day over and over again. At the training ground, Rem taught him the beast's heart technique. The swordsman gritted his teeth and realized that he was dying over and over again because he couldn't catch the tip of the sword with his gaze. His pupils narrowed. The troops gathered on the battlefield. The commander realized that he was here for the 21st time. The knights raised their weapons above their heads. One of them opened his mouth wide and screamed. The protagonist knocked his opponent to the ground. At that moment, the tip of a spear appeared in front of him. Encred managed to dodge the blow. The boy blocked another attack with his shield. He narrowed his eyes tensely. The young man looked around and noticed one of his squad members. The man crossed swords with the enemy. An arrow flashed in the air. The warrior raised his shield to protect his comrade from certain death. At that moment, the enemy pounced on him with a knife. The swordsman immediately cut off his head. The commander looked away and thought that he had accomplished his first goal and that now all that was left was to survive. The villain had killed his comrade. He took the sword from the body of the dead enemy. The man brought the weapon behind his back. His cruel eyes lit up every time it ended with him. The enemy headed towards the main character. Encred raised his sword in front of him and remembered that this man had killed him 21 times already. But today everything was about to change. The enemy put his weapon in front of him and rushed into battle. Some time ago, Rem threw the axe into the air and explained that his leader closes his eyes in the face of danger. The mercenary caught the handle in midair. The blade of the axe was right at the guy's neck. He closed his eyes in fear. The soldier said that at this rate, he would inevitably die on the battlefield. The man raised his eyebrows and asked him not to panic and become someone who had no idea what death was. The young man frowned sternly. His comrade opened his eyes wide and urged him to become a beast. The scoundrel lunged forward. The tip of the sword appeared in front of the warrior's face. Looking at it, the swordsman wondered if death was so terrible. His pupils narrowed. The commander realized that death only made him stronger. He managed to dodge the blow. The protagonist tensely clenched his teeth when the sword almost cut his throat. His heart pounded wildly. The enemy was behind him. Encred looked back and thought that he finally managed to dodge after 21 attempts. The man's eyes widened in amazement. The opponents swung their swords to strike each other. The scoundrel pointed his sword forward. His blade was at the boy's neck. The young man looked at it in horror. The enemy had cut his throat again. The warrior clenched his teeth. Blood gushed from the wound. The oar sank into the water. As he passed the swordsman, the boatman said that it was very painful for him to be trapped in this endless day. The stranger smiled faintly and offered him to get into the boat, accept his weakness and calm down. The commander lowered his head and refused. The protagonist grinned and said that he would never do that, because this time he managed to dodge. The man once again knocked on the frying pan to wake up his comrades. Encred got up from the bed. Rem noticed that his leader woke up quite quickly. The boy looked up, determined to fight for the 22nd time. The battle was in full swing, sword blows, screams, groans were heard. The hero thought that this was the 33rd time he had experienced this. When the blade of his enemy's sword was too close to his face, he saw it again, very clearly. The enemy lunges forward, the hero leans back, the sword misses. He is sure that this time he will be able to dodge the fatal blow before the enemy's sword reaches him. But the blow hits him squarely in the neck. Encred clenches his teeth in pain and rage, curses and realizes with disappointment that the enemy is too fast. He falls to his knees, blood oozing from the wound. The hero falls to the ground, face down. The amulet is torn from his neck. It hits the ground with a clang. Encred remembers his days as a mercenary, how he sat under a mighty tree, resting after a battle with monsters, their bloody carcasses lying not far from him. The warrior then took several orders to subdue monsters. It was not a forced measure, he just came across a random village where he was asked for help. After the fight the hero stood up, but was still bent under the weight of the battle he had endured. Beads of sweat were running down his face. The reason he decided to help people was his dream of becoming a knight. He finally straightened up and rubbed his neck and walked away, thinking that protecting the weak was the duty of those he wanted to belong to. He remembered how the old man squeezed his hands and explained that their village was poor, so they could not offer much. The protagonist looked at the gift in surprise. It was an amulet. He remembered this ridiculous reward that he received in exchange for risking his life, when his interlocutor said that the amulet would reward him with what the hero so desperately prayed for. Encred lay on the battlefield, dying, wondering if the amulet made the current day repeat itself so that he could become a knight. The enemy stood at his head, half asking, half asserting that Edmund was in great pain. The hero tried to rise when the enemy raised his sword over him, saying that he wanted to be merciful. In his mind, the dying man suggested that the enemy shove his mercy far away. The enemy looked at the fallen man carefully. A smile flickered on his lips. Edmund had time to think that his opponent was just a pervert who enjoyed killing people, when the sword sank hard into his back. It was morning, and the sound of a ladle hitting a frying pan was heard around the area, something like a local gong. Edmund warned Rem that he had put bugs in his boot, who shook it out in anger and cursed. He sat on the corner of the spread-out bed, wearing only a boot, irritated by Edmund's disgruntled tirade that he had been teasing him since early morning, and assuming that he had gone mad. The captain ordered him to shut up and leave, and with his boot he crunched a bug crawling from Rem's boot. Edmund looked at his interlocutor and asked him to teach him the heart of the beast. Rem looked at the captain carefully. The weather was clear outside. Rem was swinging his battle axe furiously, wanting to get his opponent. Edmund was very focused. The blade of the axe kept trying to dig into his body. However, the captain constantly wriggled, deftly avoiding the attacks. Rem's brows were furrowed in confusion. He stopped training and asked Edmund what he was doing to make the skin of his heart thicker, and he immediately replied that he was training, to which Rem replied that it was not something that could happen so quickly. Edmund thought that this had happened more than 10 times already, when Rem continued to reason that there was almost no chance of someone learning his family's secret technique, to which the captain only silently agreed, because he learned this technique from death itself. Out loud, he casually asked what was so important about it, because he could have learned it by accident, but Rem stood behind him, holding an axe on his shoulder, and wondering. Edmund went to the weapons rack and picked up a sword. He suggested that they have another sparring match, getting into a fighting stance. Rem looked at him carefully. The man grinned and agreed. Edmund reasoned to himself that even if he mastered the heart of the beast technique, he would simply be killed if he could not strike back, so Rem enthusiastically rushed at the enemy, swinging his axes, and Edmund barely had time to dodge. Rem, without stopping striking, he shouted, turning to the commander and asking when he would finally strike back, and not just dodge. His weapon flew very close to Edmund's face. The latter thought that he only had one sword technique in reserve. The axe whistled right past his face. Edmund gritted his teeth, remembering the sword technique of the mercenary Valen, which seemed abnormal. The captain took a step forward, reasoning that some people speak badly of the technique and call it a small trick. Rem enthusiastically shouted that the captain's lower body was rather weak. Edmund did not answer, continuing the thought that from his arsenal of possibilities, only this technique could be called worthy. He began the offensive. He put his leg forward and turned his body, preparing to attack. Rem was surprised. Edmund saw his killer preparing to strike him. He lunged, attacking his opponent. Rem deftly knocked the sword out of his hands. It, whistling in the air, flew to the side. Edmund remained standing with his arm outstretched. He thought that for a moment he imitated the blow of his killer. A clear image of his grinning face appeared in his head. The captain bent his arm at the elbow and clenched his fingers into a fist, remembering that he died from a sword strike more than 10 times and his body remembered it. Rem noted with disappointment that there should have been some blood from his blow. The captain looked at him in bewilderment. He assessed the blow, calling it the most worthy of all that the captain showed him, but showed by his own example how it should be done, indicating that it should be done with a small blow, specifying that the enemy's hand should bleed. Edmund looked at him decisively. Rem hesitated, noted that the captain doubted himself greatly. Edmund thought that the attack could not be failed. A question arose in his head how to block it, and what should be done. Rem continued to give recommendations. He believed that Edmund should not dodge, but tell himself that now his enemy will be dead, and this should convince him not to lose his grip on the sword. The captain looked at his subordinate, still clenching his hand in a fist. He carefully looked at his palm and thought that even though Rem explained poorly, he still understood what he meant. The battle came before his eyes again. Edmund thought about the difference between his blows and the enemy's. Before his eyes was a picture of blood gushing from the wound. He thought that he lacked confidence in the sword, and in his head, images of the last battle kept popping up. The enemy's last words that he would be merciful, and the sword raised above him. The blow that took his life. Edmund understood that he must strike with the intent to kill, and with this thought, he rushed into the attack. Rem deftly knocked the sword out of his hands. The image of the killer with his mocking last phrase about mercy appeared in his head again. Again the last battle and the fatal wound. Edmund attacks again, but this attempt also fails. Again his killer, his mocking phrase about mercy, and Edmund thought that he would advance, even if only a quarter of a step. And again this phrase about mercy and the sword at his throat. Everything repeated itself on the 111th day. And on the 123rd he was struck down again. Finally, on the 124th, the turning point occurred when the protagonist rushed to attack during training. The tip was aimed straight at the enemy's neck. Then Rem dodged the blow again. The captain continued to attack with the last of his strength. The opponent assumed that he had gone mad. The first drops of blood rolled down the hilt of the sword. A moment later it was already a bloody stream, and Ray asked in bewilderment why he was laughing like a madman, because his hands were exhausted and mutilated to the point of blood. Edmund raised his sword forward and solemnly concluded to himself that he had finally mastered the blow of the perverted bad man, who had killed him. The protagonist opened his mouth in fury and realized that he had to act quickly, with pure intent to kill. The villain swung his sword. Encred used his own technique and thrust the weapon forward. Its blade hit the steel shoulder guard. The enemy struck the opponent in the chest. Blood gushed from the wound. The first attempt at a blow failed. The boy opened his eyes wide and decided not to blink or lower his sword for anything. The young man squeezed its hilt in his hand. The man threw him to the ground and stepped on him. He smirked and assumed that he was in great pain. The knight raised his blade over him and promised to be merciful. Suddenly, the villain's eyes widened in surprise. Frowning menacingly, the warrior promised to kill him tomorrow and thought about how everything that happens on the battlefield is in his head. The enemy smiled broadly. The man pierced his opponent's chest and declared that the dead have no tomorrow. The medallion sparkled in the moonlight. The beetle fell to the ground. Someone crushed it with a boot. The swordsman put his hand on the hilt of his weapon and said that he saw the insect crawl there. Rem looked after him and thanked him. The commander asked him to take over his guard duties as a token of gratitude. The mercenary raised one eyebrow and asked why the leader gave the order so indifferently, as if he was used to it. The boy wiped his face with a towel. The protagonist called out to him and thought about how today was the 125th day. Encred turned away and asked his subordinate to get him armor, a shield, and a dagger. The soldier raised his hand to his mouth and said that he would do it only because he was his boss. The knight asked if their captain was always so impudent with his comrades. Sitting on a box, Jackson reminded them that they always dumped their tasks on him. Ram asked if he really wanted to test his axe. The man clutched the cross in his hand and sent his blessings to his comrade. The mercenary realized that their leader was actually acting very strangely. The boy frowned menacingly. The soldier decided that he was usually not so tense. The tip of the sword pierced the tree. The young man swung his blade and remembered the incredible pain he felt every time he died. Imagining the menacing gaze of his enemy, the warrior wondered what would happen if he could never win even after 1,000 attempts, and wondered if there was a way to avoid this, to survive and wake up tomorrow. Lowering his head, the swordsman realized that he was stronger than before and asked himself if he should not be content with this. The commander frowned sternly and decided that this was not his option and that he needed to move on. His killer appeared in front of him, and behind him was a high wall. The protagonist delivered a stabbing blow. The tip of the sword cut into the bark of a tree. Encred gritted his teeth and thought that he would never abandon this blessing. His blade cut the tree in half. The boy fastened a belt with throwing knives on his chest. He put on his boots. In his hand was a wooden shield. The young man narrowed his eyes and mentally declared that he must move on. The soldiers raised their horns and blew them. The squad members followed their leader. A fierce battle began. The warrior swung his sword and called himself a man without skills who had a chance to survive only thanks to three things: The swordsman struck and realized that they were preparation, luck, and calm. The commander covered his body with a shield and remembered that on the 46th day, his left shoulder was broken by a spiked mace, and on the 47th day, he managed to dodge the mace, but someone smashed his head. The protagonist cut off the head of the man with the mace. On the 71st day, the enemy approached him from behind to cut off his leg and deprive him of any chance of resistance. This time, the blade of the sword hit the steel guard on his shin. Encred hit the enemy on the head with his shield. On the 89th day, the villain threw an axe at him, causing his head to be split. The boy dodged the axe and decided that he could not leave him alive so that no one would interfere with their fight with the killer. The young man threw the weapon at the enemy and hit it, because he had been practicing this for countless days. After that, Vel entered the fight right behind him. The warrior protected him from an arrow shot by a sniper called Hawk Claw. The next moment, the swordsman cut off the head of the scoundrel who wanted to attack his comrade, and now it was time to meet the wall. The man swung his sword. His crazy eyes lit up. The commander pursed his lips in displeasure. They stood opposite each other. The enemy raised his sword to strike. The protagonist blocked his attack with his shield. Encred threw down the broken shield and dashed forward, because dodging and hitting alone did not give him any chance of winning. The boy parried another attack with his sword and thought that his opponent was very strong and was almost at the level of a gifted person. The soldier narrowed his eyes angrily and wondered why it looked like the enemy was going on the offensive, but in reality, he was just blocking the blow. The young man pushed him in the chest with his head and realized that he didn't have much experience in real fights, so he was very easy to surprise. The warrior slammed his foot into the ground and decided that the sword technique of the mercenary Valen with its many variations would be very effective. The knight covered his face with his hands so as not to be blinded by the dust thrown at him. The swordsman swung his weapon and screamed loudly. The villain looked up. At the last moment, he managed to lunge and put the blade forward. The commander threw his head back to dodge the blow. The assassin was behind him. His red eyes flashed. The protagonist turned around. The man raised his sword in front of him again. Encred swung his weapon and thought that he already knew everything about this blow. The blades of the blades collided with each other. The guy managed to destroy the enemy's sword. At that moment, the archer pulled the bowstring. The arrow flew forward. The enemy's eyes widened in fear. The young man raised his hand in front of him and realized that he had finally managed to win. The arrow flew over the battlefield and approached him. The axe rose into the air. Its blade cut the arrow in midair. The tip of the sword pierced the chest of the enemy soldier. Ram opened his mouth in rage and shouted that he would kill Hawk Claw. Jackson declared that it was too late and asked him not to waste his energy. The warrior killed his opponent with a blow to the neck. Blood gushed from the fresh wound. The people were too carried away by the battle to pay attention to it. The knight fell to his knees. The battle continued, although the sun had already set behind the mountains. The swordsman raised his head and began to breathe heavily. He lowered his gaze. The villain looked at him with desperate eyes. The commander raised his sword to finish him off. The protagonist narrowed his eyes tensely and said that this was mercy. The enemy's severed head flew into the air. Encred smiled happily. The wall that blocked his path finally collapsed. Suddenly, something pushed him in the back. After the blow, the guy fell to the ground. The young man opened his mouth wide and coughed. Rem was distracted from the battle and rushed towards him. The enemy leaned forward. It turned out that it was not a man, but a humanoid monster. The warrior rolled onto his stomach. Frog looked down at him and said that he had made an effort to raise this knight, and was outraged that someone like him had defeated him. Blood flowed from the neck of the dead enemy. The swordsman tensely clenched his teeth. The mutant swung his weapon and wished him death. The blade of an axe flashed in the air. The man jumped forward and parried the blow. Then the mercenary counterattacked. The villain parried his attack with his blade. The soldier gritted his teeth in anger. The enemy's eyes widened. They engaged in a fierce fight. At that moment, the knight raised his spear to kill the commander. Jackson instantly cut off his head. Ram placed his hand on the ground. The frog jumped back. They stood opposite each other, ready to fight. The man smirked and said that he needed his permission first to cut off their leader's head. The mutant narrowed his eyes and asked if this weakling was their leader. Frowning, the mercenary remembered that this race was born to fight, and realized that he would either need to burn him with magic or pierce his heart with one blow. Taking a fighting stance, the scoundrel wondered why someone like him was on such an insignificant battlefield, and realized that he had to put his life on the line to kill him. The soldier's eyes lit up. The enemy backed away and decided that this fight was not worth it. He lowered his weapon. The frog turned and walked away. Ram narrowed his eyes in displeasure and called him a coward. Someone ran forward. Jackson attacked the enemy. The man cut off the enemy knight's head. The boy looked back as the villain raised his sword above his head. At that moment, his comrade helped him avoid the blow. The squad members continued to fight desperately. They stood in one line to help each other. The protagonist looked down. Someone raised a hand to his mouth and shouted that they needed to retreat. Encred closed his eyes. The serious division raised his hands and ran. A drop fell into the water. The boy lay in the darkness. The boatman said that he was destined to live a day, but everything happened like this. The stranger raised a lantern above him and said that it was all because he could not cope with the walls that would continue to appear in his path. The stranger lowered the corners of his lips and explained that his destiny was to despair and surrender. The young man leaned on his hands. Behind him sat the dead enemy. The warrior rose to his feet. He frowned and said that walls were made to be overcome. The boatman grinned and said that he would look forward to the moment when those eyes, filled with greed and ambition, finally lost their shine. The swordsman woke up on a bed. His body was covered in bandages. A lantern burned under the ceiling. The commander looked away when someone said that they were in the infirmary. Rem scratched his ear and explained that his comrade had slept for 2 whole days. The man blew on his finger and reminded him that he had saved him from that frog. The protagonist put his hand to his chest and was surprised that he had managed to survive. Raising his eyebrows, the mercenary explained that he was fine, except for a concussion, and asked if the leader remembered him, his best friend. Encred closed his eyes and said that they had never been friends. Suddenly, the soldier covered his mouth with his hand. The heroes sat in the infirmary in complete silence. The hunter explained that he could not blab about this simply because it was a secret of someone he had nothing to do with. The boy removed his hand and asked him to decide who they were to each other. Clouds floated above the camp. The young man realized what he had survived today. Crossing his arms over his chest, Cries asked his leader to return him 3 times the amount of money and asked if he knew how much it cost to bring him here. The warrior narrowed his eyes and wondered why he was brought to the infirmary and not sent to the tent. Lying on the bed, the swordsman noted that he never saw his subordinate during the battle. The boy smiled and promised to give him a special discount, and now he had to pay double the amount. Evening came, the sun set behind the mountains. Jackson folded his hands behind his back. The commander put his hands under his head and asked him what he needed. The mercenary threw him a small jar. The soldier came out of the tent and asked his comrade to apply it twice a day and not to ask where he got it from. The protagonist opened the box and, seeing the ointment, wondered if his friend didn't hate sharing personal things. Auden clutched a cross in his hands and prayed. The man sat in front of his leader. Encred looked at him and asked him to leave because he was fine. Night fell, but the lights were on in the infirmary. The boy put his hand under his head and wondered why his subordinates worked in shifts when they should be busy with their own affairs. The young man closed his eyes and wondered if they were worried about him. Someone entered the tent. The warrior looked at his guest. Ragnar raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked why he was lying in the infirmary. The boy took a bite of the apple and left. The swordsman closed his eyes again and concluded that this man was definitely not worried about his health. Besides him, there were 2 more people in the infirmary. On one bed lay a platoon commander from another company who had fought with him. The other was a low-ranking soldier who was silently staring into space. The commander looked at him and wondered how he got here. The protagonist looked away when he heard footsteps. His comrades also turned around. A man in armor entered the tent. He had pointy ears. His sword was entangled in vines. Holding a helmet in her hands, the stranger stopped. The girl raised her eyebrows and asked if the wounded man was the commander of the 4th squad. Encred looked at her in confusion. Everyone in the infirmary looked at the guest. The man frowned and asked what the fairy was doing here. The woman looked at him and asked what group he was from. Vengeance replied that he commanded the 3rd platoon in the 2nd company. The knight frowned and asked if their company taught them to declare their race when meeting their superiors. The captain lowered his head and apologized to her. The boy narrowed his eyes and realized that he was the new commander of the 4th company. The young man looked at her and stated that he commanded the 4th squad of the 4th platoon in the 4th company. Throwing a stern look at him, the fairy said that according to rumors, he worked well with the problematic Chens of the squad and said that she expected his cooperation. After that, the woman turned around. The warrior wondered if she had come here just to say that. Suddenly, the knight stopped. The company commander looked back and asked the name of the 3rd patient. The blonde smiled and, after a pause, gave his name. Looking at him, the swordsman wondered if he had just made him up and assumed that he was some nobleman. The girl frowned incredulously. The fairy left the infirmary. The protagonist watched her leave in silence. The sun set behind the mountains and evening fell. Encred clenched his fist. Then he unclenched his fingers. Looking at his hand, the boy felt that most of the pain had passed, and he decided that he should put strength into his body and start training. Vengeance asked where his comrade was going. The young man fastened his boots and replied that he was going to the training area. The man lay down on the bed and said that a low-ranking soldier was trying in vain. Krang raised his eyebrows in interest. The blade of the sword glinted in the sun. Holding it in his hands, the warrior decided to remember the last battle and thought that this was one of the most useful methods that he had had to spend a lot of money on in his youth. The swordsman imagined piercing his opponent's neck and wondered what would happen if the last attack failed. Closing his eyes, the commander decided that putting his strength into just one thing was not the best idea and realized that if this one attack failed, he would die. The protagonist imagined Ram striking with an axe and thought about how all his attacks were lethal. Someone praised him for his hard work. Encred looked up. Sitting on a stump, Krang remembered how his hands were twitching all the time in the barracks and asked why he was here. The boy looked down and said that he wanted to train his grip strength and repeat the last fight. The boy leaned on his hand and asked why he did this. The young man explained that he almost made a mistake last time. The blonde raised his eyebrows and asked if he really wanted to become someone and save his life. The warrior looked at him silently and thought that if he said his dream out loud, people would just laugh at him. The swordsman looked up and realized that he had never stopped on the path to his dream. The commander clenched his sword in his hand. Its blade shone in the sun. The protagonist looked at him and declared that he wanted to become a knight. The nobleman's mouth fell open in surprise. Encred narrowed his eyes suspiciously and said that he had never seen anything like that before. Krang asked what he was talking about. The boy closed his eyes and explained that he had never seen anyone who would not laugh at him. The boy stood up and suddenly remembered something. He left and said that he had realized what he needed to do when he saw him training. The young man silently looked after him and realized that for the first time he felt support. The blonde smiled and asked his comrade to remember his name when he managed to become a knight. The flag standing on the tents fluttered in the wind. Playing the lute, the musician asked who was the hero of the battle, and the spectators enthusiastically shouted the name Cypress. Frowning, Vengeance asked why they hadn't gotten breakfast yet and assumed they wanted to eat it themselves. The warrior woke up and decided to take a short walk instead of going to the training area. Sitting on the boxes, Jackson asked how his wounds were. The swordsman looked back and said that his ointment was working well. The boy closed his eyes and asked him to hurry back to the ranks. There was a candle burning on the table. Krang crawled under the covers and wished his comrade good night. The protagonist turned over on his side and thought that going to bed early was a good idea. Lying on his bunk, the platoon leader asked them to be quiet. Encred closed his eyes and realized that he had done nothing all day. The next morning, the boy grabbed his head when he heard the song of a wandering minstrel and wondered why he was here again. The man opened his mouth wide and asked why they hadn't gotten breakfast yet. The boy noted that his comrade had said the same thing yesterday. Suddenly the warrior's eyes widened in fear. The swordsman jumped out of bed. Outside, while sharpening his knife, Jackson asked about his wounds. The commander lowered the corners of his lips and replied that his ointment was working great. The boy frowned and asked him to return to the squad quickly. The protagonist looked at him in horror and realized that he was stuck in the same day again. Holding a lantern in front of him, the boatman explained that another wall would stop him and asked him to survive. Encred looked up tensely and realized that he had died in his sleep. Standing in front of a high wall, the boy decided that this death was even more miserable than death on the battlefield. The young man frowned sternly and thought that another test only made him more determined. The stars shone in the night sky. There was a candlestick on the table. Lying on his side, the warrior wondered who and how killed him, and realized that the enemies had to go through all the fortifications to get here. The swordsman's eyes widened and he realized that there were hidden assassins among them who knew the location of the infirmary. The commander remembered the girl's face and decided that only someone with perfect assassination skill could do this. The protagonist frowned and remembered that the fairy's quiet and nimble legs were perfect for this. The woman jumped high into the air. Encred remembered the company commander entering the infirmary, and realized that she had come that day specifically to find out their location. The curtain fluttered in the wind. The boy realized that he needed to see her to prevent the assassination and decided to just scream to wake up the other soldiers. The young man lay on his side and thought that he just needed to wait for the assassin to appear. At that moment, a dart pierced his neck. The warrior looked away in fear. He grabbed his shoulder and realized that he had not even seen the assassin enter. The swordsman fell out of bed and felt that he could not even move or speak. The commander frowned and realized that he had not noticed how he died last time, due to a powerful paralyzing poison. Foam came out of the mouth of the wounded Vengeance. Someone was standing by Krang's bed. The protagonist gritted his teeth and realized that this was the killer. The man in the robe raised his sword. Its tip pierced the boy's chest. The blonde looked at the assassin in fear. Encred's eyes were bloodshot. The blade cut the wall of the tent. A man in a red robe stood behind her. The guy looked up. The villain had pointed ears. In her hands was a sword entangled in vines. The killer turned to her. The company commander frowned tensely. The sun rose over the mountain valley. The musician ran his fingers over the strings and asked who the hero of the battle was, and the people shouted the name of Kypris. Sitting on the bed, the young man realized that this was already the third morning. He looked down and thought about how he still couldn't sense the presence of enemies. An image of a fairy appeared in his head. The warrior realized that even if he managed to stop the killer, he would have to face her. The swordsman lowered his head and felt helpless. The commander put his hands on his knees and realized that this was the same feeling as a few days ago. In the memory, an enemy knight appeared in front of him. The protagonist remembered how he cut off his head. Encred looked up and decided that he could find a way out if he did not give up. The guy lifted the blanket. Vengeance grabbed him and asked if his comrade had really gone crazy. The young man put his hand on the hilt of the sword and realized that he was wrong when he thought that the killers had already infiltrated the base by this point. The man asked if catching cockroaches with a blade was part of his training. The platoon commander smiled and concluded that this task suited him perfectly. The warrior turned away and wondered why he was so worried about him. The soldier shouted that it was just sarcasm. The swordsman looked away. Vengeance asked him to leave. Krang approached them and asked if they were arguing again. The boy smiled and asked if he should have come later. The squad leader turned to him and answered that everything was fine. The blonde approached his bed. The protagonist assumed that this was the true target of those killers. Looking at his comrade, Encred noticed his strange behavior and wondered who he really was. The guy looked away and thought that he did not want to bother a man who himself did not want to talk about it. The members of his squad were resting in their tent. The young man decided that he would not act like these crazy people. Frowning, the warrior remembered that he was dragged into this precisely because of him, and called out to his friend. The nobleman looked back and the swordsman asked who he was. Krang raised his eyebrows in surprise. Looking at him, the squad leader assumed that he had expressed himself incorrectly, and concluded that his communication skills were no different from Rem's. The boy looked away and said that he could not answer that question. The guys looked at him suspiciously. The protagonist asked why he could not answer. The blonde put his hands on his hips and said that it was a long story. Encred tensely pursed his lips and remained silent. The guy crossed his arms over his chest and resigned himself to it. Vengeance jumped out of bed and said that he did not need to ask if this answer suited him. Raising his index finger, the man noticed that his mannerisms were definitely similar to a person from another country, and asked if he was a spy. The nobleman threw him a disapproving look. The platoon leader shuddered in fear. Krang took a step forward. The soldier stared at him in amazement. The boy smiled and said that he had never betrayed and would never betray the kingdom. The young man looked at him and decided that his eyes, movements, and aura gave him away as a knight. An image of a man in a red cloak appeared in his head. Vengeance frowned menacingly and asked if that was how one spoke to a superior in rank. The blonde closed his eyes and laughed. The warrior frowned and discarded his guess, because the knight could deal with those killers. The nobleman smiled. The swordsman concluded that he was definitely hiding something. A candle illuminated the infirmary. The heroes lay down on their beds. The squad leader put his hand under his head and noticed that the man was behaving too quietly today. The protagonist looked away when he heard a rustle. There was no one on the street. Encred realized that if the killers had burst in here, they would all have died. The guy got out of bed. The platoon leader looked at him and asked what he was going to do instead of sleeping. Looking back, the young man said that soon their tent would be broken into by assassins and asked him to cooperate if he wanted to survive. The soldier frowned in displeasure. Vengeance rolled over and decided that his comrade had simply gone crazy. Krang was lying on his bed with a smile on his face. The warrior frowned and thought that he had expected exactly this reaction. Someone asked how he had noticed him. The swordsman's eyes widened in fear. A poisonous needle pierced his neck. The squad leader looked away in horror. The protagonist grabbed the sheath and wondered how this could have happened. At that very moment, a dart pierced the man's neck. The villain thrust his sword into the boy's chest. Encred fell to the floor, watching in horror. The boy got out of bed for the fourth time and thought that he had no proof that the murderers would come to the infirmary, and he would not be able to get help from the guys, so he needed to report everything to the leadership. The soldier frowned menacingly and asked him not to bother him with such stupid requests. Standing by the wall of the tent, the young man decided to try to predict the moment when the enemies would attack and scream before they entered. The curtain of the tent fluttered in the wind. The warrior tensely pursed his lips and realized that the time had come to scream. At that moment, a sword pierced his neck. Blood gushed from the wound. The scoundrel ran into the tent. The swordsman realized that they were too fast. The commander squatted down and wanted to catch the enemies by surprise before they did anything. The stranger threw a dart. The needle pierced the neck of the protagonist, who did not understand how to fight an enemy that was not even visible. The next time, the assassin silently crept up on him from behind. The dart pierced his artery again. Encred realized that he would die without the ability to do anything until he could avoid the poisonous needles. The man in the robe clutched the sword in his hand. In the morning, clouds floated across the sky. The song of the minstrel was heard. The guy squeezed the hilt of the blade and thought that this was already his 20th morning. The young man leaned on his hand and realized that he had been unable to do anything for 20 times. The warrior pursed his lips. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face. He determinedly knitted his eyebrows and realized that he had died only 20 times. Walking down the street, the swordsman decided that first he needed to figure out a way to dodge the poison darts, and then figure out how to deal with everything else. The squad leader saw his subordinate and suggested that he needed a faster way to avoid attacks. Jackson was polishing his dagger with a rag. The protagonist looked at him silently. In the past, Ram swung his axes, and Crid asked why their friend was called a wildcat. The man put his weapon on his shoulder and explained that he used very twisted methods and never fought his enemies directly. The boy slit his opponent's throat. He always liked to attack from behind. The mercenary looked up and called out to his leader. The soldier looked at him and asked what was wrong with his wounds. The boy narrowed his eyes, thinking that he would be able to defeat the killers, and remembered that he did not have enough authority to take him with him. The young man imagined the man in the robe and realized that he had to break down this wall himself. The warrior lowered the corners of his lips and called out to his friend. The swordsman put his hand on the hilt of his sword and asked what he should do to prevent a blow to the back. The wildcat thoughtfully put his hand to his chin. Jackson looked up and said that he did not know the answer to that question, because no one had ever survived his ambush. The commander's eyes widened in amazement. The protagonist looked down. The boy looked at him silently. Suddenly, the mercenary lowered his head and sighed heavily. The soldier pointed to his head and said that he needed to have eyes in the back of his head. Encred squinted tensely. The people in the camp were busy with their own affairs. The wildcat looked at his leader and asked him to look at the cart. The boy glanced to the side. A cart was driving behind the tents. The young man wondered how his friend could notice it from such a distance. Jackson closed his eyes and said that it was going to fall apart. Suddenly, a wheel fell off the cart. The young man stared at it in surprise. The warrior asked if his comrade had the gift of clairvoyance. The boy turned away and decided that his leader had spent too much time with that savage. The mercenary pointed to his ear and explained that he could hear the creaking of the supporting axle of the cart. One part of the wheel was broken. The soldier looked up and said that if you hear what's going on around you, you can predict what's going to happen next. The swordsman frowned sternly and was surprised that his subordinate had recognized such a quiet sound, since he himself hadn't even heard a cart moving somewhere. The wildcat added that vision was not needed to understand what was going on around you. Jackson got up from the box and asked his comrade to try listening to the world around him as an exercise, to concentrate and isolate all the sounds. The boy was about to leave. The commander thanked him and noted that earlier he had thought that he was too lazy to even answer questions normally. Looking back, the mercenary confirmed this and said that it would be better this way than if the leader followed him around. The protagonist frowned. The soldier said that lately everything looked like he would stop at nothing. Night fell. The light was on in the tent. Encred was lying in his bed. The boy imagined a man throwing a dart, and realized that he stood in front of a second wall in the form of faceless death. The young man closed his eyes and realized that he could survive if he felt it. The warrior pricked up his ears. He could hear the footsteps of a patrolman on the street and the crackle of torches. The man in the robe jumped into the air. The swordsman closed his eyes and tried to figure out where the enemy was. The killer landed on the ground. The squad leader frowned. The assassin disappeared from sight. A poisonous needle pierced the protagonist's throat. He angrily clenched his teeth and looked at the dart. The next morning, Encred was sitting on his bed to the sound of a minstrel's song. The boy went outside and thought that he had not moved forward a single step, but his body clearly remembered everything. The boy looked ahead and repeated his actions to himself. Jackson put his hand to his head and explained how a single sound could convey a lot of information and how it could help him figure out where his target was. The warrior frowned sternly when the boy said that once he could distinguish subtle sounds, his ears would become his second pair of eyes. The mercenary snapped his fingers to get his leader's attention. The soldier raised his hand and explained that sound was a wave that spread out in all directions, no matter how quiet it was. The wildcat clenched his fist and added that he needed to isolate one single wave from the chaos of thousands of sounds. The swordsman walked through the camp, listening to the conversations of the people discussing the past battle. Closing his eyes, the commander wondered what sounds were mixed in with the web of waves and realized that he needed to hear, isolate, and categorize each of them. The flags fluttered in the wind, all of them sounding like one big flag. The people were moving forward. The protagonist heard 3 people walking closer to him, and 2 more a little further. Sitting with his eyes closed, Encred tried to feel all the waves. The bird landed on the flag. Krang approached his comrade and called him by his abbreviated name. The boy smiled and asked what kind of training this was. The guy looked down and asked what kind of name it was. The blonde closed his eyes and asked if he didn't like this form of his name. The boy replied that he didn't care. The warrior frowned and asked if what he was doing looked like training. The nobleman raised his eyebrows and assumed that his friend would not waste his time. The swordsman looked at him silently. A poisonous needle flashed in the air. It pierced the squad leader's throat again. The protagonist turned his head. The killer pierced his comrade with his sword. The stranger raised his bloody sword. Krang's mouth opened in fear. Encred lowered his head and realized that this was already the 33rd morning. The man in the robe jumped high into the sky, then the 34th morning arrived. The assassin landed behind the tent. The boy was lying on the bed with a sword in his chest, another failure. The boy sat on the ground in the lotus position, realizing that experience would not help him overcome this wall. The young man closed his eyes. The enemy was at the tent again. The warrior folded his hands in front of him and decided that he just needed to do what needed to be done again and again. The bird flew to the flag. It landed on it. The villain was at the infirmary. The swordsman looked ahead. The blonde approached him, holding a bag on his shoulder. Smiling, the nobleman said that he had been sneaking up on him and asked how he managed to sense his approach. Leaning towards him, Krang noticed that he had been sitting with his eyes closed for a long time and asked if his friend was training his attentiveness. The squad leader stared at him silently. The assassin swung a poisonous needle. The protagonist managed to dodge it. Encred pulled a sword from under his pillow. The assassin jumped back to dodge the unexpected attack. The stranger fell to the ground. The enemy's eyes widened in fear. The guy grinned and thought that this was no longer a faceless death. The villain clenched his teeth in fury. The assassin rose to his feet and attacked the enemy. The young man frowned sternly and noted that his combat skills were not as good as that knight's, so he would be able to cope. The warrior looked to the side. A poisonous needle was sticking out of Vengeance's neck. The boy got up from the bed and pulled out his weapon. The assassin swung a knife. The swordsman realized that he could not let his guard down. The commander dodged the attack and remembered that he was facing an experienced mercenary. The enemy threw the knife forward. Its blade left a cut on the protagonist's chest. The villain lunged towards him. The sword cut through the tent. Encred gritted his teeth in anger. The company commander frowned menacingly. The boy swung his sword and realized that he would die if he did not strike first. He approached the traitor and held his weapon forward. The assassin threw several dozen darts forward and asked if he really had a guard. The boy looked back and saw that they were flying straight at him. The nobleman raised his sword in front of him as the needles flew towards him. The warrior looked away in fear. The girl dodged his attack and jumped forward. A poisonous needle cut into her cloak. The fairy protected Krang, lifting her robe in front of him. Frowning, the swordsman thought that his guess was false and realized that she had come to save them. The squad captain swung his sword and realized that this was his chance. He lunged towards the enemy. The assassin held out a knife in front of him. The protagonist knocked the weapon out of his hands. The enemy angrily clenched his teeth. The villain turned and ran away. Encred looked after him, but the killer had already disappeared. The boy lowered his weapon and looked out into the street. Krang approached him and said that this man had come for him. The young man said that he knew about it. The boy frowned and asked how he knew about it. The warrior asked if anyone would hire an assassin to kill a simple soldier like him or Vengeance. The company commander approached him and confirmed it. The girl grabbed the sword and called him very smart. The fairy began to slowly take out the weapon. The swordsman looked at her and realized that no one should know about what happened. The squad captain squeezed the hilt of his blade and decided that she was not going to leave witnesses. The protagonist looked up. The blonde approached the woman and said that he had one request. The nobleman gave her a stern look and said that he wanted there to be no deaths today. Encred frowned tensely. The company commander bowed and agreed. Krang looked at the man and hoped that he was still alive. The girl said that she had an antidote, so he would be fine. The guy narrowed his eyes and decided that this man must be knowledgeable about poisons. The boy put his hand to his chin and said that now they need to clean up this mess. Because if people find out that there was an assassin here, they will have too many problems. The young man turned to him and said that the main thing is that no traces are left. The heroes looked at the candle. The warrior said that there is a simple solution. Flames engulfed the infirmary. People carried buckets of water there. Someone shouted that a fire had started. The swordsman put the man's body on the ground. His comrades reported that there were 2 survivors. The squad leader covered his mouth with his hand and thought that now all traces of the assassin were noticed. The protagonist watched his comrades put out the infirmary. The heroes walked through the forest. The company commander said that if that man had not intervened, her comrade would have died. The girl asked if he had changed his mind because of him. Without turning around, the nobleman confirmed this and asked if he was not an interesting soldier. The fairy silently looked away. Krang looked forward and thought about how he tried to avoid this. Encred raised his sword in front of him. The boy looked down and thought. The blonde smiled and decided that it was his friend who influenced him so much. The heroes walked towards the sun. The nobleman said that next time they would meet in different conditions. A scythe appeared above the water. At that moment, it turned to dust. The guy stood in front of the boat. Its owner looked down and said that they would meet again. The young man frowned and said that he would be ready for this. Clouds floated across the blue sky. In the middle of the camp there was a burned-out infirmary. The warrior thought that he had once again encountered the same thing today and had survived a silent death, waking up in a new day. While collecting his things, the swordsman remembered how he had felt the presence of everything around him, but had not noticed that fairy, and concluded that he still had a lot to catch up on. The squad leader threw the bag over his shoulder and was glad that he was not injured and could go to the squad right now. Someone asked if it was really him who pulled him out of the fire. Sitting on a box, Vengeance asked why his comrade did that. The protagonist looked back and wondered what he didn't like, because he had been saved from death. Closing his eyes, Encred replied that they were comrades, and asked if another reason was needed for that. The man frowned with displeasure. The platoon captain looked after his friend and called him too selfless. He scratched the back of his head and asked if he was really going to return to the squad. The guy confirmed it. The soldier declared that today was not his day. The young man looked back and asked if something had happened. Clouds were floating above the camp. Vengeance said that according to rumors, the whole place was cursed. Ragnar narrowed his eyes in displeasure and asked his comrade not to joke with him. The boy pushed Rem in the shoulder. A smirk appeared on his face. People ran in different directions when the squad members started a fight. Someone asked where their leader was. The man threw his opponent aside so that his body broke the tent. The mercenary jumped to his feet and struck. The soldier hit him in the face. The hunter grabbed his axes and promised not to spare him. The officer took out his sword and said that he would chop him into pieces. Someone asked why no one had stopped them yet. The warrior approached the crowd and thought about how his subordinates could very well be considered his personal curse. The swordsman closed his eyes angrily. The commander approached his comrades and ordered them to stop fighting. The guys were surprised that their leader was still alive. The sun rose over the mountains. Lying in bed, the protagonist realized that it was already the third day since he returned to the squad. Encred opened his eyes. Jackson approached him. The boy raised his eyebrows and asked if his footsteps had woken him up. The guy got out of bed and said that he had not slept anyway and was going to go to training. The mercenary looked at him and said that he had good hearing for a beginner. The young man said that he practiced a lot. The soldier frowned and asked him to continue training, because it would be useful for the squad captain. The warrior grabbed a tree branch and realized that with the onset of winter, the battlefield becomes less active. The swordsman tensed his muscles. He pulled himself up on one hand and decided that now he had much more free time. The commander was training in the field at dawn, thinking that now was the perfect time to exercise. A greeting came from under a mossy stone. The protagonist put a towel on his shoulders and said nothing. Auden, doing push-ups with a stone on his back, called him very diligent. The stone fell to the ground. Encred looked down. The shadow of his comrade loomed over him. The man said that a trained body was a shield in itself. The mercenary smiled and added that his leader would surely be able to withstand Frock's blows. The soldier clenched his fist and said that he should train more to become even stronger. Raising his eyebrows, the guy decided that it was all about his size and promised to try. Auden put his hands on his belt and remembered the muscle-strengthening exercises they had discussed earlier. Rem knocked his friend down. The man gritted his teeth and was indignant that he always slept while on duty. Ragnar rose to all fours. The boy grabbed his sword. The mercenary swung it and wished his comrade to eat his boots. The soldier swung the axe. The young man entered the tent and asked if they were fighting again. The warrior frowned and asked them to stop. Auden said that brute force did not solve anything. The hunter pointed at his comrade and said that he wanted to starve them to death. Ragnar rolled his eyes in displeasure when the swordsman asked him to cook food. Rem showed him his fist and asked him not to act so arrogantly. The boy hit his towel with his hand and said that it smelled bad. The man sniffed it and said that it was not so at all. The commander asked them not to quarrel over trifles. The mercenary smiled and explained that he was too bored away from the battlefield. Putting his hand on the hilt of the sword, the protagonist asked him not to attack his comrades and offered to have a duel. Dark clouds covered the sky. The soldier kicked his leader with his knee. The officer swung his axe and shouted that he lacked stamina. Encred blocked his blow with his sword. The boy frowned and thought about how he needed to stay calm with the heart of a beast. The blade of the axe flashed in the air. The young man blocked another blow from his opponent, realizing that he needed to pay attention to sounds. The warrior thrust his weapon forward. The hunter frowned menacingly. He dodged the attack and grabbed his opponent by the shirt. The swordsman's mouth opened wide. Rem threw him to the ground and said that he hoped that things would get better now. The commander glared at him. The man narrowed his eyes angrily and said that he was too bored and asked if this was all he had. The protagonist leaned on his sword and thought about how much he had changed during this time. In the memory, he was standing by a tree. Encred looked at his friend from under his brows and decided that he could move forward even if he had to repeat it hundreds or thousands of times, and said that he would definitely win next time. The mercenary narrowed his eyes and thought that his skills were pathetic. The boy continued to stare at him. The soldier smiled and wondered why he couldn't stop looking into those eyes. The officer picked up the axe and suggested that he try to reach it at least once first. A heavy rain began. The heroes looked up at the sky in surprise. Raindrops were pounding the roof of the tent. The young man crossed his arms over his chest and realized that the rain began and stopped as it pleased. The hunter looked at his leg and said that mushrooms would soon grow on it. While Ragnar slept, Auden prayed silently. Cries entered the tent and was outraged that this rain was ruining everything. The boy ruffled his hair and said that he would soon begin to believe that the curse was to blame for everything. The warrior approached him and asked what he was talking about. The mercenary asked if he hadn't heard the rumors. The swordsman narrowed his eyes and remembered Vengeance mentioning the curse before his return. In the memory, the platoon captain frowned and said that it was the cause of everything. The soldier sat on the bed and explained that many believe that they were cursed because of the strange weather, the large number of casualties, especially in the reconnaissance squad, and the fires. Kryze looked at his leader and said that the curse, of course, did not exist in reality, but the weather was so unpredictable that rumors spread very quickly. The commander frowned and said that the higher-ups would not be pleased with these baseless rumors, so they would be quickly suppressed. The boy wiped his head with a towel and asked why he was standing by the door. The protagonist replied that he was training. The mercenary reminded him that it was raining outside. Encred crossed his arms over his chest and said that was the whole point. Rem wrapped himself in a blanket and asked what kind of cat-like behavior this was. Jackson countered by calling it a good training method and praised his comrade. The man gave him a displeased look and asked since when did he teach him anything. The boy crossed his arms and thought about how it was so noisy in here that he couldn't even hear the rain. Auden smiled and explained that there were many ways to train indoors. Ragnar offered to test his sword grip stance. The mercenary turned and looked at them in surprise. The boy looked away. The soldier closed his eyes happily. His friend raised his eyebrows, waiting for an answer. The hunter smiled and assumed that they were all thinking the same thing. The boy looked away. There was a light on in the tent. Someone asked to instruct the company commanders to keep their subordinates quiet. Sitting at the table, the man explained that they needed to send out another reconnaissance party before winter came, and asked if they had any worthy candidates for the empty seats. The girl looked down and asked what about the fourth squad. Scratching his beard, the officer realized that they were talking about the captain of the outcast squad, and asked if he was competent enough and would not interfere with the reconnaissance. The fairy closed her eyes and answered that unexpected results could be expected from him. Her colleague asked why she had such an opinion. Morning came to the camp. The woman called the warrior into her tent. The swordsman frowned and asked if he had really been chosen for the reconnaissance squad. The company commander gave him a stern look. The packed things lay on the bed. The protagonist fastened his belt and said that he had not done anything special to be chosen. Kryze asked why she had called him to her. Encred remembered the girl grabbing her sword and trying to kill him after the assassin incident. The boy narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Rem looked at him and asked if he was really going there. The man picked up an axe and said that his friend didn't have to go if he didn't want to. The boy turned to him and explained that he couldn't chop off his superior's head like his comrade. The mercenary asked if he really thought he was capable of such a thing. Auden leaned over the cross and asked the Lord why they were taking his precious, fragile friend. The warrior wondered why his subordinates were fussing so much. Ragnar got up from the bed. The boy raised his eyebrows and said that he could go in his place. The boys stared at him and objected in unison. Rubbing his knife with a rag, Jackson asked if the reconnaissance area wasn't supposed to be a field with tall grass. The mercenary narrowed his eyes and asked the leader to concentrate if he heard any unusual sounds in the grass, as this was the main way to prepare for a surprise attack from the enemy. The officer opened his mouth wide and asked if their comrade was trying to lecture them again, and reminded him that he had asked him not to teach the leader any tricks that could ruin him. The swordsman closed his eyes and realized that without him, no one would be able to stop their fights, and wondered if it was right to leave them alone. The commander frowned and thought about how he considered himself the most suitable person for this job. Sitting away from the other people in the camp, the protagonist realized that after joining the service, his mediocre skills led to him often being called out for various tasks without a specific position. Ram swung his axe. Jackson grabbed his knife. Encred took a step forward. The heroes glared at each other. The boy stepped forward, standing between them, and decided that his calling was to be the captain of the squad that everyone avoided. The young man raised his hand and asked his comrade not to be nervous. The man put his axe on his shoulder and asked if his leader was brave or just stupid. The boy closed his eyes and said that he should be grateful because otherwise he would have a hole in his heart. The mercenary said that first of all his head would fall off. The warrior frowned and thought that they had outstanding skill despite their behavior, so they cannot be ignored. 2 moons shone in the sky. The swordsman realized that he was not even close to his subordinates. Morning came, the sun illuminated the camp. The squad walked along the path. The commander concluded that he just needed to continue improving. The scout looked back. The protagonist decided that since their team was exploring the front line, this place was perfect for training and enemy detection. Encred looked up when he was called. Andrew pointed a finger at him, telling him to keep his cool and that anyone who wanted to protest should show it with their skills. His comrade smirked and asked if anyone would dare challenge him. Another mercenary suggested that he didn't even know how to use a sword. The captain smiled slyly and explained that he would have to make sure his subordinate didn't get hurt, as his position was only maintained by the members of his squad. The boy opened his mouth wide and ordered the others to smash the enemy's head in when they came across him. Frowning, the boy wondered if he was completely unfamiliar with the concept of reconnaissance, and doubted that this squad would function properly. There were hoofprints on the ground. The scout crouched down and said that they were the tracks of an antelope. Andrew smiled and offered to follow him for a barbecue. The young man looked down and wondered if he really hoped to catch animals that moved in a large herd. The archer standing next to him said that these were the tracks of a gazelle, not an antelope. The man looked at his comrade. Henry closed his eyes and guessed that their leader had overdone it a bit. As the team moved forward, the former hunter started a conversation with the warrior and shared his knowledge. The scout raised his eyebrows and told him that in such pastures, animals had their own paths. At night, the stars were shining in the sky. Someone's dissatisfied exclamation was heard. The captain put his hand to his head. The squad had spent the whole day chasing non-existent antelopes, so the reconnaissance ended in vain. The boy gritted his teeth and declared that he had to achieve at least some results. The sun rose over the forest. The heroes walked forward. There was tall grass ahead. Andrew frowned and explained that this was the point that their reconnaissance team, the Green Pearl, was supposed to check. In front of them was a giant field of grass taller than a man. The scout clenched his fist and shouted that they should go beyond this grassland to find the enemy unit and take some prisoners. Henry frowned in displeasure and asked if their original mission wasn't to confirm the reconnaissance area. The swordsman pushed the grass aside and said that this was their leader's order. The boys entered the thicket of grass. The boy walked in front. The protagonist was amazed at his unexpected boldness. The archer looked back and noticed that there weren't many animal droppings. Encred asked if that was a problem. The man frowned and replied that it was strange that there were no animals in a pasture with such a huge supply of food. A black paw appeared in the grass. It hit the ground with force. The boy's eyes widened in fear. A panther jumped out of the grass in front of him. The young man looked to the side. The big cat flashed its blue eyes. The warrior pounced on Andrew and ordered everyone to lie down on the ground. At that moment, arrows pierced the heads of several boys. The scout turned around in horror. Enemy crossbowmen were walking across the field. The heroes immediately started to run. The villains attacked the captain. They killed the hunter and ran after the swordsman. The enemy surrounded the surviving members of the squad. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and thought that the ability to distinguish sounds that Jackson had passed on to him had turned out to be very useful. An arrow flew past him. Suddenly his pupils narrowed. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. About 10 arrows flew at him at once. They pierced Encred's body. The guy widened his eyes in horror and decided that while nothing was known about the enemy, it was better to avoid him. The boy frowned and asked if his comrade really wanted to die right here. The young man woke up from his sleep and wondered how he could survive alone. The sun had set behind the horizon, and the squad had fallen into an ambush again. The scoundrel had pierced the warrior's body with a spear, and he had thought about how he had tried to escape the same way as before, but the enemy had blocked the front. The crossbowman had fired forward, and the swordsman had realized that he needed to find another escape route. Numerous arrows had pierced his body from the east at once. The enemies in the north had pounced on him with spears. The commander had clutched a lump of earth in his hand. The enemy had not stopped pursuing him, even when the protagonist had managed to hide among the tall grass. The soldier had looked up. All his clothes were dark and monochromatic, making him difficult to spot. Encred was crawling along the ground. A camp was visible ahead. Burnt flags were fluttering in the wind. The boy's eyes widened in fear. The villain pierced his back with his sword and wished him death. A pool of blood formed under his hand. Andrew opened his mouth wide and repeated the objectives of this mission. The young man looked away and thought about how he had tried to escape dozens of times, but he had never managed to return alive. Frowning, the warrior realized that the people of Azpan had something to hide and realized that he would have to find out what it was. Henry looked back and called out to him. The swordsman decided that if he was captured, he would still be killed, and that it could all end today. The commander pursed his lips and thought about how he should not turn his back on them. The boy frowned in displeasure and suggested that he needed to shake himself up since he was so slow. The scout placed a hand on his comrade's shoulder and asked him to be gentle. Because their team was in a lot of trouble, the protagonist asked why they should put up with this. Encred frowned and asked if he was not tired of serving this inexperienced child. The man frowned tensely and asked him to repeat himself. The boy pushed him away and said that this was the only way to survive. The captain grabbed his sword and asked if his subordinate was going to disobey an order. The corners of his lips turned down. The boy decided to use fundamental changes and said that there could be no disobedience here. The warrior frowned sternly and announced that he would take command, wanting to use the abilities of everyone present to survive together. Andrew clenched his teeth in displeasure. The soldiers stared at him tensely. The swordsman realized that these three would be able to hold out the longest. The scout frowned menacingly. The commander decided that he had the best skills of all the members of the squad, and assumed that he was acting as an escort. Drawing his weapon from its sheath, the boy offered to see if his subordinate could handle it without any help, and asked him to draw his sword. The protagonist looked at him askance and noticed that he knew how to hold a sword properly. The captain took a fighting stance. Encred realized that he had almost no practical experience, and wondered if he had been raised in a noble family. The boy remembered how his comrade grabbed his head and decided that this was not the case, because otherwise he would not have cared about the results. The scout raised his sword and said that his subordinate did not deserve his position and that his skills were nothing. The young man scratched the back of his head and thought about how difficult it would be for him to move now. Andrew opened his mouth wide and shouted that he was different from him because he had a mission to complete. Bending him with his finger, the warrior asked him not to talk so much and suggested a fist fight. The enraged boy rushed forward. The swordsman took a fighting stance and felt an inexplicable excitement, even though he no longer had a gap in his skills. The captain thrust his sword forward. His blade cut the air above the commander's hand. He threw the weapon away. The scout frowned in displeasure. The protagonist hit him in the chest with his elbow. The soldier opened his mouth wide and coughed. Andrew fell to his knees. Henry opened his mouth in shock and asked if he really had the lowest rank. The squad members stared in surprise at Encred, who declared that he would take command of the scouting force. The archer's eyes widened in amazement. The man looked down tensely. The boy rose to his feet. The scout closed his eyes and sighed heavily. The boy looked ahead and decided that the first step had been taken. The heroes entered the tall grass. Looking at the setting sun, someone wondered what their new captain was thinking about. The young man looked down and asked what his comrade dreamed of. The hunter raised his eyebrows and asked what they were talking about. He scratched the back of his head and answered that he wanted to become a flower seller. The warrior said that for that he needed to survive. Another member of the squad told about his beloved recently having a child. The swordsman looked back and said that he needed to go home so as not to leave him without a father. Another soldier looked away and explained that he wanted to raise money and open a store, and his friend said that he wanted to return to his homeland. Andrew bowed his head and said that he wanted to fulfill his mother's last will. The boy frowned and said that he would do everything to make his dream come true and revive the Gardner family. The commander stopped and explained that they needed to survive to fulfill these dreams. The protagonist looked back. Encred sternly knitted his eyebrows and said that they must return alive. His comrades looked at him in surprise. The scout tensely pursed his lips. From that moment on, each member of the team had to take the initiative into their own hands, because there is no better motivation than the desire to live. The guy pointed to the grass and asked his friend to shoot there from a height of a man. The hunter said that there was nothing there. The young man frowned and said he would not repeat it twice. Henry fired an arrow forward. It pierced the enemy's head. The squad members opened their mouths in fear. The warrior took his weapon out of its sheath and called everyone to attack. The former captain gritted his teeth and ran after him. The villains turned around when they heard the noise. The swordsman plunged his blade into the back of one of them. The commander took a fighting stance and realized that they needed to find the enemy first and kill them. A knight ran out of the grass and asked what was going on. Andrew plunged his sword into his neck. The spearman snuck up behind him. The protagonist thought that they needed to reduce the number of enemies panicked by the raid. The severed head flew into the air. The man cut the enemy's body with his sword. The chance of success from a surprise attack was higher. The soldier cut off the villain's hand. The Azpan group, which initially consisted of 12 people, now consists of 8. The enemy raised his hand and ordered his subordinates to defend themselves. The scouting party ran forward. The team members raised their weapons in front of them. Encred frowned and ordered his comrades to kill everyone. A fierce battle began in the middle of the tall grass. In such terrain it was difficult to distinguish the enemy from their own people, but the group from Azpan still guessed about their trick. The panther jumped forward. The spearman turned around and tried to kill it, but failed. The big cat looked back. The villain pointed his spear at it. At that moment, the boy pierced him with his sword. In his memory, the young man looked to the side. The warrior remembered the blue eyes of the beast and realized that the enemies were following him and accidentally stumbled upon them. The animals slowly approached him. Looking away, the swordsman realized that this time they could not suspect the beginning of the raid due to the hunt, and thought that he survived thanks to the panther and did not want her to die. The scouting party killed all the enemies. Henry shouted that they had done it. The commander returned to them and said that they needed to leave now. A big cat looked at him through the grass. The team ran across the field. The protagonist remembered that he had never managed to save all his comrades in this battle before, and decided to continue the attack. The enemy knight was standing in the grass. Encred cut off his head and realized that he knew the location of all the enemies due to the fact that this day was repeated more than once. The guy rushed around and remembered that they couldn't go straight, because a group of 30 people would be waiting for them there. The team killed people from Azpan on their way. The young man thought that there was only one unit left, which he still hadn't managed to find out about, and decided that they needed to quickly find it to make the detour easier. Andrew pierced the enemy's chest with his sword. Looking at him from behind, the man realized that this was too unwise, because it would soon be dark and they would not be able to help him then. The sun was shining on the meadow. Someone shouted that they should leave the ambush no later than an hour later, when the sun would set. The soldier noticed his leader moving forward and warned them that there was an ambush waiting for them there. The warrior replied that he knew it, and stated that this was the right direction. The scout's brows were furrowed in tension when the swordsman asked him to shut up and just follow him. Henry's mouth fell open in shock. The man put his sword to his comrade's throat and explained that he had better do this correctly. He opened his eyes wide and said that he was not going to die and wanted to live in peace. The commander narrowed his eyes and reminded him that it was too late to turn back. The protagonist looked at his comrade and explained that the enemy was probably already waiting for them somewhere in ambush. The soldier asked if he really had to blindly follow him. Encred grabbed his hand and said that he also wanted to live. The boy's eyes widened in amazement. The former captain frowned and realized that this was not just an incompetent low-ranking warrior. In the memory, his father was sitting on the floor among empty bottles. He gave up everything and destroyed all the family property. Andrew looked up. In the past, when the boy was sitting by the bed, the head of the family said that their line had come to an end. The dying man stared at the ceiling. The nobleman narrowed his eyes and asked his son to become a man who shows everyone the way and win their trust. The soldier shed tears and thought about how he wanted to become like that. The boy narrowed his eyes and promised that they would survive. The former captain frowned sternly and said that he believed him. The boy's hair fluttered in the wind. The scout said that this idea made no sense. The soldier gave him a stern look and reminded him that he was now their captain. Andrew frowned and said that the squad members must follow his orders. The man narrowed his eyes in disbelief, but said nothing. The warrior crouched down and asked his comrades to follow him until they heard a signal. The guys began to slowly creep behind him. The sun was setting below the horizon. The swordsmen thought about how their first plan was to get out of the way and not get surrounded, and that now it was time for the second plan. The heroes made their way through the tall grass. Ahead, from behind the thickets, a sound was heard. The commander stepped forward. Numerous spears appeared from the grass. Henry frowned in fear. Only one point was not found at the end of dozens of repetitions. The boys looked around. The sun had set. The squad froze in place when they heard a rustle. The main character saw a group of enemies in front of him and realized that only here could they get out and not meet anyone. The villains walked around them. The man squinted tensely. Encred lowered his gaze. After a while, all the people from Azpan left. The heroes clenched their teeth. The guy looked ahead and thought that until now they had acted as planned, but there was one last plan left. The sun had set, and soon there would be complete darkness. The young man rose to his feet and decided that the factors that had not escaped the attention of this grass until now were obvious. The archer asked if this was really what they needed. The boy covered his face with his hand and asked if there really was no more suitable place. There was an enemy camp ahead. Frowning, the warrior remembered that the people of Azpan did not want to catch what was hidden in the grass, and decided to kill everyone who entered it. In the center of the camp stood a giant flag. The banner was torn. Around it was something resembling a ritual circle of animal bones. Andrew's mouth opened in fear when the swordsman suggested moving forward. The squad came out of the grass. They hid behind a tent. Someone asked if their leader was really going to set fire to the camp. The man frowned menacingly and explained that the enemies could simply surround and kill them. The commander asked his name. Mac narrowed his eyes and said his name. Without turning around, the protagonist declared that he would not tolerate disobedience on his part. The soldier tensely clenched his teeth. His friend asked him to calm down. The guys ran forward. The scout rushed after them and thought that they would not be able to find the exit when the moon was covered by clouds. Dark clouds gathered in the sky. The man concluded that all they could do was trust the captain. Encred cut the tent with his sword. Mac frowned and wondered why he did that. The boys ran inside, because there was no one in the tent. The heroes went outside again. The soldier wondered how their leader knew what was going to happen. The boy jumped over the boxes. The scout decided that this was too reckless. He frowned and found it strange that they had not met any enemies yet. A fire was burning up ahead. The mercenary thought that they were definitely in the center of the camp and wondered how that was possible. The squad stopped behind the tents. The boy squinted and asked his comrades to wait here. The warrior peeked around the corner and remembered that he had infiltrated this camp many times before. In a past life, the entire base attacked him with spears when he touched their flag. Standing by the wall, the swordsman explained that the Azpan wanted to hide this particular flag in the field, and that their main goal was to protect it. There were many guards around the banner. Mac frowned in disbelief and wondered how their leader knew about everything. Suddenly, the soldier's eyes widened. The scout introduced the company commander and assumed that she was the one who told him about everything. The captain looked back and said that the enemies would be too busy protecting the flag. The man looked at him sternly and suggested that the secret mission was the reason why their comrade had taken over the operation and infiltrated the enemy camp. The protagonist frowned sternly and said that at that moment they would have to escape. Encred turned away and suggested that they split into two groups. One would act as bait, and the other would set the flag on fire. Mac narrowed his eyes and agreed to act as bait. The guy looked at him puzzled. The soldier turned around. The young man was surprised that he had started to cooperate, and decided that it was even better for him. The squad members looked at their comrade tensely. Andrew nodded. The warrior remembered that he had never managed to save the lives of so many people. The corners of his lips turned down. the swordsman realized that today's attempt was the best so far, and thought about the good feeling he had. Someone threw a stone at the guard's head. The scout ran away, and the villain informed his comrades that someone had sneaked into the camp. The knights ran after the man. At that moment, the commander rushed to the torch. He stretched out his hand forward to grab it. The protagonist took the torch and decided that he would succeed and that tomorrow would finally come. The enemy raised his sword above his head. At the same moment, the villain delivered a chopping blow. He managed to cut the stick on which the torch was held. Encred's eyes widened in fear and he realized that he had not heard him approaching. The opponents were standing opposite each other. The man was holding a sword in his hands. The boy realized that he had not seen it in any of the previous days. The young man frowned tensely and wondered where such a strong opponent could have come from. The knight gave him a menacing look and called him a rat. The warrior lowered his head and said that they were late. The enemy looked away in confusion. The tent next to him was engulfed in flames. The man in the robe opened his mouth wide and shouted that a fire had started. The guard pointed at the guys from the squad and said that there were several more invaders here. The soldier turned his head and ordered them to deal with the fire first. The swordsman realized that Andrew had set the tents on fire while he and Mac were distracting the opponents. The commander frowned furiously and decided that all he had to do was get out of here alive. The protagonist took a step forward and thought that any attack begins with a step. Encred held his sword out in front of him. At that moment, his opponent turned away to show his comrades the way. The boy saw his weak point in defense and held his sword out. The tip of the blade approached the man's neck. At that moment, he turned around. The boy's pupils narrowed. The villain dodged his blow. The warrior found himself to the side of him. The swordsman opened his mouth in fear. A deep wound appeared on his side. The commander grabbed it with his hand and realized that this was the most perfect blow he could have made. The protagonist looked back. The knight's eyes flashed and called him weak. The enemy approached him. Encred realized that he would never be able to defeat him with his current skills. In his memory, the spearman struck him in the chest. He could barely reach the camp. Arrows pierced his body when the squad ran into an ambush. There were dead comrades around him. The boy's eyes widened and he decided that he thought he had overcome all the trials of the day, but he had not. The young man imagined a high wall behind his enemy and realized that this was his main trial. The warrior removed his hand from the wound and realized that he would die if he tried to fight him. The swordsman clenched the hilt in his hands and thought about having to take command of the squad again, get out of the field and repeat this endless day. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise. The scoundrel frowned menacingly and asked why his opponent was laughing. The commander smiled and decided to kill him at all costs. The soldier swung his sword and promised to grind him up and feed him to the dogs. The protagonist bent his knees. At the right moment, he raised his sword over his head to strike. The hero's blades hit each other. The knight parried the blow, holding his sword out in front of him. Encred's eyes widened in shock and he wondered how he managed to parry his attack. The enemy swung his sword to counterattack. The boy jumped to the side and dodged. The boy immediately leaned back to avoid the blow and asked how his opponent could swing his sword from such a position. The blade was right in front of his face. The warrior was able to parry this powerful attack. The swordsman frowned tensely and noted his fast and precise movements. Looking at his crazy eyes, the commander realized that the enemy did not even give him a chance to counterattack. The protagonist parried another blow and jumped back. He took out a knife and threw it forward. The man swung his sword when the dagger came close to him. He managed to throw it away with his free hand. Encred stared at him in amazement and felt the difference in their levels. The villain lunged forward and opened his eyes wide. The tip of the knife almost reached the boy's chest. The fire was spreading across the camp. The blade of the sword passed dangerously close to the neck of the young man. The fire approached the flagpole. Tongues of flame engulfed the banner. The man in the robe opened his mouth wide and called out to the platoon captain. The stranger furiously knitted his brows and asked if his comrade did not understand what was at stake. The soldier looked at his enemy and realized that he would not die without a fight. The warrior held the sword in front of him. The swordsman frowned menacingly. The knight turned away and said that they would meet again. After that, the enemy left. Looking after him, the commander was surprised that his opponent retreated so easily. The knight pointed to the side. The protagonist realized that this was not a real wall. Holding the sword in his hands, Encred decided that this man could become his wall in the future. He squeezed the hilt even tighter. The guy opened his eyes wide and realized that he had to become even stronger. Andrew ran up behind him and called out to him. The boy frowned menacingly and shouted that they should run right now. The young man turned away. The villain went towards the fire. The enemy looked back for the last time and glared at his opponent. The warrior's pupils narrowed. The swordsman sheathed his weapon. The commander opened his mouth wide and ordered his comrades to retreat. The Azpan guards tried to put out the fire with buckets of water. The scouting party ran away from the camp. The protagonist looked at his comrades and noticed that one of them was missing and that there were only 5 people left in the team. Mac opened his mouth furiously and hoped that the enemies would not send a large detachment to pursue them. Encred narrowed his eyes and replied that they were unlikely to do such a thing. Suddenly Henry grabbed his shoulder. The villains rushed after him to prevent the invaders from escaping. The boys stood up to protect their comrade. The boy cut off the head of one of the soldiers. The man pierced the enemy's chest with his sword. Andrew cut the throat of another knight. The young man turned around and ordered his comrades to run as fast as they could. The archer decided that the enemies would not be able to pursue them if they ran in the direction of the habitat of field foxes and snakes. A member of the squad put his hand on his shoulder and asked if this did not mean that it would be difficult for them to run there too. The hunter smiled and said that he knew a safe path. With wide eyes, the warrior said that he trusted him and asked him to lead them. The moonlight illuminated the forest. The steps of the squad from Aspan, who had set off in pursuit, died away. The boys continued to run. The fox climbed onto the rocks and looked after them. The boy frowned menacingly. Thanks to the efforts of the squad members, the heroes were able to get rid of the villains quite easily. The man pointed his hand forward. If it weren't for his knowledge, they wouldn't have been able to get out of the forest so easily. The swordsman covered his eyes with his hand. A bright light illuminated his face. The sun rose over the mountains. The boys ran across the field. In the camp, the man put his hand on his belt and asked what happened to them. The soldiers got married. Henry said that he was about to die. The commander closed his eyes and thought about what had happened today. The archer fell to the ground. The knights immediately ran to the returning scouting party. The Aspan flag was burned to ashes. The captain asked what to do with the banner. The man in the robe lowered his head and said that they needed to start preparing again. The grey dog frowned tensely when the man was disappointed in him for not being able to stop the invaders. The soldier put his hand on the hilt of his sword and wondered how several enemies were able to break through, start a fire and escape when his best warriors were in the field. A crest appeared, depicting a predator, which belonged to an independent company with independent control. The wolf climbed the cliff. Like these animals, knights with a persistent character tied themselves to any goal they chose for themselves. The beast bared his teeth fiercely. It did not matter to them whether it was love or war, so the Grey Dog Company was also called the Persistent Lovers. The captain looked up at the sky and asked if his comrade's opponent was really that strong. Mitch frowned and explained that he would have dealt with him on the spot if not for the fire. Standing in front of him, the man decided that he was very lucky. The soldier turned down the corners of his lips and promised that such a thing would not happen again. The protagonist was sitting in his tent. Encred bandaged his hand and was angry that he could not overcome the wall he faced. The guy pursed his lips and thought that sooner or later they would fight. The scoundrel frowned angrily and declared that he would kill him with his own hands. The young man looked ahead confidently and decided that he could overcome this wall too. Rem threw the axe up and complained of mortal boredom. He knew that the commander should have returned from reconnaissance by now, so why was there still no news? He grabbed the axe by the shaft. He sat down and looked ahead tiredly. His face reflected anxiety. A question arose in his head: could the commander really have died? The hunter continued to play with the axe. He noted that the commander, of course, had become more capable, but he was still a green youth, and it was no wonder if he had died, and he had, to his surprise, liked him. The warrior sighed and said that there was only melancholy around. He decided that if the hero had died, then nothing could be done about it. Ragnar woke up and rubbed the back of his head. He looked ahead questioningly. The big guy stared at him defiantly. The guy lifted his nose and asked what he was staring at. Ram, with a stony face, showed him his middle finger. The opponent was no slouch and showed his middle toe. The man grinned. His figure loomed over the fighter menacingly and asked if he wanted him to kill him. Ragnar boldly took the sheath with the sword and called his comrade a psycho. Meanwhile, the hero stood in front of Fea. She said that he accidentally found the enemy's secret hideout, penetrated into enemy territory, and also accidentally started a fire there. The man replied that he was lucky to make the right decision at the right time. The company leader looked at him intently and repeated. Encred looked at her steadfastly. He bowed to her. The leader sent him to heal and rest. She folded her hands together. She assumed that the hero would do something, but the result exceeded all her expectations. She looked at the squad leader's back and asked, "Who is he?" The regressor glanced at the tent, wondering what the company commander was thinking. A subordinate approached him. Andrew bowed and apologized for being rude at first, because thanks to him he survived. He looked at the commander and asked if they could see each other again. Encred walked forward and waved goodbye. He replied that only if they ended up on the same battlefield. The soldiers looked at their leader. The nobleman's hand slowly reached for his sword. The hero walked forward and did not see how the arrogant man bowed to him. The others followed his example. The man took another step. A question arose in his head. Was it really thanks to him that they survived? The warrior realized that he really saved the four of them. Encred frowned forward and asked himself if this was his maximum. After all, he lost 2 soldiers on the battlefield. He stopped and frowned down. If he were a little stronger, he could have saved them too. The view of the camp opened up before him. A series of the same today allowed him to look beyond the limit and now it was time to stop wasting energy in vain. The man went further and put his hand on his sword. He decided that he must follow the path of the knight he dreams of becoming, to move forward, overcoming today, and so that it does not happen again. Encred angrily looked ahead and told himself that he must become stronger. Nearby, the crowd was chanting. Someone shouted that these psychos were fighting again. 2 members of the squad were fiercely fighting each other. Rem smiled happily. Ragnar closely watched his every move. The commander froze. It was the first time he saw this expression on their faces. He had sparred many times with members of the squad, but he had never seen them like this during a fight. The red-haired soldier behind him fearfully asked if the opponents were people. He compared them to monsters. The men approached each other in a simultaneous attack. The hero realized that he was not taken seriously from the beginning. His hand trembled. The hero decided to move forward, setting target after target. Encred frowned and decided that first of all, he would make them make such faces in front of him. The warriors avoided a direct hit, knocking sparks out of the collision. Ragnar looked back in surprise and found the squad leader in the crowd. The regressor silently looked at them. Rem smiled and added that the captain could have reported that he had returned, otherwise he was hiding like a wild cat and peeping. The hunter began to wave his axe and disperse the curious crowd. Ragnar asked if the hero was wounded. The big guy walked forward boldly. Encred reminded him that he had just repelled Ragnar's attack. The man mumbled that he was at it again and advised him to wash his feet and go to bed. Ragnar turned to the captain, who spoke about his attack. The guy frowned and noted that something was wrong with the leader. The hero looked at him in surprise and asked what. The fighter turned away and asked to forget. It seemed that he wanted to say something. The knight looked at him and decided that he would say as soon as he wanted. At sunset, work continued in the camp. Having learned about the enemy ambush, the battalion commander deployed all the infantry closer to the field covered with tall grass. The man touched his wounds. During this time they had healed greatly. In his free time he either studied strategy or trained. The redhead lit a cigarette and looked at the captain. He reminded that they were already moving out tomorrow and he should rest, but the hero replied that he would not be for long. Rem slurped up the soup and commented that the leader had not yet fully recovered, but was already running. Bright day had come. The sunlight fell on the sleepy Ragnar. He looked at the commander's empty bed and realized that he had gone to train. He stretched sweetly. He got out of bed and took his sword with him. The guy looked at him and remembered that he had always had a talent for fencing. Ragnar staggered slightly. For him it was easy to become stronger, so he found the opportunity to become a knight earlier, but he yawned tiredly and thought about how boring it was. The warrior wandered through the camp. He did not understand why he needed this title. Anyway, there was nothing he wanted to do, so why bother and waste energy to become a knight? Seeing no point, he lost his goal. Ragnar found the commander while thinking about how he was now marking time. Encred struck a wide blow. He flinched, stretching forward, and bent at the knees, tormented by pain. His hand was holding on to the healing wounds. Ragnar folded his hands together. He noted boredly that the commander had learned incorrectly from the very beginning. He needed to master the basics first. He looked at him carefully. He knew that having mastered all sorts of simplified methods, thereby introducing the wrong habits, you can forget about improving, no matter how much you train. His hand grabbed the scabbard of his sword. The commander looked forward angrily. Ragnar watched him listlessly and did not understand why he was trying so hard, driving himself to exhaustion. The regressor swung his sword again. He began to strike, but the knight behind him asked why he did it. The man turned and answered that he wanted to become stronger. The blonde leaned on his sword and asked what he was going to do next. He answered that he would become a knight. Ragnar looked away and answered that a knight is someone who is good at fighting. That's all, what's the point? Encred looked down and answered that he had his own beliefs. He picked up the sword and explained that it was for the weak and the disadvantaged, for the sake of honor. The hero pressed the sword to himself and answered that they take up a sword for the sake of their loved ones. That's the kind of knight he wants to become. The blonde looked at him in surprise. He closed his eyes and lowered his head. He realized that physical strength is just a tool. What does a knight mean? A sword. What does he dream about? The warrior threw the scabbard over his shoulder. He came a little closer. He realized that he would not know until he stepped on this path. The guy came closer and turned to the commander. Encred glanced at him. Ragnar looked at him seriously and asked if he wanted him to teach him how to wield a sword. The leader lowered the sword and replied that this was his natural desire. He looked at the subordinate. He lowered his gaze and sighed. He looked at the sky and decided that he had stuttered in vain, because all this was unnecessary stress. His gaze stopped again on the captain. His gaze promised him that it would not be boring. Ragnar checked the dirt under his nails and asked if a savage had really taught him the entrails of a predator. The hero replied that it was about the style of the heart of the beast. The guy replied that this was the whole problem. He showed 3 fingers and warned that the hero would have to forget about everything else. The commander looked at the subordinate with curiosity and asked if it was even about the technique of wielding the sword of the mercenary Valen. He replied that it was especially. Ragnar leaned on his sword and said that if he forgot, When the time came to use the new technique, then he would use what was more convenient out of habit, and then it would be better to continue living as he had been living. The guy looked closely at the leader and told him to choose, to renounce everything and gain completely new knowledge or to be content with what he had. Encred looked at the warrior seriously. His answer was a desire to gain completely new knowledge. Ragnar looked at the hero thoughtfully. He was surprised and asked if he was serious. The hero lowered his gaze and asked where they would start. The warrior nodded, not understanding what kind of person was in front of him. He was not called normal. He inclined his sword to him and said that the commander was strong, so there was no need to use light weapons. He said that a 1.5-handed sword would be suitable as the main weapon. He could take it. The man asked if he was sure it was worth giving it to him. The regressor grabbed him. Ragnar said he didn't care because he picked him up anyway. He told him to grab the handle, right hand on top and left hand on the bottom. The warrior looked at the hero in confusion and asked why he was holding on to it like that. He answered so as not to drop the sword. But who taught him that? The blonde looked away in annoyance after learning that it was Rem who did it. Encred looked closely at his subordinate. He told him to get into a stance. Suddenly the blonde attacked. The knight managed to block the blow. He looked at his trembling hands in surprise. He lowered his hands and said that it hurt. The fighter replied that it was supposed to be that way. He intercepted his sword. He said that the leader would break everything if he stood like a statue, relying only on strength. He compared the hero to a branch or a column. The leader looked at the blonde man with confusion and noted that all members were strong in eloquence. He did not understand what these comparisons were for. He looked to the side and assumed that the soldier meant that he was straining his entire body to put strength into his hands. He decided that he needed to become more flexible if he did not want to break anything. He understood that he needed to add maneuverability to his attacks. His hands slightly tilted the sword forward. The sounds of blows were heard under the scorching sun. Encred missed a blow to the legs. Ragnar told him to watch his center of gravity. The man stepped back and intercepted the sword. He was asked what was wrong with the direction of his toes. A blow hit the blade. The guy noticed that the hero tensed up again. Did he really want to break his wrists? Encred made a dash forward, but Ragnar grinned and compared. This is a dance movement. The sun continued its course. The regressor fell to the ground from fatigue. Blondin bent down and covered his face. He did not think that the commander was so incapable. He did not even have the basics of fencing. The dark-haired man was breathing tiredly. Ragnar decided that training would hardly help here. Sweat rolled down his face. He stood up and took hold of the hilt of his sword. The knight looked at him in surprise. A gloomy expression froze on his face. Encred took hold of the hilt and ordered him to repeat everything again. Ragnar sighed and slowly moved his sword. He stood in a stance and offered to learn to walk again. The hero looked back. Someone came up to them and said that he had not seen them all day. Rem looked at them boredly and said that they even missed food while they were playing friends here. He pointed the axe at the blonde and asked if this wreck was really making fun of him. He offered to teach him a lesson. He threatened to cut off his hand. The captain looked at the hunter and asked if something had happened. Why did he dress like that? The man threw the axe over his shoulder and answered that he was calling. Everyone in the camp was getting ready. The enemy was approaching. The army gathered on the field. The ferry was examining it. The hero's squad went to the front. Ragnar looked at the captain with boredom and decided that he had decided in vain to teach him fencing, because now he had an unfamiliar sword in his hands. He could get confused and not be able to fight at full strength, and he would even die because of it. He threw his sword over his shoulder. He looked ahead and decided that today it was better not to go far from the leader. Encred looked ahead gloomily. He wanted to learn how to wield a sword. Why were they standing like that? Strange flags fluttered in the wind on the spear. The enemy army dispersed into small groups. Their own noticed that their formation was too strange. The sorcerer stretched out his hand forward and gloomily declared that this was the end. Fog began to appear around him. The elf looked ahead in surprise and began to think that it was witchcraft. The soldiers began to cover themselves from the strange smoke around them. The commander peered tensely into the wall of fog around him, which appeared out of nowhere. Everything around him was covered in white mist. Now even those who stood in front of him could not be seen. The army began to lose formation, trying to orient themselves on the terrain. Encred noticed something ahead. The soldiers began to look around and listen to the strange approaching sound. They began to panic and ask what was happening up ahead. The hero opened his mouth and screamed that these were arrows. A hail of arrows appeared from the shroud. They began to pierce and kill the hesitating soldiers. The company leader blocked the arrows flying at her. She realized that this was not a natural fog. Who would have thought that the wag would choose such tactics? She screamed and ordered everyone to raise their shields. She realized that they were fooled. The sorcerer began to laugh maliciously near the flag. He was smiling hysterically. He spent a lot of effort to refine this spell. He got the blood of all kinds of animals and water from the cleanest lake. He even had to periodically use rain spells. His troops stood with spears at the ready. As soon as the spell was activated, the thick fog would deprive the enemies of vision, but remaining under the flag transmitter of witchcraft, you can see and attack the enemy unilaterally. In the middle of the fog there were many flags. This spell was called the Exterminating Fog. The commander approached him and noticed that the sorcerer looked pleased. He would have answered of course, because he barely managed to complete the spell, considering that the flags were almost burned. The man was sullenly silent. The magician cursed, complained about the hero, because if it weren't for him, it would have been much easier. Mitch looked ahead and remembered who they were talking about. At that moment, Encred was in a defensive stance, parrying arrows. They continued to fly through the fog. The commander managed to dodge another one. A shadow appeared behind him. Ragnar shouted for the hero not to raise his head. He was right behind him. The swordsman looked into the fog. The soldier cursed at the witchcraft that was happening. This voice belonged to Rem. The man looked ahead in shock. He understood that his people were right under his nose, but he couldn't see them, so he couldn't fight at full strength. An arrow stuck in the ground in front of him. The captain pressed his sword to his chest. He was breathing heavily and his body was too tense. His legs barely dragged along the ground. He hadn't learned anything from Ragnar's lessons. In general, he didn't expect to master everything at once. The blonde looked at him boredly and said that even despite the training, he would not give up old habits immediately, and it was best not to engage in battles at all until you mastered the new knowledge perfectly. But if you do not fight on the battlefield, you will die. The man listened attentively to his words. Now he closed his eyes, realizing the importance of those words. Encred looked ahead and thought about death. There was already a massacre in the fog in front of him. Ragnar came up from behind and said that it was better to retreat now, but he replied that he had found a way. He understood that if it did not work the first time. The swordsman ran into the fog. His subordinates asked if the captain had gone crazy. A spear blade appeared from the white shroud. It pierced the hero's throat. He twisted his mouth in pain, realizing what had just happened. The regressor's eyes bulged. He decided that he would return to training with Ragnar. The enemy soldier retreated in fear and called him a psycho. He tore the dead body off the shaft with his foot. A fountain of blood spurted out. Another sunny day in the camp. Encred fell to one knee. The blonde asked why he fell. Was he sure he had learned the movement correctly? The swordsman noted that Ragnar was a mediocre teacher. From the position of a genius, all this was as natural as breathing, so he did not bother himself with explanations. The guy looked tiredly to the side and said that the captain understood everything with his head, but his body could not keep up. He said that it was just a swing of the sword. Was it really that difficult? The regressor sighed tiredly. He understood that they were not trying to reproach him, but were genuinely interested. He asked where he should move his center of gravity. Ragnar looked at the hero in surprise and asked again. He began to stagger from side to side to understand how it all worked. Encred slumped his shoulders. He knew that geniuses did not even really understand what they were doing. He looked forward seriously. He noted that although Ragnar's explanations were poor, listening and remembering them was one of his abilities. He knew that he would get used to how to hold the sword and how to stand after repeating it a few times. The arrows began their deadly flight again. Encred parried one of them. He looked at the trembling body. It still felt wooden. The tip of a spear jumped out of the fog. He decided that he would die and learn again. The enemy pierced his throat again. His legs stretched out on the ground. Encred was able to dodge the blow of his subordinate's sword. This was the 30th in a row today. His movements became flexible. Ragnar looked at the commander in surprise and noted that this move was very good. Where did he learn that? The hero looked closely at the fighter. Now he answered that the man would be able to master the basics of fencing again. The blond man twirled his sword and said that a cut, a thrust, and a slash are the main attacks with a sword and that the blade can be used for defense. If the sword is good, the blunt side can be used. The blade hung at the commander's throat. Ragnar said that the minimum distance maintained between him and the enemy is called the line of attack. The guy held the sword coldly and continued the story. He said that blocking the enemy's line of attack and increasing your own is fencing. Draw an opponent in your head and then swing your sword. Meanwhile, the enemy's spearman ran forward. Encred managed to dodge this time. He dashed forward, feeling light in his legs. Now he could easily dodge this attack. But then a multitude of spears appeared from the fog. The swordsman ran into 4 spears at once. His appearance is gradually changing today. The warriors trained during the day. The sweaty leader dodged. The subordinate was surprised that he was now parrying his sword, albeit slowly. The hero was dying. He was swinging during training. Ragnar looked at the commander slightly dumbfounded and said that there was no longer any fault to be found with his strike angle. The regressor was gathering these small steps together. Then he ran to attack through the fog. He was pierced by spears. The man was dying with a smile on his face, because he was definitely getting better. Ragnar attacked him with anger on his face. Encred was diving deep, and he counterattacked. The knight fought him off with a calm face, but he looked at him with interest. So the 100th day came. The guy dodged the blow with anxiety. He looked ahead tensely. Confusion was frozen on his face. The commander stood opposite with a sword in his hands. He was asked who he was. Encred looked at him angrily and rushed to attack. He noticed that his subordinate's gaze had changed. Now he was confidently looking into the fog, abilities that seemed to have reached their limit. The blonde looked at his leader in fear and asked him to stop. But the captain ran straight to the enemies in the fog. Right now his abilities broke through to a new level. Encred dodged the enemy's spearman. He charged swiftly. He was determined to reach this place. The swordsman ran forward, breaking through the wall of spears. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. He was thinking about the knight's path. The enemies looked at him dumbfounded. But he was still being killed. But Encred smiled, bleeding. He finally learned that the knight's path exists beyond this pain. He was having fun. The man looked with a crazy look and laughed. He could go crazy with joy. Ragnar looked at the commander and turned to him. He looked at him boredly and asked if he wanted to learn fencing. The regressor silently looked at him and thought about becoming stronger. He smiled madly and said of course, he was ready to die more than once. Ragnar scratched his face out of awkwardness and said that he did not remember the hero being so skilled. He leaned on his sword again and asked if the commander had really been fighting so badly all this time. He said no. The guy said that his basic knowledge was enough. The regressor's eyes widened. His teacher finally said that he needed experience in a real fight. Arrows rained down on the confused soldiers again. More than 200 had passed today. An arrow was flying at the commander's head. He traced the ground with his foot and knelt down on one knee. The arrow flew right over his head. Encred looked ahead. He wondered how far he could go with the strength he had mastered and the knowledge he had gained. The knight dodged the first spearman and cut off his head with his sword. It flew far to the side. The hero remembered where the enemy was behind the fog and at what moment he would jump out. The man took out a throwing knife and swung. Even without seeing, he could hit a couple of people. The knife pierced the chest of the warrior Aspan. The knight turned and shouted, asking who? He stood with a spear in his hands and peered into the fog. The guy froze and began to say that he did not see anyone. Suddenly Encred jumped out of the fog and chopped off his leg. The rest of the enemies began to pull themselves up to the commotion that began in their ranks. The crossbowman aimed his weapon at the hero. Ragnar appeared in his head, who was talking about eyes, legs and hands. Encred opened his eyes wide. They look and predict. His legs were moving. With his hands he pierced the archer through with a sword. His hands finished what he started. The captain looked around. He laughed wildly from what was happening. Everything was different. He experienced a completely different feeling than before learning the basics. He hacked another soldier. He ran into the fog towards a bunch of spearmen. He demanded that they attack him again and again. The warrior ran through the veil with a heavy sword at the ready. A group of archers appeared ahead. The unknown man smiled nervously and pointed a crossbow at him. He said that he had fought well, but he shouldn't think that he could return alive if he decided to fight the crowd alone. Encred lowered his sword to the ground. That was not all. He took a step forward and offered to fight with swords. A crazy smile appeared on his face. He offered to do it like men. He wanted to test himself. The shooter was sweating all over and called the stranger a psycho. A bunch of crossbow bolts pierced the commander. Water fell in the darkness. A gloomy voice called the hero a fool. Encred found himself in the darkness of mystical waters. The voice asked, did he really throw himself into the arms of death? The boatman looked at the man and asked, did he really go crazy? The knight opened his eyes tiredly. He sat down and thought that it had been a long time since he had been simply scolded and left. The swordsman sighed wearily. He was asked if he was in the clouds. Rem was standing in the tent next to him. The hero remembered how the hunter screamed in the fog and complained about witchcraft. The man remembered the enemy army formation, which had no strategic importance. He remembered that the same thing happened in the field when they were defending the flag. The squad leader looked at his subordinate and asked if he knew anything about witchcraft. The gray-haired warrior turned to the leader and asked why such an interest. The captain replied that he was just curious, so if he knew something, it would be better to enlighten him. Rem folded his hands together and asked if the commander knew the difference between magic and witchcraft. Encred folded his hands together and answered that magic is more common, including. The hunter looked at the hero and explained that witchcraft requires a guide and it is very important. He emphasized this. The swordsman looked down and thought. The subordinate continued to say that without a guide there is no sorcery. The captain thought that the enemy spread the fog using sorcery in the flag, which he imagined in his head, acts as a guide. The hero looked at the man and asked if his tribe used sorcery. He knew that it came from the west and, as far as he knew, Rem was from there. The warrior smiled and said that he had seen him. He told that in fact, true sorcerers can be counted on the fingers. Those who wander the continent are mostly charlatans. Encred looked down and went outside. He turned and said that he went to training. Ragnar looked at the leader and said that they were lucky that they were taught only the basics. He frowned and asked if the hero heard of the 5 sword styles. The commander imagined a story in his head. 500 years ago an extraordinary genius was born. He was born to a simple farmer's family and at the age of 9, when their farm was attacked, he killed all 12 robbers with one poker. Having lost his parents early, he, mature beyond his years, mastered the principles of fencing, and after which one nobleman found out about him, he found the child and took him into his family. So this genius received a new name, Lionesis. The boy stood with a long sword in his hands. The heavens sent him not only talent, but also adversity. From the age of 10, his limbs began to lose strength, and before he turned 12, he was struck by an incurable disease that paralyzed his body. Oblivion awaited the unfortunate genius. The blonde sadly lowered his face and said that despite his illness, 20-year-old Dionysus divided the continental art of fencing into before and after. He divided all existing fencing styles into 5 types, namely the straight and sharp sword, the heavy and powerful sword, the graceful and fascinating sword, and the swift and sharp sword, along with the soft and smooth. The captain thoughtfully looked at his subordinate and repeated the 5 sword styles. Ragnar said that Dionysus rewrote the history of fencing, and the family line became the strongest in the empire with his help. This direction of fencing was passed down from generation to generation, and today is firmly rooted in the minds of people. The blonde frowned at the commander and said that the heavy sword is common in the north, the slashing and flowing sword in the central region, the dancing sword in the west, and the illusory sword in the south. In addition, in the east there is a spiritual sword, and there is one technique that he mastered for the heavy sword of the north. He began to remember the names of this technique. The regressor looked at him and said that he was talking about the heart of the beast. The guy replied that in any case there is a thing more useful than this. The warrior bowed his head and said that he was talking about concentrating on one point. He forgets about everything around, focusing only on the enemy and his sword. He stood in a fighting stance and said that he would explain the main idea to him. The captain looked questioningly at the warrior, not understanding what he was talking about. The blade of the sword suddenly rushed to his head. Blood spurted from a small wound on his neck. He grabbed the wound. He noted that this blow was faster than Rem's axe. He had just almost died. The guy smiled and asked if the hero felt anything. At that moment, the hunter approached them. He threw the axe over his shoulder and asked if he really tried to kill the commander. Ragnar turned away boredly and explained that mortal danger increases concentration. He just helped him with training. The savage shouted that in order to master something, the head, at least, should be on the shoulders. The commander took a very long time, even to master the heart of the beast. The captain held his neck and watched the argument of the 2 subordinates. Mentally he told them that they both explained equally poorly. The barbarian pointed the axe at the interlocutor and reminded that he himself was from the outskirts of the north. Wasn't there a wild tribe living there? The blonde turned away and clarified that Rem came from a barbarian village in the west. The big guy smiled and got into a fighting stance, but the commander interrupted the beginning fight. Ragnar looked at the hero and asked him to try to feel how his nerves heat up at the moment of mortal danger, because if he successfully mastered concentration on one point, the unnecessary environment would disappear and he would feel that the sword would begin to move in the desired direction. An enemy army with flags appeared in his head, with the heart of the beast as well, and at the same time in a completely different way. The detachment had already gathered at the front. The man thought that the heart of the beast grows brave in the face of death, and concentration on one point, on the contrary, makes you tense up. He decided that he needed to fight in a real battle to grasp the essence. The swordsman's gaze froze. He thought about the flag that could serve as a conductor for the fog summoning spell. The battlefield was covered by a familiar shroud. The commander thought that only by getting rid of the spell would he be able to repel the enemy's one-sided attacks. The allies began to panic. The battlefield gained purpose. Encred ran purposefully towards the enemy. He decided that first of all he would break this flag. He cut down several enemies he met. He knew that if Ram or Ragnar were with him, they would be able to easily get to him. The swordsman dodged the spear thrust. He pinned the spearman to the ground and pierced him with his sword. With a blind blow, he cut down the enemy in the fog. He decided to try to go that far. A mad smile appeared on his face again. He was going to go as far as he could. He was pierced in the throat again. Concentration on one point did not give in. He died over and over again, without even knowing its essence. He imagined an assassin entering his room. Hearing training was needed to avoid dying at his hands. He dodged the blade. The beast's heart was needed to cut and maneuver on the battlefield, but concentration on one point. Ragnar attacked. His blade froze in front of the commander's face, and he asked if he got the point. He tilted his head and said that if it worked, he should have felt the tip of the sword slow down or something like that. Encred closed his eyes and shook his head. He didn't understand anything and assumed that the courage of the beast's heart was hindering him. The warrior put the blade on his palm and said that the environment at such a moment becomes blurred. You only see the enemy's sword and can predict the trajectory of the blow. Was he not familiar with this? The captain looked at him and asked how he learned to concentrate. He still did not think that focusing on the fear of death was the right way. The blonde threw his sword over his shoulder and answered in a bored voice that there was nothing to learn. It just happened once. The hero asked again. The subordinate looked at him in surprise and answered that he simply focused on one point and everything worked. The man decided that it was stupid to expect detailed explanations from him. It remained to learn everything himself. The armies gathered on the battlefield again. The leader of the squad decided to put the alarm aside. He decided to continue training concentration, and first of all, he needed to break the flag. He decided to minimize the losses of his comrades and penetrate the enemy camp. The soldiers began to cover themselves from the surging fog. The hero turned and shouted for everyone to duck. The soldiers bent down in confusion. Encred raised his shield and ordered the others to do the same. Arrows appeared in the form of a deadly rain. This time they began to pierce the shields. This was the 300th in a row today. The commander threw down his shield and ran forward. He would know with his eyes closed when to attack. He went around a familiar spearman and pointed his sword at him. It went through his throat. The warrior ran forward and with a wide blow cut off the hands of the approaching spearman. The fighters looked at the stranger in the fog with fear and called him crazy, because he was all alone. Reinforcements ran towards the battle in the fog. Orders were heard to capture the hero. Encred was furiously swinging his long sword, being in a rain of blood. He chopped and carefully looked at everything around him. One of the leaders of the enemy group backed up to the flag. He told his idiots not to stand like pillars and stop this psycho. The regressor ran at him with a mad smile. The man managed to block the attack, but was thrown back by its force. The captain attacked him again a moment later with a heavy attack from above. The blow did not cut the enemy, but threw him right to the flag. The flagpole broke with it. This was the 10th time today that the hero had reached this flag. He glared at it. This time he had succeeded. His eyes widened. He looked into the fog around him and reminded himself that he had definitely broken this flag, but the fog still lay on the battlefield. In a moment of confusion, he was pierced by a bunch of spears. The soldier behind him chuckled and said that apparently the hero was familiar with witchcraft, but this time he had bought it. Blood began to spurt from the wounds. The man realized what the reason was. 1 flag was real and 5 were fakes. He imagined the battlefield and remembered how the enemy groups were scattered. He knew that he would have to find the right one among them. Encred again rushed to attack through the fog. The allies looked around in confusion, and the hero thought that the probability that among the remaining flags there was the right one was 1 in 5. He ran forward at full speed. Then he turned and gave the order to bend down and raise shields. The soldiers looked at him in confusion. Someone started asking what the guy in front said. People didn't see anything and didn't understand what happened. Encred froze in shock. Arrows rained down on his squad. He managed to put up a shield at the last moment. But members of his army began to die en masse. The commander looked at them in surprise and asked himself why this time it didn't work out like last time. Was it really an unfortunate moment? He realized that he had to give them time to catch their breath and assess the situation. He cut down the flag and spent 3 days to get to the second of them. His head flew off his shoulders as soon as the hero realized that this flag was fake. There were 4 flags left. He was blocked by a bunch of spears. He reached the 3rd flag he noticed, spending 5 days, and it turned out to be another bait. The swordsman again found himself surrounded by spears. It took 7 days to get to the 4th. But he was killed again, and the target turned out to be false. The regressor highlighted 2 more flags on the battlefield for himself. There were only 2 left. He looked ahead and thought that it was most likely the real one. A black sorcerer's flag towered over the enemy army. Its fabric consisted of skins and hair. The one in the middle was needed. The sorcerer raised his hand and fog fell on the battlefield. Encred knelt down on one knee when panic began and gave the order to do the same. After success, he ordered to raise the shields. Arrows were already flying into the built line of defense. The commander ran to attack again and called the hunter after him, pretending to curse the sorcery. The big guy screamed that it was suicide, but ran after his leader. He understood that the center was still far away and he could not get tired before he reached the real flag. The warriors ran out to meet the spearmen. Without waiting, he asked who they were. Running forward, the hero allowed his subordinate to throw an axe in the enemy's face. The captain decided that the savage should distract the enemy's attention while he made his way to the flag. The warrior grabbed the corpse by the collar, took out the axe and asked, "Whose hands did this witchcraft?" He threw it back and decided that he would then ask the next one. Encred ran forward. A real meat grinder began behind him. The number of days in which he died in the fog exceeded a year. The silhouette of the flag appeared ahead. The swordsman swung. He told himself that now with the fog. He began to strike. Having finished with him at last, an unfamiliar voice asked, was he dreaming? The tip of the sword was blocked by another sword. The enemy warrior repelled the attack on the flag. The regressor stepped back. The man said that God heard his prayers. He slightly opened his mouth. His gaze filled with cruelty and passion. He said that he wanted the hero to certainly die by his hand. Encred looked at him in confusion. He thought, opened his mouth and asked who he was. The red-haired warrior's eyes bulged in surprise. He twisted his mouth and said that it was only a couple of days, and he had already forgotten him? The captain looked at the enemy with genuine incomprehension. He raised his sword and asked again who he was. The enemy grabbed the sword more comfortably and assumed that he would remember. He rushed to attack, adding as soon as he cuts him. Encred dodged sharply. Stepping to the side, the hero began his counterattack. His legs slid along the ground, and the commander rushed to attack with an outstretched sword, but the enemy jumped back. He pulled his sword to himself. The regressor looked at him gloomily. The man did not understand whether he really saw him last time, because his skill had grown incomparably. The enemy gritted his teeth and mentally asked the hero if he really intended to catch him in just one step. The captain rushed to attack again. The flag defender blocked the blow with his sword. Encred felt himself shaking all over. He noted that his enemy was basically a strict adherent of the slashing sword. The grey dog held the block and also began to shake. The hero noticed that his attacks were mixed with the smooth style of a flowing sword. The red one began to press the wedge. The captain broke the approach with a sharp swing. He concentrated all his attention before his eyes. The man put his sword horizontally and made a dash again. The captain thought about the balance that could collapse from one wrong step. He jumped. Letting the enemy's sword go to the side, he threw forward all the strength he had. The flag behind the defender appeared in his head. He forgot about it. He dived forward. He forgot about the outcome of the battle and about fencing. The enemy swung, intending to cut down the intruder, but for him the entire surroundings disappeared. Only the sword remained. The grey dog angrily attacked. His powerful blows pushed the hero back. He looked at him in surprise. And suddenly he was pierced by a sword. Encred clenched his teeth and spat out blood. His body was left hanging on the sword. A cough began to escape from his throat. The dark-haired man raised an angry look and said that he remembered. The warrior of the Order of the Grey Dogs looked at the enemy in surprise. He recalled that he blocked his way to the flag back then on the field. The man introduced himself as Mitch, the platoon commander of the Grey Dog Company. The hero bowed his head in exhaustion and introduced himself in response. The soldiers approached their commander and asked if the enemy had managed to penetrate. Mitch assumed that stealth was his skill. He looked at the enemy captain. He was told that he looked annoyed. The guardian of the gaze looked at the hero in surprise and asked why he was smiling. Sweat was dripping from the reggressor's face, and he was smiling slightly. He glared at his new opponent and cursed Ragna, because he didn't need the power of concentration that comes from the fear of dying. Mitch looked at him in surprise. Encred told himself that he needed a worthy opponent. He inspired him to put everything on the line, risking his own life. The grey dog pulled the sword out of the defeated Psycho and called him just crazy. The tip jumped out of the dead body. The blonde looked at the captain, who asked him about concentration on one point. He answered that it resembled the feeling of excitement at the moment of mortal danger. Encred leaned on the sword and looked away. The subordinate was surprised that they were listening to him with half an ear. Did the hero really decide to give up? Ram went to his men and ordered to wrap it up, because it was time to gather. The commander turned to the blonde and ordered to follow him. The guy looked after him in confusion and noticed that his appearance, opposite, was filled with determination. The man walked forward with a sword on his back. Ragna considered him a strange person. He followed and smiled slightly and thought that he should have a tough training session today. The fog hit the soldiers. Everyone managed to bend down and raise their shields as ordered. Arrows flew at them again. Encred ran forward and called the hunter to follow him. The savage ran after him, but Ragna followed too. He said that if they were going to break through, then he was with them. The big guy asked, "Where is he going?" Did an arrow fly into his head? The knees on Ragna's face trembled. He ordered to look forward if he did not want it to fly into her. Enemy warriors jumped out of the fog at the trio. The captain broke through. Ram started chopping everyone around together with Ragna. The hero decided that he would break through the same way as before and meet Mitch again. A minute, and the cherished enemy appeared in front of him. Encred raised his sword with a crazy smile and said that he was glad to meet a friend, after which he asked to fight him. The grey dog looked coldly at the hero and asked if he really came for his soul. The captain smiled and asked if this was the first time he was getting recognition. He said that he fell in love with him at first sight. Mitch began to take out his sword and introduced his squad. He said that the people in it were still obsessed romantics, and this was the first time someone found him before he did. The man asked if he was upset now. The enemy rushed to the attack and said that this was nonsense. Encred was going to focus on the sword again. His chest was pierced. The regressor fell to the ground. The defender of the flag swung his sword and said that he lost too easily. What was he guided by? The hero's eyes widened. He realized that he had made the wrong decision. He did not have to do it on purpose. The next day, he blocked his attack, realizing that he should succumb to the charm of the sword. His stomach was cut open. Reliving the moment over and over again, he decided to find this feeling. The captain rushed to attack again. He had already lost 18 times. The grey dog attacked. His sword was shining. The regressor seized it again. For the 28th time, he smoothly followed the movement of the sword. Of his own free will he began to enter a state of concentration. For the 58th time, Ragna got into a fighting stance and said that he would show him the main idea. His sword point was aimed at the captain's face. His eyes widened and seemed to glow. The subordinate's sword slowly flew towards his face. The commander abruptly parried the attack. The blonde looked at the hero in amazement. He lowered the sword and asked, "Did he really just strike with concentration in one point?" Encred silently looked at his subordinate, who asked how he did it. His body became one with the sword. He silently turned away, thinking that both strength and skill had increased to an unrecognizable level. Before it happened again today, Rang Nana asked where the commander went. The man turned around, threw the sword over his shoulder, and said that he was going to meet the company commander. He looked ahead intently. It was time to step over this today. The fairy was studying the scrolls at this time. She heard that he wanted to see her. So what was the matter? The hero replied that it was witchcraft, and he remembered what he saw during Reconnaissance. The leader looked at the hero warily. Encred lowered his gaze and told that the Aspan soldiers called the suspicious-looking man Lord Spellcaster. The elf looked up and asked to tell more from this moment. For the sake of victory in this battle, the man passed on all the information he knew. The fog enveloped the fighters again. Everyone ducked and managed to put up their shields. The trio went to break through. Encred quickly looked ahead and thought that on their part, they could only hope for the talent of the military leader. His eyes opened wide. He knew his duty. Under the flag stood the commander of the Grey Dogs. He angrily looked at the impudent intruder. The captain was going to go through this guy. The hero stopped in front of the enemy and called him by name. He asked if he really knew his name. The man began to take out his sword and said that he wanted to fight him from their first meeting. He grabbed it with both hands and shouted that today he would defeat him. The dog dodged the first attack. His hands squeezed the hilt of the sword. The regressor put the sword blade down to protect himself. The slash hit the guard area. The man cursed under his breath and swung again. At that moment, the captain made a dash with a thrust. Mitch deflected his course at the last moment. The hero closed the distance. The enemy raised his hand again to attack. The opponents entered a wedge. They stared at each other. The man asked if the hero was hiding his talent. The flag defender leaned closer and asked the name of his opponent. Encred introduced himself. He parried the attack and raised his sword above his head. Mitch counterattacked and promised to remember the name. The commander glared at him and said that he would remind him if he forgot it. His pupils narrowed. The enemy's sword began to glow. This is a state of concentration on one point. The captain shifted his center of gravity to his right leg. The dog attacked while the swordsman made a preparatory movement for an oblique cut. Encred dodged, the technique he learned today, the experience gained from repetition. Putting it all together, he sees a clear picture in front of him. The swords of the two enemies seemed to shine in the darkness where there was nothing else. Two blows only slightly grazed each other's throats. The Grey Dog looked in amazement at the sword flying at him. He managed to duck and groaned. His eyes opened wide. He did not understand why. Because he thought that he would be able to grab the hero in a couple of attacks. Was he really fighting on equal terms with some scum? He clenched his teeth and screamed to himself that this would not happen. The flag defender pulled his sword back. His slashing and flowing swords were close to the sword style that everyone was taught. They were not enough. The regressor stood in front of him with his sword pulled back. The enemy knew that he had a secret technique for this case. The tip cut the ground. Mitch was going to draw a large circle from the bottom up and hit with a backhand. Encred saw how the enemy was going to make a circular cut. Blue eyes opened wide. He saw everything. He imagined how he was being cut by a blow, his technique, which had struck him down so many times, because he could not predict the beginning of the attack and its trajectory. Looking at the approaching death, the commander swung. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. He was glad to meet. Two wide blows collided with each other and knocked out sparks. Mitch looked at the enemy in amazement, who had calculated the trajectory in advance and parried it. The Harrier family line, one of the three key families that dominated the Duchy of Aspan, the Harrier family, a symbol of combat power, it gathered under its wing all who showed talent for martial arts, regardless of their lineage and title. Mitch remembered himself. He was one of the relatives of the side line, whom the family also took to itself. Receiving a surname, he proved his skill with extraordinary talent. By the age of 15, he easily defeated 2 adult soldiers. By 18 he defeated so many swordsmen that they would be enough for an entire village, and by 22 his name was famous throughout the entire city. Relying only on his abilities, he entered the number of the 3 strongest members of the Grey Dogs. One could count on the fingers of one's fingers the opponents worthy of him. He remembered how he looked at the training with boredom, and did not understand why he had to train until his legs were swollen. He looked at his defeated opponents, and did not understand why he had to swing a sword until his palms were rubbed raw. His gaze was filled with arrogance. He did not understand what all this was for. If everything could be learned after a couple of repetitions, he was satisfied with his current position and he was proud of his talent. He was too arrogant. Encred turned for another blow. His sword pierced the Grey Dog in the chest. The commander pressed and the blade passed through the body. The hero pulled out his sword. Mitch staggered and grabbed his wound. He looked into space in amazement and coughed. The captain slowly looked around. The swordsman twisted his mouth from pain and anger. He was careless. He thought that this attack would definitely work. He said that the hero was inferior to him in strength and skill. The regressor looked at him angrily and said that he was right here, but victory was still his. The Grey Dog cursed and twisted his mouth. He still stood there with a hunched figure. The squad captain approached him and swung his sword. He said that it was fun. The blade rushed towards Mitch's neck. He looked forward in fear, realizing that if he had not been so frivolous and had put in more effort, Someone would have screamed that Mitch needed to be protected. Encred looked forward angrily. The blonde in armor parried his blow. The soldier applied a cloth to the commander's wound and asked him to wake up. The curly-haired warrior looked forward sternly. He ordered the commander to be moved to a safe place. The hero took a fighting stance. The stranger said that he did not expect that he would break through and make so much noise. He swung his sword and ordered not to even hope to leave here on good terms. The regressor looked at him closely and mentally agreed that he couldn't forget. There was enemy territory with a bunch of soldiers around. The flag continued to flutter in the wind until it was broken and a retreat path was paved. The swordsman imagined a wall behind the enemy. Today he determined a wall in front of him. His eyes opened wide. The blonde waved his hand and ordered to shoot. A bunch of bolts flew at the hero. Encred dashed to the side. He understood that he couldn't dodge all the attacks. He decided to be patient and break through. The enemy swung his sword, asking where the hero was going. The commander managed to block this attack. He looked at his sword and saw that it began to crack. In just one blow his sword began to crumble. The enemy masterfully owned the heavy sword style. The captain parried the blow and grabbed his wound. He realized that he would have to die a couple more times to break through to the front. He looked at the flag and threw a throwing knife at it, because he realized that his current goal was to win the battle and destroy the flag. The knife flew past. The regressor learned that the guide becomes useless even from the slightest scratch. The swordsman looked at the guide. He decided that he could break through if he wanted to get to the flag. He made a deep dive, dodging a heavy blow of the sword. Encred threw another knife. He needed to aim better at the connecting part of the flag and the flagpole. The captain followed the flight of the object with his eyes. This time the knife cut the fabric. Silhouettes of the battle began to appear in the fog. The fairy chopped enemy after enemy. Even though she reported witchcraft and asked for reinforcements, they did nothing. She pierced another infantryman with her sword and said to herself that this kingdom was rotten and a sprouted potato was sent as a battalion commander on the front lines, not a man. There was a pile of corpses on the ground. At this rate, complete destruction was only a matter of time. The elf turned around abruptly. The fog began to dissipate. The enemy spearman began to look around and ask what happened to the flag. At that moment, the company leader pierced him. She turned and gave the order for everyone to attack. Turning off the fog was their chance to change the situation. The allied forces rushed to counterattack. The fairy ran forward. She noted that the lack of fog improved the situation. But who broke the magic? The warrior looked around. A vague thought appeared in her mind. Encred at that moment stood in the middle of a pile of corpses with crossbow shafts in his limbs. He was breathing heavily. Realizing that he had miscalculated, he expected that if he ran towards their camp, he would meet either Rem or Ragna. But in front of him stood a group of enemy soldiers. At this time, Rem stood in the middle of a field, surrounded by a bunch of enemies. He held the prisoner by the head and ordered to lead the spellcaster, otherwise they are all corpses. At that moment, Ragna stood in the middle of the allied camp with a blade in his hands. The commander of the local detachment looked at him sullenly along with the others. The warrior was breathing heavily and peering intently into the faces around him. He made a stupid face, realizing that he was not in the enemy camp. They began to ask him where this idiot came from. Did he really want to lose his head? At this time, Encred with a broken sword slowly retreated back. The enemies asked, did he still hope to return alive? The soldier rushed to the attack and ordered to surrender. Suddenly, a wild panther grabbed him. Its eyes glowed blue. It was the animal that the hero saw in the field. The enemy archers began to aim their crossbows at it in fear, not understanding where this animal came from. The wild cat bit another infantryman and ran forward. She knocked crossbows out of people's hands. The guy looked at his weapon and screamed that the beast had torn his bowstring. The panther stood in front of the hero and growled. He looked at her in surprise and advised her to just run away. A heavy swordsman approached him. The squad leader called him a bird of a different feather. The man stared furiously at the spell destroyer. A hand was placed on the warrior's shoulder, and he was ordered to step back. Vejin stepped forward with a sword on his shoulder and promised to save the hero. The commander rushed to attack. The swordsman easily repelled this attack. Vejins immediately fell to the ground and cursed his opponent. Allied archers arrived at the trio. The furious commander ordered to shoot at the target. The enemy repelled all attacks and continued the offensive. Someone called him a real monster. Suddenly the panther stabbed the blonde. He hit her in the stomach with an apple. The beast was thrown back and whined in pain. Encred entered a state of concentration. He looked at the enemy's sword and told himself what he saw. He grabbed the hilt of the sword and put it against the enemy's huge attack. He knew that he could not block a two-handed sword with his strength, and in this case, he tilted the blade of the dagger to the blunt side, and the enemy's sword slid. Encred did it the same way as Mitch did. The blade continued to slide down. The blonde flinched in surprise. He pulled the sword back and shouted that it was Mitch's sliding technique. The captain looked at him silently. An evil smile appeared on his face. In response, he said that it worked. At that moment, Vejins flew in for revenge. The man was surprised and stepped back. He looked at the advancing enemy troops. He twisted his face in displeasure and clicked his tongue. The warrior turned and promised that he would not forget the captain. Encred gave him an evil look and answered, "As you wish." The blonde waved his hand and ordered his troops to retreat. The commander ran up to the hero, who grabbed the panther and said that it needed to be taken. He grabbed both of them and cursed that he needed to take care of himself first. The soldiers were approaching them. Vejans ordered the third platoon to retreat. Encred looked down. His eyes began to close. His ally began to curse that he had lost too much blood. The captain's eyes closed, and all the words began to sound too distant. He woke up in the darkness of another world. The boatman asked if the stubborn idiot had accomplished what he wanted. He looked at him and asked what made him do this. The troops rejoiced in the victory in the setting sun. A tent tarpaulin appeared before his eyes. A voice said that he didn't know what kind of idiot did it, but they chopped it up pretty good. Didn't they rush forward together? Ragnar replied that he got lost and lost his commander. The doctor shouted that the commander needed rest. The hero's hand slid along the black fur. Encred opened his eyes and looked in surprise at the panther under his hand. The captain's squad was sitting in front of the bed. The hunter said boredly that he thought that this time he would definitely die. The man sat down and asked what was going on. Jackson came closer and asked if the master was okay. He replied that his throat was dry. The subordinate replied that it was because he had lost a lot of blood. Encred drank and began to pour water on the cat. The red-haired guy said that the hero was lucky and assumed that the goddess of fortune was on his side. The cat began to cover herself. Washing herself from the water, the man assumed that he'd passed out on the way back. The wild cat went outside. Once he was sure that the commander was alive, then he could go. The day had been safely survived. It was bright and warm outside. The hunter was thoughtfully scratching his beard. The regressor looked at him and asked why he was staring so intently. Did he really want to pet the cat? The savage replied that he was not interested in animals. He looked intently at the leader and asked how he managed to recognize the witchcraft. The man was silent. He understood that if he said that the matter was in the recurring today, he would not be believed anyway. Should he try to lie? He understood that Rem had helped him a lot and he should answer sincerely. He looked at his subordinate and said that he knew a settler like him. He told him about witchcraft, and he assumed that this could be it. The captain was silent and did not move. He did not lie, because Rem himself told him about it. The savage stood up and said that the hero can lie as much as he wants. The main thing is not to get carried away with witchcraft. The panther began to bask in the hands of the man, who asked the big guy where he himself disappeared from the battlefield. He replied that he went to look at the face of the one who planted the flag. He turned with a smile and said that he did not like him, and he jerked him up. That day he cut off his head. Cries gave the cat some dried meat, while the leader realized that he did not see the sorcerer because his subordinate dealt with him. The panther hissed angrily at the boy. He hid behind the edge of the bed. Encred stroked his new pet and asked the redhead to be careful. He replied that it would break his heart if he refused 10,000 crowns. He heard from a guy named Henry, who was with him on Reconnaissance. The panther silently looked at the narrator. He called her a black panther, nicknamed the lake because of her blue eyes, reminiscent of lakes. She is a spiritual beast that feeds on some kind of energy of the earth. The cat began to lick her lips. The guy said that one of her claws is worth 10,000 crowns. Considering how long she sheds them, he will definitely guess the moment. The regressor thought that if a copper coin is equal to 1 crown, then 10,000 crowns are equal to 1 gold coin, and this is more than his salary. It was sunset in the camp. The hero was told that after his fogless blackout the advantage was on their side, but they had to return without an obvious victory. After that several days passed without the withdrawal of troops and other sorties. Encred remembered that slide. Whether he would be able to repeat it again, he was not sure. Jackson was sitting nearby and cleaning his knife. He asked not to overdo it, otherwise his wounds would come apart. The man replied that everything was under control, because it would not hurt him to warm up. He began to stretch until Ragnar came into the room and objected that he was still not allowed to do anything except stretching. Maybe he should sleep better? The hunter approached his partner and asked if he was trying to instill his laziness in him. He himself would not sleep on the go. The blonde went deeper into the tent and asked where his sword was. The captain said that he was interested in something about fencing. Encred looked questioningly at his subordinate and said that he easily used a technique that he had never trained in his life. Was it the first time for him? Was it even possible? Rem scratched his head and replied that this happens with time and there is nothing special about it. He said that the heart of the beast allows one to see into the root of the enemy, so he could see in detail how he wields the sword and how he distributes his power. Ragnar looked at the leader and replied that if there is a foundation, the steps become easier to understand. In addition, he has mastered concentration on one point, so his gaze should become sharper. The captain calmly turned his gaze to the blonde, who replied that with all this he was still lucky. With his skills he would have to repeat something a couple of 100 times to master it. Encred opened his mouth. Because everything was so, what happened today was not easy for him. Hundreds of days of desperate rages, research and wasted energy for the sake of victory. He clenched his fist, realizing that he had not just learned the repetitive events, but had become stronger with his own efforts. despite his meager talents. The hero closed his eyes, the light fell on him, he was able to become stronger. Rem and Ragna were already sulking at this time. The leader looked at them seriously, and said that he wanted a duel. The blonde threw his sword over his shoulder. The savage said that he was often called a psycho, but the commander outdid him. The guy agreed with him, because what kind of duel could there be in such a state, and with his wounds? The company commander entered the tent. Everyone looked at her. She asked whose hands were responsible for the broken witchcraft conductor. Encred nodded and said that it was his business. He knew that sooner or later the leadership would have questions, but why the commander? The girl looked closely at her subordinate. He replied that he saw him during Reconnaissance, and he had some knowledge of witchcraft. The leader noted that there were as many as 5 baits. How did he find the right one? She bowed her head. The hero replied that he had marked him. She turned around and walked away. The commander asked if she had come to ask only that. The elf added that she wanted to take another look at him. Encred tensed up. The fairy glanced at him and said that she thought they were bound by fate. Everyone looked at their mistress in surprise, not knowing what to make of it. Rem smiled sarcastically and asked what the commander's secret was. The warriors began to tease him, but the hero told them to shut up. Cries looked into the tent and gave a thumbs up. Now he knew exactly who would open the salon for noble ladies with him. The terms of the contract would not disappoint him. But the captain replied that he would not and also asked her to shut up. He himself began to wonder why the company commander said that. The fact that she was his immediate superior only added to the headache. The redhead came closer and remembered that he had more news. Encred looked at the guy in shock. He told them that a squire from the knightly order had arrived. He remembered that his division was called the Cypress Division in honor of one knight, and this same Cypress belongs to the knightly order of red cloaks. Encred knew that knights are talented masters, who are rare even for the continent, so they are not the only ones in the order. He remembered what an esquire looks like, a subordinate and a student in one person, following a knight. Receiving the knight's recognition, the esquire becomes a junior knight, and at the last step of the ghostly peak there is a knight who has surpassed the human limit. The hero looked down. He knew that usually esquires do not participate in a massacre without a knight, so their guest on the battlefield was going to become a junior knight. Sunset was approaching. The troops were getting ready to march. Cries looked outside and said that it was time to fight. They waited for the squire to appear. The hunter said that the commander would not hurt to rest. The captain looked at the floor with anxiety. He wanted to see it. The savage looked at his leader in silence. He smiled and said that it was written right on his face that the hero wanted to get out of here, so let him go. The allied army gathered in formation on the clearing, now part of these ideals. The detachment led by the regressor stood on the observation deck. Encred opened his eyes wide, right in front of his eyes. He looked at one knight. The Scavire walked majestically to meet the enemy. The enemies pulled arrows at him. They watched tensely and waited. The sun was in their eyes. The knight approached coolly. The enemy captain screamed at the top of his lungs for the archers to open fire. Arrows shot up into the sky. The knight raised his head briefly. The sky was filled with a hail of arrows. They began to fall down in a wide arc. They were surely approaching their only target. He quickly crouched, his cloak still in the air. His foot began to push the ground apart. White streams appeared around it. Ragna looked at them curiously and said that the squire was using will in his legs. White energy surrounded the lone warrior. He made a powerful dash forward. The shock wave scattered all the arrows around. Encred stared at this sight in amazement. The heavy warriors put large shields in front of the knight. He took out a blade and with one powerful swing scattered everyone around. Many enemies hung in the air. The captain of the 4th squad opened his mouth in surprise. The knight bent down a little. The regressor continued to stare at him. The enemy commander began to fidget in the saddle in fear. The squire bent down again, ready to dash. With a powerful wave, he cut through the enemy ranks. The soldiers began to retreat. Their comrades were cut into pieces and thrown into the air. The commander pulled on the reins and began to demand that the fools stop him. Suddenly his head flew off his shoulders. The knight jumped high into the air. He stood on the horse's head. The captain's pupil began to twitch from tension. Rem calmly watched this with an axe on his shoulder. He noted to himself that this nobleman was good. It was not for nothing that he was called a military expert. Ragna followed him with his gaze. He thought that he himself would soon take his level. Jackson calmly watched the fight and noted to himself that the enemies had a chance to kill the squire 5 times. It was just that the enemy commander-in-chief turned out to be an idiot. Auden at this moment prayed for the lords to send his apostles who would lead the dead into his arms. The red-haired man noticed that everything was already over and they did not even have to retreat. The captain looked forward seriously. He tried to understand what his style was. He noticed that it combined the features of both a heavy and a dancing sword. He began to imagine the schematic actions. The slashing sword is a straight and sharp style. It draws the enemy into the attack radius and delivers a decisive blow. The heavy sword uses a heavy and powerful style that demolishes everything in its path with force and delivers slashing attacks. The illusionary sword is a style that fogs the mind. It suddenly attacks, wrapping the enemy around its finger. The sword of the mercenary Valen is based on it. The dancing sword is a fast style that attacks with lightning speed. The flowing sword is a soft style that eludes the enemy's attack, delivering a counterattack. The regressor frowned. He knew that the weighty and heavy sword, the fast and dancing are completely different from each other, but he feels both styles at the same time. The squire straightened up and confidently looked forward. The commander lowered his head and sighed. He introduced himself as Iliosis and thought that although the principle of each fencing style is different from each other, they all have the same origins. The light fell on the commander's face. He realized that if you know all the elements of the 5 sword styles, perceiving the sword as a living being. He looked down, closed his eyes. The allied forces ran to break through. The 4th squad remained standing. Ragna and the savage exchanged glances. Rem smiled. Everyone ran to the attack. The man called out to his partners and warned that the captain was going to throw off the shell. Everyone surrounded him, not wanting to interfere with him. Encred kept his eyes closed and thought that even having achieved knowledge, he would not say that something had changed. He opened his eyes in the darkness. He stood on the surface of the water, on which circles were going. In front of him stood a huge wall. Knowledge indicates how far the path he must go is. Vasca ran forward while the 4th squad waited. The soldiers shouted, but the commander was silent. He grabbed the stone with his hand and began to climb the wall. He was going to check what was there, on the top. The battle began. But the captain was climbing the wall. 2 large groups were about to clash with each other. The commanders demanded to press, because the enemies had lost all their fighting spirit. This night they were going to redraw the state borders. Encred looked forward with a determined look. He raised his hand up and clenched his fist. The soldiers shouted joyfully. The leader of the squad opened his eyes. He understood that the war was nearing its end. The sun was setting, and the coming winter and spring promised to be busy. Night fell. Duke Aspan sat on the throne. He squeezed his head and grimaced with anger. He shouted that the enemies violated the unspoken rule not to involve the forces of the knightly order in the battle. Harrier frowned at his master. Old man Ekin studied the scrolls. He reported that the enemies used the appearance of General Frog in the enemy camp as a pretext. Only a member of the knightly order is able to resist him, so they have no excuse. The Duke leaned forward and said that Frog should have intervened. Ekins replied that it was expected, but the general always acted as he pleased. Besides, they would have found another excuse, besides the general. Harrier looked at the politician, who said that this would not have happened if the magic had worked. The Duke glared at him and objected that the Grey Dogs should be held responsible for what happened. The blonde looked at him darkly and replied that they would certainly not let this go. After a protracted fight and the retreat of Aspan, the squad moved back. The regressor walked forward with a frowning face. Their path lay through mountains and plains, a fortified city of the royal colony, the border fortress of Border Guard. It was a military town on the border with Aspan, where 1/5 of all the inhabitants are stationed army. Everyone gathered in the square. The speaker loudly announced that they appreciated the contribution of the heroes of Norilia, who won the battle, and now everyone, even ordinary soldiers, who showed courage and loyalty will receive a reward. Cries glanced at the captain. He was called. He was due a reward for destroying the vile sorcery of Aspan. The hero began to slowly climb the podium. People did not understand how he managed to do it. Encred frowned at his feet. People condemned him and said that he appropriated the merits of his subordinates. Crooked Mug smiled and said that he licked the ass of the platoon commander. The big guy approached them and ordered them to shut their mouths. The nobleman looked at them and replied that they had no right to chatter. Friends looked at their savior with pride. Venges smiled. The regressor was handed a bag of coins, and the commander thought that he was a truly outstanding person. Encred looked at the bag and estimated its weight with his hand. Cries smiled and asked where he would spend his money now. Booze, women, should he suggest a good establishment? The commander looked at him and demanded to be taken to the most skilled blacksmith in the city. After some time in the forge, the boy in shock asked if the hero would really spend all his money on buying a sword. The red-haired man looked at him in confusion and said that even he had picked up so many swords on the battlefield that their squad would have enough for a lifetime. But the leader understood that in order to become a knight, first of all, he must acquire a weapon. He took the sword out of its sheath. The subordinate asked why he needed such an expensive one. The regressor looked at the new sword and said that he would pass the exam for a promotion, because how long can you sit as a low-ranking soldier? Cries folded his hands together and replied that he did not think the captain was interested in promotion. The man replied that he saw no point in staying at the bottom all his life. The boy smiled slyly and suggested to pave the way first. Norilia uses a ranking system to raise the morale of soldiers. Strong soldiers who go beyond the ranks are assigned to a special rank, and the essence of the whole system is that the attitude towards a soldier changes in accordance with his rank. Encred entered the arena. He understood that in order to rise, he needs to fight in a duel and defeat 3 soldiers of the corresponding rank, so for the assembled soldiers the spectacle turns into entertainment, which can even bet on. Cries walked with a box on his neck and collected bets. The warrior came out to meet the hero and asked if the lowest scum challenged the middle rank. He said that all the captain's awards were not obtained by his labors, so he should know his place. Entred frowned at him and assumed that this was his first opponent. He learned that he was a former famous mercenary, one of the strongest of the middle rank. The soldier looked at the bets and saw that 1 crown was placed on the regressor. He asked who the idiot was that did this. The redhead smiled at him and said that they would find out as soon as the winner was determined. The fighters pointed their swords at each other. The man knew that he had become stronger after a series of repeated deaths. On the other hand, this fight was almost life-threatening, so he only had one chance. He frowned and decided to look straight ahead and be on guard, because mediocre skills are the limit of efforts. The mercenary looked at his enemy with disdain. The captain knew that the previous him would not even dare to challenge most of those gathered here. Entred looked at his opponent, and repeated to himself not to let his guard down and fight as if death itself was in front of him. The fighter screamed and rushed into the fight. The regressor leaned in and attacked with a blow mastered during the last battle. He knew that if it worked, he would find his blind spot. With his blow, he threw the man back. His sword was torn from his hands, and his fingers twisted. Entred froze and became wary. The mercenary screamed and complained of pain in his fingers. The hero pulled the sword aside and was embarrassed. Without hesitation, he hit the enemy in the face with the hilt. He fell to the ground and trembled. The leader of the squad looked at him in confusion and asked himself, why is he so weak? Everyone around began to be indignant. One of the soldiers approached the red-haired one and began to accuse him of knowing everything. Cries shuddered, not expecting whether the commander always fought so coolly. He just wanted to save his face. The swordsman looked at the new weapon and assumed that no one took him seriously. But even if so, why did the victory come so easily? Because with his average rank he was not a weakling. A gray-haired warrior came out to him. The regressor decided to try again. The rival asked if he had won by accident, and now fluffed up his feathers. He pointed a spear at him and said that this time he was his opponent. He was a soldier of the heavy infantry unit, nicknamed the Elite, behind his back. The captain looked at him seriously. The man was spinning the tip of the spear to distract attention and attack unexpectedly. The spear rushed forward. Entred dodged and looked at the enemy, not understanding. Did he really just make a lunge? What if this was a trick, and then he would strike again with the shaft? The gray-haired man froze with a shocked expression on his face. Was this really his entire attack? Could the hero really strike back? Stopping thinking, Entred kicked him in the stomach. The spearman fell to the ground, so another victory came. The captain's acquaintance smiled happily. The regressor lowered his sword. The people shouted that twice was no longer an accident. How could a low-ranking soldier easily defeat 2 mid-ranking soldiers? Cries looked at the crowd and asked who else was ready to fight. Vegans angrily looked at his soldiers and called them fools, because they themselves did not value Entred at all, and now they tucked their tails. The subordinate reminded that in the past he was one of the first to despise him, but the commander told him to shut up, because that never happened. Andrew stood up from his seat and thought that since his last defeat he had been studying fencing with Meg day and night, and now he would be able to challenge the hero. But the mentor said that the young man could not even think about it. He looked forward seriously and said that Entred had become much stronger, and even he would have a hard time defeating him now. The nobleman sat down on the bench irritably. One of the soldiers began to be pulled out for battle. Ram sat behind him, scaring the soldier a lot. The big guy reminded him that he had poured feces on his commander. Was he really afraid now? The guy stood up and angrily said that he was not afraid. The commander was silent. Until now he had to fight with all his strength, so he could not understand. He remembered the sick man in the head, whom he met on the first day. After him he remembered the assassin, and not so long ago he fought with Mitch. He looked at his squad, with whom he had daily sparring. The hero looked around the entire arena. He realized that he simply had to participate in 2 difficult fights. The guy slowly began to approach him. While the man was thinking that the previous fencing teacher said never to look down on the enemy, the fighter asked, was he really thinking about something else before the fight? Entred closed his eyes and said no. He always thought that this advice would not be useful to him, but who knew that the day would come when he would consider the enemy weak? The soldier frowned and asked what was that expression on his face then? The regressor looked at him with a smile. Now he had become so strong that he could suppress his opponents. He smiled and said that it was just funny. After these words, he suddenly rushed into the attack, causing the guy to scream. He managed to block the blow. Norilia is called the country of knights and respects the strongest. Entred with a calm face swung to strike. The enemy's sword began to crumble into pieces. He looked at the commander's sword with fear. He with a stone face began to strike again. The enemy crouched, and the hero stopped above his head. The guy's eyes rolled back, and he fell. Entred looked at the defeated enemy. Here and now he was able to declare himself. The spectators looked at him in confusion. A puddle of urine appeared between the coward's legs. Someone raised their head and called the hero a witch-breaker. The regressor stood silently and listened. Someone said that he did not present the merits of his subordinates as his own. Andrew stood up. He raised his fist and called the swordsman a witch-breaker. The nobleman angrily looked at the others and shouted that if it were not for Captain Encred, half of them would have died. People began to stand up together with the red-haired man and repeat his slogan, Witchbreaker. They raised their hands and chanted while the commander looked at them. Encred sighed, looking around in confusion. Cries approached him and said that the hero was now a middle rank. The captain frowned at him and said that there was still a middle rank ahead. Cries recoiled and asked if the warrior was really going to continue. Suddenly a whistle was heard. A big guy appeared in the crowd, who called what was happening funny. Everyone tensely fell silent. Everyone saw the eagle shoulder straps. It was about the border detachment in direct subordination to the kingdom. The man came out to the hero. His small elite detachment consisted of high rank and above. No one understood what the outskirts killer was doing here. Encred looked closely at the guest. He smiled, called the hero by name, and asked to fight him. The protagonist looked at the man. Torres smilingly challenged Encred. All the people stared at the two commanders in the center of the arena. Rem, standing aside, told Ragna that it would not be easy for the commander. The protagonist, without moving, thought about the fact that the border detachment was comparable to Grey Dogs. Imagining Mitch, he said that Torres could compete with him. The guy grabbed the sword with both hands. He was interested in a fight of this level. Putting the sword in front of him, he told the enemy to attack. Torres grinned, seeing how the warrior did not chicken out in front of him, a border guard soldier. As he drew his sword, the man mentally said that this guy was much more interesting than he thought. The crowd in the stands shouted encouragement for the protagonist. The protagonist stood motionless as the crowd chanted his nicknames. Torres stopped smiling, calling the people ignorant for not knowing that the special squad was also infantry. Bending his knees and looking at the enemy, he decided to teach the entire squad a lesson by his example. He was next to the protagonist in an instant. Encred's pupil slightly sparkled. He saw the enemy's blade rushing towards him. The protagonist parried the enemy's attack in time. As he deflected Encred's sword, Torres mentally said that this guy had amazing concentration and balanced movements. The man grabbed the guy by the clothes. The protagonist's body bent from the pressure. Torres wanted to destroy the guy's reputation. Encred, being calm, grabbed the enemy's hand. He raised his blade intending to pierce him. The soldier frowned up. The protagonist's sword swung downwards. Instead of hitting flesh, it hit the ground. Thors managed to step back, barely dodging the blow. He gritted his teeth in anger. Thors, sword in hand, jumped on Encred. The guy's eyes widened, but he remained calm. The guy coldly grabbed the sword with his hand. A moment later, he struck his enemy with his knee. The soldier immediately stepped back after the blow. He rushed forward again. The protagonist took a dagger out of his pocket. Two blades rushed towards each other. The commander of the 4th Company suddenly appeared near the combatants. With a swing of her sword, she deflected two blades of the sparring. Frowning, the fairy said that it was time for them to stop fighting, otherwise one of them would definitely die. The sweaty protagonist looked at the girl. Jackson appeared behind the gray-haired man. He put a knife to the soldier's neck. Auden and Ragna stood up and approached Thors along with the others. Ram narrowed his eyes and told Torres that he was very lucky. The soldier turned to him, saying that it was too harsh, and next time holes might appear on his body for such words. Meanwhile, the protagonist clenched his fist and mentally said that in the middle of the fight he missed a step and almost lost his life. Torres returned the sword to its sheath and said that he did not expect anything special, but now he had to acknowledge him. Smiling, he extended his hand and introduced himself. Encred shook his hand and introduced himself in return. The people in the stands were shocked to realize that the protagonist's opponent was a special rank soldier who had the title of Junior Commander. One of the guys jumped up and shouted, saying that in this case, their commander deserved a high rank. Hearing the praise, the guy looked at the people. He closed his eyes and raised his hand, making everyone shut up. Squeezing the guy's hand tighter, the man said that he liked how he enjoyed the screams of the crowd. Encred narrowed his eyes when Thors called him a high-ranking soldier. The rays of the sunset illuminated the entire valley. "We are transferred to one of the barracks." Graham looked at the soldier and offered him to transfer to their company. For Encred, who was standing opposite him, this was already the third offer to change companies. The protagonist bowed and asked for forgiveness and refused. The old man immediately asked if he was afraid of the commander of the 4th Company. If so, then he would settle everything. The guy answered, saying that it was not about that. After the guy raised his head. Turning around, Graham said that he was upset about this. Encred offered him Ram instead of himself, but the old man refused. Waving his hand, he left, telling the protagonist that thanks to him he survived that battle, so he would leave so easily. Kreis looked out the window and asked the commander whether to collect his things, since the commander of the 1st Company himself had come. When he entered, Kreis asked the guy why he refused everyone, because with his reputation, he would be accepted everywhere. Encred bowed his head and thought. Someone entered the house. The protagonist immediately turned around. Thors crossed his arms over his chest and asked the guy how he was feeling. When the guy turned to him and did not answer, Thors decided to get to the point. Becoming serious, he offered to join the border guard squad. Encred frowned. He knew that the border squad was directly subordinate to the kingdom, and this was a little more prestigious than the turtle squad. The protagonist's subordinates stared at him. Rem frowned mentally, saying that in the past the commander had never even dreamed of such a thing. Such a chance could not be missed. Approaching the protagonist, Thor said that he clearly felt his intent to fight. Continuing to frown, the soldier told the guy that if he went to them, they would give him long hours of training and hellish battles. Afterwards he extended his hand to the protagonist. Rem closed his eyes and sighed. Ragnar, who was lying to the side, closed his eyes. Jackson continued to clean his dagger. The protagonist's lips parted. Torres raised his eyebrow. All members of the squad looked at the guy when he said that there was no more suitable place for training and fighting than this. The guy's eyebrows drew together as he mentally said that he wanted to not reach the limit, but to cross it. The events take us to one of the wooden houses. Rem was shaking all over and cursing the cold. Seeing how the commander put on his equipment, the hunter asked to bring him a hot stone on the way back. Auden, tearing the blanket off Rem, told him to move more and then he would not freeze. They better go now and train with their bare hands. The hunter began to swear, saying to leave him alone. Auden straightened up and offered the protagonist to try his training. The guy responded by saying that he would do it when he returned from duty. When the protagonist left, Rem shouted, asking him not to forget about the stone. Encred clenched his fist, saying that it was cool just recently, and now it was already winter. Soon the guy found himself in the market. A couple of warriors immediately approached the guy. Their task in wartime was to fight and loy, but in peacetime they patrolled the city. Jackson pointed to Vel and introduced them, saying that today they were both on duty. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. From their names he realized that these two were from the Reconnaissance squad. Their names were very familiar to him. Jackson, walking behind Encred, said that he did not expect to be on the same team with a spellbreaker. Vel smiled and told the protagonist that his promotion was phenomenal. The guy closed his eyes and said that he was just lucky. Approaching Encred, Jackson suggested a friendly sparring match when they returned. The protagonist immediately agreed. After a while, the group found themselves on empty streets. The guys behind the protagonist hugged themselves, trying to keep warm. Encred himself did not understand why these two were so close to him, because he is not big enough to block the wind. An old man with a gray beard shouted, calling customers. Right in front of the protagonist's group, a man in a cloak appeared. The protagonist noticed the strange movement of the man. The man deliberately twisted his leg. Encred, not understanding anything, was going to catch the kid. The killer suddenly pulled out his sword. The guy's pupils immediately shrank from surprise. The sword pierced his torso. Blood burst from the guy's mouth. Jackson and Vel grabbed the falling protagonist, saying that he must have drunk a lot in the morning. None of the people around noticed what happened. The man in the cloak smiled, asking the protagonist if he was surprised. The elf grinned and said that the stubborn lover would never forget his prey. Encred, whose lineage was covered by Jackson's hand, realized that this half-elf was sent by Aspen in revenge for the destruction of the spell. The killer drew his sword. Encred fell to one knee. Jackson walked past the guy and told Rotten that the task was completed, and it was time for them to return. The man on top of the tower nodded. The protagonist, who was kneeling, remembered that these three were supposed to be cursed and badly injured. Kreis, wiping sweat from his head, said that Jackson, Vel and Rotten were badly injured. Encred began to fall. He realized that these people found an excuse and joined Aspen. A few minutes later, the people noticed the blood spilling. The woman was horrified and almost screamed. The people surrounded the corpse and began to scream. The protagonist's eyes widened. When the boy stood up, Rem asked him why he got up so early. If he was crazy, the boy answered, saying that he just wanted to start the day cheerfully. Going outside, the protagonist called Auden. He doused himself with cold water. Smiling at the commander, he asked him if he called him. Standing in front of the boy, Encred said that he mentioned training to warm up the body. Auden closed his eyes, saying that this method helps the body not to freeze in such cold, and to be ready for any situation. The protagonist frowned. Being determined, he opened his mouth, asking his subordinate to teach him this method. He remembered how the half-elf took out a sword, but because of his inveterate body, the boy himself was unable to react. His pupils shrank as he watched everything. The protagonist did stretching and trembled with his whole body, mentally saying that he should have suspected something was wrong when Jackson and Vel came very close to him. Auden, standing behind the commander, said that if he couldn't stand it, his muscles would cry. Soon the situation repeated itself. Jackson, pointing at Vel, introduced him and himself. When the guys started swearing and pressing themselves against the protagonist because of the cold, he mentally said that thanks to Auden, his body was in great shape. He bent his fingers. Frowning, Encred said that it was time for him to act. A crowd of people gathered in the market. The half-elf walked through the crowd. The protagonist raised his hand. In an instant, he struck two opponents. Vel got angry and grabbed his sword. Encred looked at the half-elf in the distance, and mentally said that he would either run away now or join the attackers. The protagonist took out his sword, intending to deal with Vel and Jackson. The half-elf waved his hand, throwing something. A dagger hit the protagonist's body. The guy's pupil looked at the dagger. A throwing knife pierced his chest. The guy couldn't believe that the killer could throw a dagger from such a distance and through the crowd. A trickle of blood flowed out of the protagonist's mouth. The half-elf grinned and said that a stubborn lover never forgets his prey. Encred's body began to fall when he only heard the sound of a thrown knife. It had already pierced his heart. The woman covered her mouth in horror. The protagonist, lying on the ground, mentally said that he needed to fight in close and long-range combat at the same time. Smiling, he decided to start preparing. Sweat was pouring down Encred's face while he was thinking that if the half-elf managed to get close, he would stab him, and if not, he would throw the knife from afar. The tactics seemed quite simple, and the wall seemed simple. The protagonist's outstretched hands trembled. Auden pressed on the boy's back, and when he muttered about death, asked if he was really threatening to kill, to which the commander replied that he was the only one dying here. Rem watched his superiors from under the blanket, and when Ragnar asked why the knight was training his endurance to torture, he added that there was nothing complicated about it. At that moment, Jackson opened the door a crack, intending to ask about the duty, but was interrupted by shouts demanding that he repeat himself. Inside, he found his squad mates, who were unanimously demonstrating a stretch to the commander, and discussing their lack of flexibility, although everyone's legs were shaking. The wildcat stared at this in bewilderment, and was told that they were simply training. Drawing on the floor with a stick, the hero remembered the throwing knife of that half-elf, thinking that it would be enough to simply deflect it. Drawing the shape of the knife, the warrior concluded that it was an order of magnitude sharper and faster than ordinary knives, and at that moment someone asked if it was a whistling blade. The young man looked up and saw his subordinate. Placing his hand on his knee, the protagonist clarified whether this throwing knife was really called a whistling dagger, and the interlocutor replied that it was called a whistling throwing knife or a whistling dagger because of the sound it made when thrown. With a calm look, Jackson added that if the enemy was a master, then his victim would die before he realized it, so it was better to avoid such people. Looking firmly at the soldier, the commander said that he definitely would. A half-elf in a red cloak was walking through the crowd in the market. The protagonist was sure that no matter how skilled a knife thrower he was, it was enough to stop him in advance. The commander raised both hands, and with his palms he struck the traitors, although he only hit one. When the knight grabbed the blonde, he couldn't understand how he noticed. The guy put the captured one in front of him and decided to first deal with the small fish, then use them as a shield and hide from the knife. But the next moment the knife reached the reggressor's stomach. Only then did the same one fly into the blonde's back. The third knife pierced the throat of the second message. The pupils of the boy's eyes narrowed to pinpoints as he realized that the half-elf had thrown 3 in one short moment. The assassin stood with his hand outstretched, a satisfied grin on his face. As he approached his victims, the crowd scattered with screams, and Encred thought that this scoundrel also killed his comrades when they became useless, or if he had no sense of camaraderie at all. The half-elf squatted next to the dying man, and noted that his tenacity was impressive. Their eyes met, and the assassin declared that a persistent lover would never forget his prey. Blood flowed from the commander's mouth, but he still replied that he could only be glad. The traitor grinned, surprised that his victim was joking on his deathbed. Grabbing the knife protruding from his stomach, the half-elf called the guy funny. When the blade was pulled out of the wound, the blood flowed with renewed vigor. The knight mentally admitted that he had treated it too frivolously, but a wall is a wall. The boatman, as usual, stood on the boat, and noticed that the guy was having a lot of fun, but he could laugh while he could. Swinging the lantern in his hands, the guide added that the curse was called a curse for a reason, all because the joy from it was proportionate to despair. The knight opened her eyes in her bed, and decided that this would not do. He grabbed his cloak and headed outside, mentally objecting to the boatman that this was a blessing. Finding Jackson carving wood, the protagonist asked to tell about the whistling dagger. He looked up from his work and asked why all of a sudden, and the commander offered to answer why if he told. Closing his eyes, the guy said that it consisted of several layers of thin blades, which is where the unusual whistle came from when thrown. It was once called a knife that leaves only a sound, because its speed is difficult for the human eye to follow. The fighter began to sharpen his knife, and when Encred asked what if he wanted to see the whistling dagger in order to dodge, he answered that he could not, but the commander insisted that if he absolutely needed to see. The wildcat looked at the interlocutor with bewilderment. He looked back firmly and repeated his words. The guy frowned and thought that this man was at it again, and where did he pick it up? Jackson made a throwing motion with his hand, and explained that there was no point in trying to see the already thrown knife. In order to see, it was necessary to follow the movements of the hand. One way or another, the movement of the knife's flight is determined by the fingertips. The commander listened attentively until the fighter added that there was, of course, a technique for concealing a throw, but if you knew it, it was easy to see the hidden movements. He asked if this technique was available at his level. Jackson frowned again and replied that stone throwers couldn't handle it, while the other man thought that both were just frustrations. The regressor froze when he was offered to learn how to throw knives. Blowing shavings off the blade of the knife, Wildcat added that if you weren't sure, then it was better not to, although the hero thought that it was very unexpected for this guy to suggest something first. Confidently looking at his subordinate, the knight promised to learn. The market was in chaos, merchants were shouting, offering goods. While the guy walked forward, the traders followed him, discussing how they ended up on the same patrol with a famous destroyer of witchcraft, and in general, it was incredible to go from training in such cold. The hero remembered Jackson's face, who said that a throw is a moment, you need to concentrate all the strength of your body in the moment and throw. Looking ahead, the young man also remembered that the same thing applied to dodging. It seemed that everything was calm at the bazaar. But then the regressor stopped. He abruptly pulled out his blade to cut off the head of one of the traders with one movement. The blonde grabbed the sword, not immediately understanding what was happening. But the second blow of the protagonist's sword hit his side. People in the market screamed. Traders fell to the ground when people around shouted about murder. A half-elf in a cloak ran from the crowd. While he was taking out a knife, the fighter managed to think that he needed to wait for the moment when his opponent would spend all his strength on concentration. The young man raised the sword to chest level. If he could protect his heart, he could avoid instant death. He needed to concentrate on his fingers. This time the first knife hit his wrist. The warrior clenched his teeth in pain, and the next dagger flew into his chest. As he fell, the hero thought with annoyance that the killer was too fast. He was distracted for just a short moment. A grin appeared on the young man's face. He saw a ray of light flash for a split second. The killer approached the victim and began to talk about the persistent lover. And his face reflected surprise when he finished the sentence for him. The fighter grinned at the corner of his lips when the half-elf asked how he guessed, after which he thought that he would learn it a couple more times. Smiling wider, the regressor said that they would see each other again. The thought flashed through his mind that he would see through the traitor's attacks. The protagonist quickly pulled out his sword again. He figured that he needed to do everything as quickly as possible. The blade pierced the throat of one traitor, then entered the chest of the second. While the fighter pulled the weapon out of the enemy's chest, the crowd around again began to run around in panic. Looking carefully at the crowd, the young man thought that he was no longer the man he used to be. He could only dream of something like this. The half-elf took out a knife. And when he began to spin it, the knight thought that now, if he tried, he could break through. The dagger was launched. Encred rushed forward, intercepting the dagger with a steel bracer. The killer began to spin the second knife, shouting at the guy that he was crazy. The regressor stepped aside, deciding to immediately attack the killer. The traitor launched another dagger. Having carefully watched its movements, the fighter realized that this was a deception. The whistling blade found its target. The hero slowed down. The dagger was sticking out of his chest, and the thought came to mind that seeing the movements of your opponent, and at the same time being able to regulate the time of your attack, this weapon was capable of this. The knight pulled the knife out of his stomach. The young man looked at the dagger greedily and thought that it was truly beautiful and that he needed to have one like it. The guy spun the throwing knife on his finger. The weapon flew past the apple. Jackson approached the commander and asked what he was doing here. He replied that he was practicing throwing a slit dagger, and the soldier noticed that it was not quite a slit dagger. Spinning the knife on his finger, the knight said that he would soon have an important meeting. One of the blades came off the ring and flew past the ear of the guy standing next to him. The fighters exchanged glances. The half-elf threw two knives at once, while the main character figured that this was already his eighth today. He ducked under the flying daggers, continuing to run at the enemy, and thought that now the main thing is not to be deceived by his false attack, calculating the time and time. But then the guy's eyes widened. A crossbow bolt flew into his back, and the knight realized that there was another scoundrel who was put in this position to eliminate unforeseen situations. During the ninth attempt, the regressor threw a knife. This time it flew into the crossbowman's chest. The killer threw the knife and shouted that the idiot was looking around too much. The knife finally hit the apple and fell from the wildcat's palm. While the guy looked at the commander in surprise, while he was reasoning out loud that the throw is launched with the forearm and hand, while using the movement of the whole body, he asked if there was anything else that he was missing. The fighter took the knife out of the apple and answered that this was quite enough, after which he asked where the commander learned to throw knives like that. Looking at his subordinate a little confused, the hero thought that he learned it from him, and said out loud that there was one guy in the unit who was very skillful in handling them. He watched him do it and slowly learned. Wildcat frowned. He realized that it was impossible to reach such a level just by watching someone, or the commander was a genius. Handing the dagger back, the young man asked if his interlocutor had heard of the tangum style. When the knight picked up the dagger, he was told that in the past there was a technique that was suitable for use with any throwing weapon. It was created by one very famous assassin. His name was Jier. His nickname, by the way, came from the name of the slotted dagger. Looking straight at the young man, Jackson continued that the assassin tried to create a silent sword, with one insanely sharp and thin blade. In fact, the whistling or slotted dagger was a modified version of that very silent sword. The hero approached the soldier and noted that this weapon had such an interesting history, but it seemed to him that he had heard it before. The knight asked why he thought so. The regressor looked at the wildcat with a shocked look when he replied that his stance was considered ideal for working with this kind of throwing weapon. Meanwhile, the 10th day arrived, and the traders turned around in surprise. One of them asked where the protagonist was heading. Without stopping, the young man replied that he had already said that they could have walked, patrolling other streets, to which one of the escorts noted that the area assigned for patrol was the market, and if they were caught, they would be punished, and he did not want any problems with discipline. The commander turned around with a cold look and asked to remind him that the senior of them here in rank, as far as he remembered, it was he in the morning, so he promised to take responsibility for changing the patrol route. One of the traders rubbed his neck with his palm and asked the second what was going on, and he replied that they would have to obey. Climbing the hill outside the city, the regressor thought that the market was a stage prepared in advance for murder. Why play along with them? One of the escorts told the captain that it was time for them to return to the market. Entrid turned around and asked what they were promised for betrayal, a bag of gold crowns, and the guys' faces distorted with anger. They rushed at the main character with weapons, shouting that he had exposed them, which meant he had to be killed. The knight struck one of them in the stomach with a blow of his blade. He plunged his sword into the chest of the second. Both traders fell in blood next to the fighter. He looked ahead gloomily. The red cloak fluttered in the wind. The half-elf and his third accomplice came out to the young man. They looked at the regressor with apprehension. Stretching his neck, the warrior declared that the gentlemen were late, and suggested that they begin immediately. Let them both attack. The killer immediately threw 3 daggers. But the guy managed to get away from them all, thinking along the way that if you carefully watch the fingertips of the person throwing the dagger, it will not matter how many blades he throws. The second opponent raised the crossbow behind his back. The captain glanced at him and threw a knife. The weapon hit the crossbowman right in the forehead. At this point, the assassin threw another dagger, shouting that this idiot was looking around too much. But the blade pierced the steel bracer on the soldier's wrist. The assassin looked at him, puzzled. The guy turned to the traitor. He looked at the half-elf with a murderous look. Slightly crouching, the traitor asked what was going on. Taking hold of the knife sticking out of his hand, the hero said that he did not understand what he was talking about. Then he pulled out the blade. Demonstrating the weapon to the enemy, the knight added that these daggers were beautiful, and he wondered how many of them he had left. The scoundrel looked at his opponent. He thought that since this guy knew how to throw knives, they really were birds of a feather, and replied that there were 2 knives left. Walking around the enemy, the young man said that he was jealous, because he only had one, to which the half-elf clarified whether everything was alright with this joker. The opponents began to move in a circle, and the assassin asked if the young man knew that he would be finished if he lost it, to which he was told that it was a matter of opinion. Getting into a fighting stance, the commander said that the outcome of the battle could only be known when it was over. Frowning, Entrid figured that even if the enemy skillfully hid his hands, it was impossible to hide their movements completely. It was necessary to dodge without letting the enemy out of sight. Noticing the half-elf's movement, the hero realized that this was what throwing intuition meant. The assassin twirled the knife in his fingers again. Carefully watching every movement of the traitor, the guy noticed that there were 2 knives at a time. The warrior dodged both. The young man threw the knife in response, but was only able to cut off the edge of the enemy's cloak. Continuing to watch carefully, the commander noticed what he expected. With a grin, the assassin took out 2 more daggers, and the hero guessed that he had more in store. The protagonist pulled out a makeshift dagger. The assassin's face reflected tension. The knight threw his weapon. The half-elf dodged it somehow. Snatching up his rapier, the traitor screamed at how dare his opponent lie. Raising his blade, the regressor declared that they were now even, and he himself remembered that he had never seen him with a weapon before. The half-elf rushed at the protagonist, while he was thinking that, on the other hand, the assassin's status did not guarantee that he would only attack from a distance. The guy prepared to repel the attack, noticing that his opponent had an unusual low stance and rapid movements. When the enemy struck, the warrior thought that he had come so far to face another attack. The knight grabbed the half-elf by the arm. He didn't care how far. Shock was reflected on the traitor's face. Yanking the enemy towards himself, the captain declared that he was here. And swinging his sword, he added that this was the end. The blade of the sword struck the assassin right in the face. The boy froze, breathing heavily. His weapon cut through his opponent's forehead. Then he sharply raised the blade, and the assassin fell on his back, bleeding. Standing over the fallen enemy, the warrior thought that it took him 10 times to challenge him to overcome this wall. The young man exhaled a cloud of steam, thinking about how he had to fight, suffer defeat, become stronger again and win. The regressor raised his face to the sky, closing his eyes, and mentally added that this was insanely fun. He stopped near the assassin's body, and looked at him carefully. Opening his cloak, the hero found several more daggers. His gaze stopped on this weapon. By evening, the clouds began to disperse. In the barracks, a question was heard whether the captain had really been almost killed, but he had foreseen this, so he changed the patrol route. Looking at the company commander with an honest look, the captain replied that it was an accident. The elf folded her arms across her chest and asked if it was also an accident that he had fought for and only gotten a scratch. Putting his hands behind his back, the young man suggested that the goddess of luck must have helped him. The girl looked at the warrior with suspicion, but his look was honest. Lowering her head, the commander allowed him to return. Inside her unit, the tired captain came closer and announced that he had returned. The next moment, an axe was flying at him. The hero dodged, and the weapon stuck in the wall. A satisfied ram, who had thrown the axe, announced that the commander had successfully avoided a sneak attack, and when he asked if the fighter had gone crazy, almost killing the commander, he noted that now they could be attacked by assassins and that special training was needed. The hero threw a hot stone at his subordinate and advised him to choke on it. The fool caught the pebble and even thanked him for it, and while he was yelling, the boy noticed that his hair had grown back. He glanced at the others. Cries was just counting the coins when he was asked for a haircut, and he said that for 10 coppers, the commander offered 5, but the boy only agreed for 8. Soon the regressor was already sitting on a chair, and they were getting ready to cut him, and he grumbled that the haircut had become more expensive, why there was no discount for comrades. Carefully cutting off the grown strands with scissors, Cries advised the senior in rank to get a haircut in the city barbershops, if something did not suit him, to which he replied that he did not want to. You can't find a good master there with fire in the daytime. At that moment it began to snow. The young man raised his head and noticed that it had somehow become colder. The fellow soldiers who came out into the street called the snow the devil's excrement, and the protagonist did not understand why they all crawled out. While they continued to cut his hair, the captain wondered how the killer could have penetrated the protective zone. How long ago Jack, Bo and Rotten joined the ranks of spies. Someone was definitely behind this. The boy looked at the knight in surprise when he asked if he knew the 3 dead men, where they were from, and he clarified whether he was talking about Jack, Bo and Rotten. Returning to the haircut, the warrior said that Jack was caught stealing, after which he took up service, and Bo slandered an aristocrat, and Rem commented behind his back that they were good, so the commander told him to shut up. Looking thoughtfully at his work, the boy added that Rotten seemed to be a guard for a failed trade guild. All 3 of them had joined the service at the same time, a year ago, and it looked like they worked together in the same guild. The regressor's gaze became thoughtful. He remembered one place where the composition had just changed at that time, the Thieves' Guild. The slums flashed before his inner eye, and the young man added to himself that the guild was only a name there, but in fact it was a lair of bandits. The Thieves' Guild was a worthy option, considering that they were familiar with all the loopholes in the city. Entrig turned to the wildcat and asked if he had any acquaintances in the Thieves' Guild. When he asked why he was interested in this, he honestly stated that it seemed so to him. Frowning and thinking that the commander had become more impudent, the fighter replied that after the Reformation he had severed all ties with the guild, so he could not give any advice. At this time, the barber removed the sheet from the knight's neck and announced that everything was ready, and Rem noted that now the commander at least looked like a man. Raising his head, the young man noted that the snow had fallen in earnest. Jackson raised his hand and informed the commander that he had to leave, to which his colleague demanded that the tramp not come up with tricks to avoid shoveling snow. Did he really want to get away from the hard work? The captain glanced sideways in their direction. When the men calmed down, he suggested that they make a strategic sortie as a commander. The guys immediately nodded their heads in agreement when he added that if they agreed, the commander would free them from clearing. Rem immediately shouted that he was ready to go, and the second one agreed reservedly. Cries turned out to be in full gear, saying that he was ready for the campaign, but it immediately became clear that he simply did not want to clear the snow either. Noticing that the 4th of his squad was ready to go with him, the hero reminded that first they needed to get permission from the company commander, and he was accused of laziness. Everyone returned to the barracks and asked the captain to hurry, and he thought that only at such moments did his fighters become surprisingly unanimous. The hero returned to the company commander's location. The elf rested her chin on her clasped fingers and summed up. Captain Entrid suspected that the Thieves' Guild was involved in the murder attempt, so he was going to destroy them. He confirmed this, adding that only if she gave the go-ahead. The girl narrowed her eyes. The captain responded with a direct look. With a suspicious expression, the company commander asked if it was definitely not about snow removal. The young man looked at his interlocutor with irritation, realizing how perceptive she was, but denied everything out loud. A soft snow was falling on the city when word got out that someone had suddenly destroyed the Thieves' Guild. Incrid was walking down the street at the head of the squad, followed by a shivering Rem, Jackson next to him, then Kreis, Ragna and another member of the team. Kreis tried to clarify if his comrades had any information about the Gilpin Guild, to which Incrid waved off that there was no information, but they would gather it right away. And then he gave Jackson the order to find out where the Gilpin Guild's base was, promising to wait for him at the inn when Jackson asked how he should do it. The captain turned around and looked into his subordinate's face, offering to use several methods. Kreis asked again in confusion what kind of order it was, as he was confused by the lack of specifics. Jackson, on the contrary, said that he understood everything. Kryes was surprised. He mentally asked himself if he was weird for not understanding the order. Vanessa's pumpkin soup inn was a 2-story house with a terrace on which chairs and tables were piled up. Inside, it was warm, light and quite cozy, when the squad settled down at a table filled to the brim with food, which they devoured with pleasure, and at that moment Kryes asked what would happen if it turned out that the Gilpin Guild was not involved, to which Encred replied that even if they were not connected with the attempt, they were still criminals. He added that it would be nice to get rid of them, when Kryes thoughtfully put his hand with a fork clenched in it to his cheek. He suddenly turned to the girl who was carrying dirty dishes, calling her Lisa, and asked her to stop, to which the girl immediately asked if he needed anything else. Kryes beckoned her closer and began to whisper in her ear, confusing Encred. He glanced out the window and noted to himself that Jackson was late, although on the other hand, even if it was him, he did not want to start the matter without some prompting. The captain stopped his fork right in front of his mouth, feeling a pang of conscience, and then wondered if he had given too thoughtless an order. Jackson stood on the roof of one of the houses and watched its inhabitants wandering along the snowy streets. Snow settled smoothly on his hair. Time passed, and the warrior still stood. Finally, he saw what he had been looking for so long. 2 people in cloaks were walking down the street. The conversation at the tavern table continued when Kryes was asked if he knew the waitress, and he responded that her name was Lisa, her father was a shoemaker, and she dreamed of opening an inn in the capital, and at that moment the interlocutors noticed that he knew such small details, to which the guy replied that all the nice girls were his future clients. Jackson finally returned. He opened the door of the inn and wanted to say from the threshold that he had found the place where those he had been sent to follow lived, but he fell silent mid-sentence. While he was freezing on the streets of the snowy city, his comrades were eating and drinking to their heart's content. It was unpleasant to realize. Edmund stopped his hand with a huge bitten ham halfway and looked at Jackson. He abruptly stretched his hand with food forward, towards the newcomer, and ordered to eat, to which Jackson irritably refused. He asked why waste time and suggested that they set out right away. Ram refused, not wanting to go out in the cold, but Jackson offered to bathe him in his own blood, which he thought would immediately warm him up. Edmund intervened, saying that if he had wanted them to move out right away, but the heavy snowfall would reduce their mobility, so they should wait until it stopped to approach the matter wisely. He went to the window and looked at the falling snow for a long time. After a while, the boy turned around abruptly and said that the snowfall would not stop, so they should move out immediately. But Kryes objected to him that this did not seem like a wise decision, to which the captain replied that he had thought enough. The snow crunched under his boots. Ram complained about the cold, remembering the warmth of the inn as the party walked along the road. They passed a beggar who was clearly watching them. The beggar pulled out a dagger. He and another boy rushed to the attack. Ram drew his axe. One of the attackers did not expect it. One blow, and the enemy was down. Ram struck the second blow at the other guy, this time with his hand. He held the enemy in his powerful hand and scolded him for the fact that the supposed beggar had attacked from behind and asked if he was related to the stray cat, when Kryes suggested that he was a man from the Gilpin Guild. Jackson, squatting, lifted the blanket on which the so-called beggars were sitting and called the others, indicating that this was the way to the lair and claiming that the strays were guards. He was surprised that the door was locked, and then Auden sat down next to him and asked him to move over so he could try knocking. The man swung hard. The next moment he struck a powerful blow, from which the door to the cellar flew into splinters, revealing a ladder leading down. Auden with a sweet smile invited his squad to enter. Rem angrily attacked him for not knowing how to knock, but Edmund defended him, saying that he had opened the door and that was fine. Rem did not calm down and asked his comrades, who had already descended the stairs, what they would ask their opponents when they met. Edmund said that there was no point in talking, since the enemies had to be subdued by force. The detachment walked along a long, illuminated corridor, at the end of which was another door. Voices were heard behind it. One asked the other if he was sure that the commander would come to them, and the latter confirmed his words, saying that the information had been checked through the appropriate channels. On the other side of the door, a detachment of enemies was waiting for them. The leader was sitting on a chair and talking about how he had been racking his brains over how to report the failed murder. He leaned on his sword and continued the thought that everything would be easily resolved if he managed to kill himself. His comrade objected, as he doubted whether it would work, given that their enemy was coming with his subordinates, to which the leader waved his hand, calling them a bunch of small fry. There was a blow and the door flew into splinters. It was Auden who did it, still with the same mocking smile on his face. Redbeard realized that everything was not as simple as he thought. Rem, standing behind the commander, enthusiastically shouted that he would kill everyone. Edmund slowly began to draw his sword from its sheath. He lowered the weapon into the ground and said that anyone who had never killed a weakling in his life, and who was ready to humbly go to prison, and who did not want to die, must lay down his arms and cross that line. At that moment, he drew a line in the sand and warned that otherwise they would kill everyone. Rem, looking into the commander's face, asked him if he had wanted to suppress the gang by force, to which he replied that he had changed his mind. The boy thought to himself that he had just been pretty cool. Redbeard looked at the enemy commander appraisingly, and called him a pathetic soldier who looked down on them. Auden turned to the commander, calling him brother, and explained that evil was visible in the eyes of the enemy, so they would not obey until the squad showed them by example what would await them in case of disobedience. Edmund agreed to the violent path and asked who was the strongest in the guild, raising his sword and taking a fighting stance. Redbeard grinned, saying that it would be fun. He said that the strongest swordsman of their guild was Wyvern, and he began to draw his sword from its sheath when the leader of the guild ordered him to fight Edmund. Wyvern accepted the order, and his eyes narrowed, assessing the enemy. He asked Edmund if he could withstand his sword, approaching him to begin the fight. He attacked, shouting that he had never lost since he was a child, but he was not destined to finish the sentence. Edmund struck back. The next moment, the protagonist pierced his opponent. Edmund thought about Wyvern using the sword technique of the mercenary Valen attack during the conversation, and remembered that he himself was once at this level. Beads of cold sweat flowed down the face of the guild leader. Edmund stood with a bloody sword in his hand, with Wyvern's motionless body and his sword lying next to him, when the protagonist said that if his opponent was the strongest of all, then the rest were not worth his attention. The warrior decisively raised his sword, after which he offered his opponents one last chance, and either they cross the line or die at the hands of his squad. The faces of his comrades did not express any emotions, and only Auden smiled sweetly. They thought that their commander was pretending to be tough. The protagonist pointed his sword at his enemies. The mace fell to the ground with a clang. The villain raised his hands and surrendered. The gang leader grabbed his sword and called him a traitor. The man swung the blade to kill him. At that moment, a throwing knife crashed into his forehead. Encred put his hand forward. The villain immediately fell to the ground. His subordinates looked tensely at his lifeless body. Rem closed his eyes and thought that his comrade looked very cool. Kreis opened his mouth in surprise and mentally called his leader cool. Jackson closed his eyes and decided that it was pretty bearable. Ragnar frowned in displeasure and realized that this irritated him. The boy smiled and supposed that he looked pretty cool. The bandits fell to their knees and begged for mercy. The mercenary put his axe on his shoulder and asked what they should do next, since it would be much easier to kill them. The man bowed his head and explained that there was someone among us who was caring for his sick mother. The young man said that difficult circumstances were no excuse for a crime. Gilpin burst into tears and asked to kill only him. The warrior raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if that was not the name of their guild. The swordsman pointed at him and asked if he was the head of the guild. The bandit denied it. Then the commander pointed at the dead man and asked if that was Gilpin. The criminal denied it as well. The protagonist narrowed his eyes in confusion. Kreis explained that the villain had deliberately named their gang after his subordinate in order to frame him if he was caught by the army. The man looked down and said that he was ready to be punished for everyone, because the rest of the guild members had not done anything serious. His comrades burst into tears and asked the squad not to touch him, because he always helped them, even when the guild leader beat them. The soldier pointed at them and asked if their leader was really going to kill them after that. Encred reminded them that his friend had offered to do so himself. Gilpin frowned pitifully and said that he would give them all the guild's savings if they spared them. The guy frowned sternly. It was snowing outside. The bandit told them that there was a lot of stuff stored in this warehouse, but they needed to find the key that the leader had hidden. Auden tore the safe door open, ignoring the chains and lock. The criminal realized that they would not need the key. The squad members rushed to the treasure when the young man gave the order. Rem wrapped himself in a blanket of warming leather. Ragnar asked if this was really the most valuable thing to him. The warrior sat down next to the safe. He found a suit of armor made of durable and elastic leather, and the swordsman decided to take it for himself. The commander looked back when the boy called out to him. The soldier smiled and offered him to take over the guild. The protagonist frowned and asked if he was really offering to become thieves, and the mercenary replied that they would become thieves who did not kill people. Encred frowned thoughtfully. Pointing a finger at the man, Kreis explained that if they eliminated their guild, then in a month someone else would organize a new one, and said that it would be better to appoint him as the head of the gang and take real power into his own hands. The boy looked away and thought that his friend seemed to have planned this from the very beginning. In a memory, when they were sitting at the table, a member of the squad whispered something in Leiza's ear. The young man asked if his comrade had given all the information to the waitress. The boy smiled broadly and said that at least they had managed to deal with them in one go. The soldier raised his index finger and explained that they would be able to receive a ransom in crowns and important information every month. The warrior frowned and decided that he did not really need the money, but having a lot of it was actually calmer. The swordsman gave his permission. The mercenary pointed at Gilpin and declared that from now on they were a guild that did not kill people. The bandit frowned sadly. Kreis explained that they would catch all the villains, put them behind bars and gradually reorganize. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise when the criminal said that they would all die if they did not disband the guild. The man lowered his head and told them that the dead leader received money from Aspan, carrying out their orders, and every year in the spring and fall Frock came to them to check on the guild. He trembled and shouted that this mad beast would kill them all if he found out about the changes in the guild. The squad member said that it was no problem. The mercenary gave him a thumbs up and said that their mad beast was the best. Rem asked loudly what that meant. The commander walked up to him and announced that it was time for them to go back. The soldier gave him a displeased look. The hunter lowered the corners of his lips and asked if all the snow had been removed. The protagonist narrowed his eyes tensely. Encred looked out the window. Lying on the ground, Ragna assumed that they still had business here. Sitting by the fireplace, Auden said that he wanted to stay here and talk to the god for a while longer. Jackson closed his eyes and promised to come back tomorrow morning because he still had some business to attend to. The guy lowered his head and realized that all his friends were very busy. The squad members gathered around the fireplace to give themselves some rest. The lights were on in the windows of the house. The tree branches were covered with ice. The young man reported the return of the entire squad and that the Thieves' Guild had been found and destroyed. The company commander raised her eyebrows and asked if they enjoyed shirking snow removal. Frowning, the warrior said that it was not so at all, and thought to himself that it was impossible to deceive this man. The girl turned to him and asked if it was true that her subordinate never refused to spar. The swordsman confirmed it. The fairy raised her sword and offered to fight him. Grabbing the sword, the captain agreed and wondered if this was his punishment. The woman immediately struck. The protagonist fell to the ground. The knight looked back and ordered him to get up. Encred extended his hand to take the fallen sword. The soldier struck again and did not let him do so. The boy gritted his teeth and wondered if her sword had always been as light as a rod. The company commander swung his sword. The city was covered in snow. The girl repeatedly asked her comrade to get up on his feet. The young man did not understand how to fight back without a weapon. In the end, the warrior fell to the ground, exhausted. Looking at him, the fairy was surprised that sometimes he reacted as if he knew the future, and at other times he could not predict a single blow. The swordsman frowned and breathed heavily. The woman decided that his unpredictability did not cancel the fact that he managed to break the spell and eliminate 4 mercenaries. The knight raised her head and noticed that it was snowing again. The soldier turned away and said that she would keep an eye on her subordinate. The captain wondered if it was all because of the snow. The protagonist pursed his lips and was upset that he still had not learned to control his body even after so much training. Encred sat down on the ground and concluded that he lacked the art that involved the whole body with arms and legs. The guy imagined a muscular comrade in front of him. Auden pulled a tree out of the ground and decided to share the basics of hand-to-hand combat with him. The tree fell to the ground. The man smiled broadly and explained that the most important thing is a trained body. The young man thoughtfully lowered his gaze. Someone was indignant that they uprooted the tree. A member of the squad clenched his fist and said that he had invented his own personal method to train to the limit of his capabilities, and it was called the isolation technique. The mercenary smiled and said that his friend would suffer unbearable torment, and that he might have to die a couple of times for this. The warrior frowned sternly. The swordsman cast a stern look at his comrade and replied that he was very good at it. The next moment, the commander was already carrying a giant boulder on his shoulders and felt like he was about to die. The soldier put his hands on his belt and said that the isolation technique was based on a load from which the muscles were ready to explode. The protagonist clenched his teeth and trembled. Pressing his hand on the stone, Auden said that he knew his limit and asked him to hold on for another 10 seconds. Encred wondered how he knew his limit. The man raised his eyebrows and asked if he regretted not taking up this training sooner. The boy lowered his head and said that he did not want to waste time on regrets. The squad member explained that he would have to build up his mass for a long time to use the art of hand-to-hand combat. The young man remembered how the enemy killed him and decided that he needed to focus on the present, because otherwise he would not have been able to free himself from the first one today. The warrior looked up and asked his comrade to stop talking and show him another exercise. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the mercenary wondered where such straightforward people came from and thought about how his passion for training had not waned for a moment since their first meeting. Smiling, the soldier paid his respects and suggested that they move on to the next exercise. The swordsman looked at him tensely. Auden shouldered several stones and said that he would need to crawl to the guard bridge and back. The panther jumped onto the fence. Sobs and groans were heard. The big cat watched the commander holding the boulders in his hands. The protagonist angrily clenched his teeth. The jaguar looked at him carefully. After training, Encred fell right on the threshold of the barracks. Rem leaned on his hand and asked who mocked him like that. The man asked why his friend always walked around beaten. The guy went to his bed and answered that it was a regular training. The beast jumped onto his lap. Looking at him, the squad member asked if his comrade had decided to keep him for himself and offered to come up with a name for him. The panther bared her teeth in displeasure when the young man wanted to call her Kamen or Blue Eyes. The mercenary raised his eyebrows and assumed that she did not like such names. The warrior asked if it did not sound cute. The swordsman lay down on the pillow and decided to think about the name. A large cat lay down next to him. The commander closed his eyes. The world around him blurred. A field full of flowers appeared under the stars. The protagonist opened his eyes. Encred rose from the ground and wondered what it was. The northern lights sparkled above his head. The guy looked ahead and assumed that this was a dream. Petals fell from the sky. The young man noticed that there was no boatman here and decided that this was not the most suitable place for this bundle of despondency. The flowers began to shimmer. The warrior looked back. A girl in a cloak was walking towards him. Her hair fluttered in the wind. The stranger looked up and pouted. The swordsman looked at her in surprise. The woman stopped and said her name. She frowned and said that her name was Esther. The commander woke up on his bed. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. The girl was lying next to him. The stranger looked at him in surprise. A dim moon was shining over the village. Candlelight illuminated the heroes. The woman's cheeks turned red. Encred looked down and wished her good night. The guy hugged her. The squad members were sleeping on their bunks. In the morning, the sun rose over the snowy mountains. Rem wrapped himself in a blanket and asked where their leader was going. The young man replied that he needed to train. The man asked if he really didn't have any pain after yesterday. The warrior put his hand on his shoulder and said that on the contrary, he felt a certain lightness in his body. The panther frowned and thought that it was thanks to her magic. The swordsman looked at his hand. The big cat remembered that she needed him to dispel her curse, and decided that it would be bad if something happened to him. A squad member asked if his friend had visited a priest. The commander looked back and denied it, telling him that he had a dream about a woman. The protagonist looked away when the mercenary was surprised that he had such dreams and asked who it was. A piercing gaze of a stranger appeared in the memory. Encred looked at his comrade and replied that she was very beautiful. Jaguar closed her eyes and was glad that his eyes were in place. Walking on the surface of the water, Esther thought about how she was cursed because of her obsession with learning spells and turned into a beast, losing all her powers. The girl remembered how she met a guy in a field with tall grass, when she was attracted by the smell of a curse. The young man was pumping the press with a stone in his hands. Auden was surprised that his comrade was full of strength, because it should have taken at least a week to recover. The warrior placed stones on top of each other. The panther bared her teeth when the swordsman almost called her blue eyes and asked how long she had been watching him. Remembering how they met in a dream, the woman realized that in the world of spells, a name was of great importance, and that her friend could strike at her world if he called her wrong. Imagining how they lay in the same bed, the mage thought about how she had gathered the last of her strength to come to him in a dream and tell him her name, and realized that she had made a mistake due to unstable magic. At that moment, her cheeks were blushing. Esther was glad that her friend was not so smart. The swordsman wiped his neck with a towel. Watching him, the panther realized that his curse was much stronger than her own. The girl imagined her beast form in front of her, and decided that she could get her strength back by staying near him, because a powerful curse gradually absorbs weaker ones. Clouds floated above the village. The commander was struggling with his comrade. The man tried to kick him with his knee. The protagonist dodged his blow. The squad member reached forward to grab him. He managed to knock the leader to the ground. Encred put his hand under his head. The mercenary warmed up his hand and explained that hand-to-hand combat is similar to fencing in its distance, and that the basis is endurance, so everything loses its meaning if a person is clumsy. The guy scratched the back of his head. The soldier noticed the changes in his body and said that he was actually unfamiliar with the concept of giving up. The young man sternly knitted his eyebrows and thought that a month had flown by very quickly. The first shoots appeared above the snow-covered ground. The warrior spent every day without exception in training. The swordsman tried to hit his friend with a blade, but missed. The commander frowned menacingly. Rem smirked and said that his comrade had become much better and added that it was even fun to fight with him now. The protagonist put the empty bowl on the table. He approached his comrade and invited him to train. After a while, Encred sat on the ground exhausted. Ragnar said that his friend was making very slow progress in practice. Placing his sword on his shoulder, the boy said that he saw no need to teach him the basics any further, and explained that he now needed to hammer the knowledge into his muscle memory so that he could move even in his sleep. The boy lowered his head and sighed. The young man smiled and said that this was the easiest thing for him. The moon was shining over the village. Wiping his sword, the warrior decided that sparring with his comrades was all very well, but it was time for him to participate in a real fight. The swordsman frowned when he heard a barely perceptible sound. Jackson tried to stab him with a knife, but the commander grabbed him by the blade. The boy raised his eyebrows and said that his leader would not die from a knife in a blind spot, which could be called great progress. Kreis peeked out from under the blanket and asked them to go outside if they wanted to fight so much. The protagonist asked since when his friend went to bed so early. The panther rose to her feet and growled. The squad member touched the place where she was lying and hoped that he could find at least one claw. Encred looked at the door when he heard someone's footsteps. The company commander entered the barracks and asked him to go outside for a minute. The guy approached her and reminded her that all the snow had melted. The girl asked him to forget about it and said that a new mission had appeared. The young man frowned sternly. the fairy asked him to deal with the order that came through the soldier recruitment system. People gathered at the notice board. It was one of the two largest policies along with the soldier ranking system. It existed so that the city residents could give orders to soldiers. The warrior pursed his lips and decided that this was a great chance to try himself in a real fight, because better performance and outstanding skill create a high demand. The guard yawned widely and was glad that his dull service was almost over. Suddenly, the patrolman noticed the heroes standing in the shadows. The swordsman looked up and asked how many people were in the squad. The woman answered that 3 people were needed. The knight frowned and said that she would also take part in the task. The captain narrowed his eyes and wondered why she personally wanted to deal with the order. Looking at them, the man thought about how often they were together and wondered if there was something between them. The soldier looked down and asked if her comrade was really burdened by being with her. The guard's eyes widened in shock. The people gathered in the street began to discuss the relationship of the protagonist with the company commander. A resident of the camp grinned and said that they even had a child. The sun rose over the mountains. Encred was doing push-ups with a stone on his back. The guys passing by were surprised that he managed to seduce someone with such a face. The guy frowned with displeasure. As soon as he opened the door, his comrades greeted the young father. Rem smiled broadly and asked how many months ago the child was born. The young man narrowed his eyes menacingly and said that these were all baseless rumors. Cries asked him to stop being embarrassed. Ragnar leaned on his hand and suggested that his friend could become a fencing coach when he got married. Auden prayed for their future well-being. The warrior wondered why they were organizing this collective bullying. The man put his axe on his shoulder and asked if he could go on their next date. Looking around, the swordsman realized that they were talking about an assignment, and replied that he was not going to take him with him. The mercenary raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked who would go instead of him then. Jackson approached the leader and announced that he was ready to move out. The heroes headed for the exit. The soldier swung his axe and asked if he had been traded for this wild cat. The commander said that he would never take him because he would throw the axe at the customer's head if he got angry. The guys went outside. The boy asked if his comrade thought there would be no problems with him. The protagonist replied that he took him because he often takes orders in the hiring system. The squad member looked ahead and asked if he could give him advice. The mercenary looked at his friend and asked him not to get deeply involved with the woman because it would result in a deep wound. Encred frowned and said that he did not need such advice at all. The guy approached the company commander and asked when the customer would arrive. The girl closed her eyes and replied that he would be here soon. The young man hoped that the rumors had not reached her. The fairy looked at him and asked if they had ever done anything that would produce children. The warrior narrowed his eyes and denied it. The soldier somehow held back his laughter. The swordsman looked at him and asked if he found it funny. Jackson replied that he did not understand what they were talking about. The woman tilted her head and asked if the question made him angry or happy. The captain answered negatively and wondered what the question was about. The carriage stopped next to them. The boy looked back and decided that this was the customer. The knight lowered the corners of her lips and was upset that they had interrupted their fun. The protagonist looked tensely at her back and wondered if she was really capable of joking with such a stone face. There were people in the carriage. The essence of this order was to protect the heir of the trade guild. The people were sitting at the table. The question of which of the 2 heirs would become the next head of the Lock-Fried Guild was being decided, and an order had been placed for security to prevent them from harming each other. The man walked down the steps. Looking ahead, Encred thought about how he had imagined the heir of the Merchant Guild as something like a greedy toad. Leona looked up and introduced herself. The girl raised her eyebrows and said that she was relying on the squad. Clouds floated above the city. The heroes walked down the street. The boy frowned and realized that after the greeting, they had not spoken once, and all their thoughts had to be exchanged through the nanny. The maid looked back and explained that first they needed to rent a room at the inn and wait for the second heir. The people from the Merchant Guild walked ahead. The young man assumed that this was a hint that they should only accompany them and not interfere in their affairs. In the memory, Auden raised his index finger and explained that age, posture, choice of location and gaze are all information, and assessing the opponent's strength is talent. The warrior squinted and decided to observe what was happening. The swordsman saw a woman from the guard in front of him and concluded that she was left-handed and in good physical shape. Frowning, the captain realized that all these people were below special rank and decided that there was little information, but for now that was all. Jackson closed his eyes and suggested playing a simple game. The boy looked at his friend and said that the game was called Guess the Sound. The heroes walked forward. A member of the squad named sounds, and the main character named their source. At some point, Encred closed his eyes and could not answer, and then the mercenary himself said where the sound was coming from. The guys went into the tavern. The guard asked them to wait here and said that their room was upstairs. The squad sat down at the table, and the company commander wanted to join the game. The boy thought that all 5 senses of the representatives of her race are many times sharper than humans. The soldier crossed his arms on his chest and continued to name the sounds. The girl answered much more accurately than her subordinate. The young man frowned and thought that she did not leave him a chance. The warrior put his hands on the table, while his comrades continued to play. Sitting in front of him, Jackson said that someone was secretly looking around. The fairy answered that this someone was standing behind him. The stranger took the sword out of the sheath. At the same moment, the soldiers killed the villains who crept up on them from behind. The boy frowned and assumed that this was an attack. The woman took the sword out of the enemy and agreed with him. The guards grabbed their weapons and shouted that assassins appeared here. The killer swung his blade to kill the swordsman. The captain turned around and counterattacked him. A scream came from the door on the second floor. The protagonist thought that the customer's safety should come first. Encred ran up the stairs. The villain threw throwing knives at him. A squad member deflected them with a frying pan. The company commander chopped off the attacker's head. The stranger raised his knife and asked why they were so strong. His accomplice asked him not to worry about it, because there were more of them anyway. The mercenary killed another enemy. The knight frowned and was surprised that a private who was much stronger than his leader continued to follow him with unwavering faith. The villain pounced on her with a dagger. The company commander smiled and wondered if all members of his squad were like that. The girl pierced the enemy with her sword. The protagonist knocked the enemy to the ground. Running forward, Encred remembered that first Aspan had wanted to kill Krang, then the half-elf, and decided that such attempts could no longer harm him. The assassin pounced on him. The boy thought that his recent training in physical strength and hand-to-hand combat had made him stronger. The young man looked back and felt that he began to move completely differently, even though Auden still considered him slow and clumsy. The warrior kicked his opponent in the stomach. The guard flew out of the room and hit the railing of the second floor. The swordsman ran into the room. The assassin approached Leon and shouted that he was acting in the name of Aspan. The servant covered her charge with her body and closed her eyes. Reaching out for the throwing knife, the captain realized that he was too close to use the whistling dagger, and concluded that he would not be able to hit the enemy at his current level. Standing in the doorway, the protagonist wondered if he would be able to run. In his memory, a hail of arrows rained down on him. Encred thought about how he had once seen how to overcome such a distance in one go, and decided that he could not repeat it himself. The guy pushed off the ground and wanted to imitate something similar. The young man made a dash towards the enemy. The stranger struck. The warrior was right in front of him. The knife passed tangentially along his back. The villain's eyes widened in fear. The mark from the knife strike remained on the skin, but there was no wound thanks to Gilpin's leather armor. The swordsman looked back and offered to go down and talk. The captain threw the enemy over his shoulder. He immediately jumped out the window. The heroes fell down. The assassin trembled from the strong impact on the ground. The protagonist rose to his feet and thought that his body softened the fall. The customer looked out the window. Encred put his hand to his chin and realized that there was no one else on the second floor, and was surprised that his opponent had survived such a fall. The assassin grabbed his sword and called him crazy. The stranger asked if he was a member of the border guard. The guy raised his weapon in front of him and denied it. The villain smirked and said that in that case he didn't have to worry about losing. The young man narrowed his eyes and noticed that his opponent maintained his balance despite wielding two swords of different lengths. The warrior lowered his head and wondered how to resist him. The assassin said that he would first kill him and then cut the girl into pieces. The swordsman beckoned to him with his hand and was indignant that his enemy was talking so much. The assassin lunged forward. The captain swung his sword and realized that he hadn't fought such a serious opponent for a long time. The protagonist crashed his feet into the ground. He grinned confidently and wondered which technique he should try. The stranger crossed his swords. Encred frowned and noticed that they were different in amplitude. The tip of the blade appeared in front of his eyes. The boy was able to dodge the blow. Then the young man ducked to dodge the next attack. He had to jump back. There was distance between the opponents. The villain lunged forward, but the warrior was able to dodge. The assassin's eyes widened in shock when the swordsman appeared behind him. The killer gritted his teeth and wondered if this was really a simple private. Looking back, the captain envied him because he did not have enough talent to master this technique, and thought that such a blow could have crippled him. The stranger rushed at him with a weapon and asked what he was muttering under his breath. The protagonist's eyes lit up. Time and space around him seemed to freeze. Encred squinted and could see the enemy's line of attack. The swords left faint traces that predicted their movement. The boy swung the blade. He made a slash. At the last moment, the tip of the sword pierced the enemy. The boy frowned and was disappointed that he had hit the chest and not the heart. Blood gushed from the fresh wound. The assassin's mouth opened wide. The warrior pulled the sword out of it and realized that he still had a lot to master and that he should train with Ragna. The dead assassin fell to the ground. The remaining scoundrels ran out of the tavern. The swordsman frowned and thought about catching up with them. Jackson said that they were fighting too loudly. The captain pointed at the fugitives and asked if they weren't supposed to catch them. Narrowing his eyes, the boy reminded them that their mission did not include eliminating criminals and said that the customer was already safe. The protagonist frowned and realized that they needed to focus on guarding as ordered. The company commander approached him and praised him for his excellent work. Encred asked if she was okay. The girl tilted her head in confusion. She raised her eyebrows and asked if her comrade was really that worried about his beloved. The guy frowned in displeasure. Leona approached them and asked if they were dating. The young man denied it. The fairy looked at him and asked if his intentions were not serious. The young man gave her a stern look and wondered what was wrong with her. The client approached him and asked his name. The warrior told her his name. Bowing, the heiress of the guild thanked him for his protection and promised to pay for his treatment later. The swordsman bowed back and said that he did not need the money because it was his debt. The woman looked at him in surprise. It was the middle of the night. The sun had not yet risen over the mountains. Guards were guarding the entrance to the tavern. The squad handed over the captured assassins to the local army, and reinforcements were sent to them in case of a second attack. Sitting at the table, the captain thought about who they were and remembered that among them was a rather talented soldier, so robbery was hardly their goal. The protagonist put his hand to his chin and decided that they should suspect the second claimant to the inheritance first. Leona came down from the second floor. The girl raised her eyebrows and noticed that the mercenary had woken up quite early. Encred frowned and said that he was on guard. The woman sat down next to him. She leaned on her arm and decided to give him a chance to become a bodyguard in the Lock-Fried Guild. The customer narrowed her eyes and thought about how their medium-sized guild was thriving. People in white robes walked one after another. They were the Wasteland Shepherds, who were the guild's main customers. Hunters from the Black-Skin Guild walked through the Land of Dragons. Ranger Glacier moved forward, overcoming the snowstorm. On the table lay a map of trade routes, which depicted the routes of the entire continent. If someone stole it, then with the money he would be able to provide himself with a comfortable old age. Smiling, the heiress decided that this was an unaffordable luxury for the son of the previous leader, and realized that she had to protect the guild, and for this she needed people. In the memory, the villain hit the guy in the back. Leona noted his talent and selfless character, and thought that everyone would want to get into their guild. The girl clasped her hands and promised to give him anything if he agreed to become a bodyguard. The young man frowned and refused. The woman raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked why. Jackson went down the stairs and was indignant that she was clinging to a man even after his refusal. The company commander went down after him and agreed. The customer bowed to them. The heiress straightened her shirt and said that she needed to get ready, because her competitor would arrive in the morning. The guys approached their comrade. The boy turned away and asked if his leader had even seduced her and asked him to stop throwing flirtatious glances, but the warrior denied it. The girl looked at him and called him a traitor. The swordsman gritted his teeth in displeasure. Looking up, the captain apologized and explained that his tastes had changed. The squad member looked away tensely. The woman raised her eyebrows and was surprised that he had managed to parry her words. The people who had been peeping through the window were outraged that their comrade had seduced another girl in front of the knight. The soldier smiled. The protagonist was left sitting at the table alone. The sunlight illuminated the village. Kryes smiled broadly and said that he had heard about his leader spending the night with a customer only a day after they met. The townspeople sitting in the distance called Encred the destroyer of women's hearts. The boy frowned and asked if his friend had come to make fun of him. The boy replied that he wanted to inform them that they needed to keep an eye on the Gilpin Guild. The squad member's eyes widened in surprise when the boy asked him to do something. The warrior frowned sternly and thought that they needed to catch a gang of escaped bandits and check something. On the wall hung a portrait of the former head of the Merchant Guild Lock-Fried. Renaus was an outstanding businessman and a person worthy of respect. Another picture depicted Leona, his adopted daughter, who was the best fit for the role of heir due to her wisdom. In the third frame, there was a portrait of the head of the guild's biological son, because of whom he was hesitant to appoint the girl as the heir. People had gathered for the funeral of the head, who never made the future of the organization clear before his death. A black carriage drove along the road. The man sitting inside reported that the assassination attempt had failed and stated that this was why it had to be entrusted to them. Khalid looked away. Frowning, the bodyguard promised to do everything to settle the matter and asked if their agreement was still in force. The boy frowned and said that he would not forget to reward them once he became the head of the guild. His guard looked out the window thoughtfully. The delegation arrived at the tavern. The boys looked around. Dissatisfiedly waving his hand, the nobleman smelled dust and stated that nothing less could be expected from his sister. The protagonist frowned and noticed a very strong man among his entourage. A guard with long hair entered the tavern. He looked away. Encred narrowed his eyes tensely. The man immediately looked away. The nobleman pointed at Jackson and asked him to bring his sister. The boy turned his head and was glad that he had taken him with him. An image of Rem hitting the guest on the head with an axe and laughing at his arrogance appeared in his mind. The mercenary pulled a knife from behind his back. The boy grabbed his hand, and Khalid asked them to hurry. At that moment, Leona came down from the second floor and asked her brother to calm down and not to embarrass himself. The girl raised her eyebrows and noticed that he was late. The boy frowned and said that she should teach her guards some manners. The woman slapped him. The warrior closed his eyes and concluded that there was no one sane here except him. The heir grabbed his cheek and asked if she had really gone crazy. The client frowned sternly and asked if he really wanted to rot in prison for the rest of his life for attacking soldiers from the regular border guard army. The nobleman looked away and replied that he did not know about it. The guard raised his fist to his mouth and coughed. The nobleman opened his mouth wide and said that it was not his doing. Fawled pointed at his sister and asked how a commoner dared to yell at him. Leona confirmed that she was picked up on the street. The girl frowned and reminded him that the previous leader's own son was incapable of deciphering a trade route map or calculating a budget. The boy gritted his teeth and said that the butler could do that. The woman crossed her arms over her chest and said that she would not have wasted her time if not for the leader's last words, who asked her to negotiate with his son. The swordsman looked down and thought that Renos was very soft and to give him a chance, despite the fact that his adopted daughter was more suitable for the role of the guild leader. The client approached her brother and explained that the only reason he supposedly should inherit the guild was his relationship with the previous leader. The heir asked if there was a more important reason. Leona grabbed his cheeks and noticed that her competitor did not look a bit like his father. The girl approached him and asked from whom he inherited this ignorance and terrible face. The nobleman grabbed his sword and insulted her. At the same moment, the captain pulled the sword from its sheath. The protagonist frowned tensely. The bodyguard also put his hand on the sword. Encred pushed off the ground. Everyone present in the room took a fighting stance. The guy was clutching the hilt of the blade in his hand. The guard pushed the aristocrat back. The young man narrowed his eyes and noticed an unusual pose of one of the accompanying men. The guard was ready to pull the sword from its sheath. Sternly frowning, the warrior wondered how much faster this man was than Rem's axe or a whistling dagger, and wished to see him in action as soon as possible. The man swung the blade. The swordsman grinned and drew his weapon. Someone entered the tavern and asked everyone to remain seated. The man from the border guard frowned and said that if they did not lower their weapons immediately, they would be accused of mutiny. Fallid's mouth fell open in fear. The captain sheathed his sword. Jackson looked at him with concern. The boy remembered his leader closing his eyes and saying that there was no one sane here except him. The squad member frowned and decided that his friend was the most insane one here. The soldier looked sternly ahead and explained that they would take matters into their own hands because the attackers who had been handed over to the army turned out to be mercenaries from another country. The nobleman winced when he asked why they had not turned to mercenaries on the day of the heir's appointment. Raising his hand, the guard asked if the testimony had mentioned which guild was involved and said that was not enough to arrest them. The man smirked and asked if he thought the guards weren't even capable of picking up the trail. Leona stepped forward and offered to find the culprit and provide special evidence while the heirs were in custody. The nobleman opened his mouth angrily and refused sharply. The protagonist frowned and wondered if she was the one suggesting an arrest after the attack. The guard crossed his arms and explained that most of the prisoners were just pawns who knew nothing. The girl stated that they still had targets to interrogate. In Encred's memory, he saw several villains escape through the back door. Raising her eyebrows, the woman suggested that the gang leader might be among them and said that he needed to be captured and interrogated. The soldier narrowed his eyes and asked what would happen if it didn't work. The client replied that their investigation would continue then. Leona looked ahead and informed him that they could no longer discuss their business here, so they would have to return to the guild's hometown. Frowning, the boy realized that the army would not be able to protect her once they left border guard, and he thought about how they would not be able to stand against the second heir's men. The bodyguard glared at him, and the boy realized that the girl would die as soon as she left the city. The warrior frowned and wondered what she was really planning. The woman took the package from the nanny's hands and explained that she did not give out orders without a reward. The client opened the cloth. Jackson flinched in surprise. Leona took out a stiletto and promised to give it as a reward to whoever caught the bandit gang. The girl looked sternly ahead and asked the soldiers to find the fugitives. The swordsman looked back when the boy called out to him. The squad member glared at him and promised to sort this out. The captain looked at the dagger and wondered why his taciturn friend had suddenly taken the initiative. The blade of the knife sparkled. The protagonist mentally wondered what kind of weapon it was. The sun was shining on the tavern, from which disgruntled exclamations were coming. Fawled pointed his finger at the stiletto and asked if his sister understood what kind of reward she was assigning. The woman looked at him and said that it was her decision. Encred asked if this weapon was really that special. The mercenary was surprised that he did not know about it. The soldier frowned and said that this dagger was created by the great weaponsmith Carmen. Jackson presented several types of weapons and explained that Carmen was a slave who used 7 different weapons of his own making for revenge. Squinting, the boy added that the stiletto was the 4th weapon, and said that some were ready to give their lives for it. The border guard raised his index finger and declared that everyone present would have to stay in the tavern for the next 2 days. The guy looked at his comrade and asked him not to worry about the dagger. The young man turned around and said that he had already sent Christ after the fugitives. Fawled gritted his teeth in displeasure. The warrior looked away. Suddenly, he looked forward. The bodyguard was watching him closely. Noticing his gaze, the guard turned away. The swordsman silently looked at his back. Evening had come, the lights were on in the windows. Sitting on the bed, the boy thought about what would happen if they were caught. The guard explained that they could not just become a target for the border guards. The escort crossed his arms over his chest and reminded that the right to choose would pass to the investors if they could not agree. His comrade looked out the window. The heir said that this would not be a problem, and said that he had already promised a reward to those who supported his candidacy. The captain was training in the backyard of the tavern. The protagonist held a bar with a huge stone on his back. The boulders fell to the ground. Encred sat on them. Thor said that he did not see any progress. The lieutenant smiled and asked if he really wanted to relax for a while. The boy closed his eyes and decided that he would if time were fair, but it flowed differently for talented and untalented people. The young man rose to his feet and thought about how what others learned in a week could take him months or even years. The warrior picked up a stone and realized that he couldn't waste time. As he did his bicep curls, the swordsman dreamed of building an even higher wall. The soldier crossed his arms and called him weird. His leader pursed his lips tensely. The knight rose to his feet and asked his comrade to stop weight training, because he was already doing well. Smiling, the man explained that he hadn't realized this before, which was why they had tied, and asked what would happen this time. The captain looked at him with interest. A smile appeared on his face. The moon was shining in the sky. The sounds of sword swings could be heard. Torres swung his training sword. The stick ended up at the protagonist's throat. The spectators surrounding them cheered. The lieutenant declared that this was his skill. Encred raised his weapon in front of him and offered to fight again. The soldier asked how he was not tired after 11 rounds. His comrade raised his hand and said that he also wanted to take part in sparring. Khalid rose from his bed and asked what these savages were doing in the middle of the night. The knight threw the guy to the ground. The young man clenched his teeth in anger. The bodyguard watched him from the window of the room. Sitting on the ground, the warrior asked what that was and asked the man to show the move again. The guard frowned and noted that defeats did not affect him at all and that he was more like a child who found a new interesting game. The swordsman smiled broadly. The guard remembered his menacing look and decided that this man did not hide his fighting spirit at all, even when he realized the superior strength of the enemy. The mercenary crossed his arms over his chest. The soldier again knocked the captain to the ground and asked him to defend himself better. The bodyguard pursed his lips and realized that he could not find a defense against the new technique until he took a few blows. The protagonist parried the opponent's blow. Encred grabbed the enemy by the arm and threw him over himself. The knight ended up on the ground. Torres opened his mouth wide and congratulated him on his victory. His comrade asked who wanted to be next. The company commander leaned on her hand and said that her comrade charmed both men and women. Leona remembered that they were lovers. The girl denied this and said that they were married and that they even had a child. The guy looked away and hoped that she would leave as soon as possible. The guard came out into the backyard and asked if he could spar. The boy frowned tensely. The guard glared at him. The lieutenant narrowed his eyes and wondered what the man was up to. The mercenary pursed his lips and assumed that the man in front of him was not such an outstanding talent. The man looked down and thought that he could not contain his desire to train him. The border guard smiled and suggested that he sit quietly in the corner, since he was in a different position. The warrior lowered the corners of his lips and objected. The swordsman smiled and said that he had been waiting for this. The bodyguard sternly drew his eyebrows together. A smile appeared on his face as well. Jackson was sitting on the roof of the tavern at the time. The boy looked down and thought that this man was very dangerous. The guard picked up a training sword. The guard lowered his weapon. The squad member took out a knife and decided that he needed to be on guard. The captain took a fighting stance. The opponent walked towards him. The heroes stopped opposite each other. The mercenary raised his stick. The protagonist frowned menacingly and felt tension pierce his entire body. Encred imagined a real battlefield around him. The mercenary held his sword forward. The guy's eyes lit up. He could see the enemy's direct line of attack. The young man swung his sword and realized that the man was going to attack him right in the neck. The warrior imagined the enemy piercing his throat and decided that he needed to parry the blow and complete his combination. The swordsman's eyes widened in amazement. The bodyguard put the weapon to his throat. The border guards watched the events with tension. The guard lowered the stick and explained that his opponent had accurately read his movements, but had done so too slowly. The captain looked at him sternly and concluded that his fast and powerful blows were much faster than one might think. The guard looked back. The protagonist realized that he had not been able to become stronger. Encred imagined a high wall in front of him and realized that the gap between them was huge and his level was unattainable. The guy silently watched his opponent. A smile appeared on his face. The young man picked up a training sword and offered to fight again. The mercenary turned around and said that this was a very good approach. There was a full moon in the sky. The sounds of blows continued to be heard. The guys from the border guard had already fallen asleep. The company commander continued to watch the sparring. The warrior clenched his teeth and thought that any man would inevitably lose heart in front of a more powerful opponent. The man knocked him to the ground with one blow. The The swordsman opened his mouth wide and coughed. The bodyguard looked down at him and wondered why this fight had not broken him yet. The captain rose to his feet. Sitting on the roof, Jackson noticed that his friend was too slow to react and keep up with what was happening, so he could not get past this wall. The boy scratched his chin and suggested that he would have to teach his comrade in order. The guard lowered his weapon and said that they had enough for today, because it was time for them to sleep. Beads of sweat were running down the protagonist's face. The guard turned around when Encred called his sword technique impressive. The boy smiled and said that he would definitely master it one day. The mercenary smiled at the answer and mentally called it even more impressive. The sun rose over the city. Torres looked around when someone reported that they had captured the escaped scoundrels. Beaten and tied up people from Azpan were sitting on the floor. The young man nodded and mentally praised his comrade. Cries shrugged and thought that this was his job. Leona came down from the second floor and thanked him for his help. The lieutenant sat down next to the assassin and asked who had hired them. Khalid looked away in fear. The assassin lowered his head and said that Azpan was to blame. The warrior looked up in surprise. The soldier frowned sternly. The stranger explained that their trade guild wanted to monopolize the intersecting trade zones. The boy's mouth dropped open in shock. The scoundrel said that he did not know who exactly had done it, and that he had received a letter with money and a promise of a reward for success. The knight rose to his feet. The girl asked if the border service would take up the matter. The man looked back and asked if she really hoped that her brother would be guilty. The woman closed her eyes and confirmed this, saying that she had promised to give the valuable stiletto as a reward for that very reason. Torres scratched his head and said that it was their job to deal with these bandits. The carriage drove down the street. Jackson pulled Carmen's stiletto from its sheath. The swordsman narrowed his eyes and asked him not to grab a weapon on the street. The boy asked him for forgiveness. Cries put his hand to his mouth and asked the leader not to fall in love with the client, because she was actually a very scary woman. The captain replied that he did not intend to fall in love with her. Leaning towards him, the squad member said that Khalid was supposed to hire these assassins and asked what Azpan had to do with it. Last night, the team tied up the scoundrels. A man in a robe entered the house. Approaching the soldier, the stranger asked if he was a member of the 4th squad, and explained that he served Leon. Cries frowned suspiciously and asked what they were talking about. The girl was sitting in the carriage. Someone reported that they offered the mercenaries to pay a fine to the army and avoid execution in exchange for the necessary testimony. The protagonist frowned and wondered if it would harm the client that her brother could have ordered this murder. The heiress looked out the window and was glad that Khalid was innocent. The woman smiled and explained that it could tarnish the honor of the former head. Encred frowned sternly and realized that she was loyal to the previous head of the guild. Leona assumed that he was not interested in such talk. The boy looked at her and reminded her that they would not be able to protect her outside the border guard territory. The girl put her hand on the window and said that everything had already been decided. An army stood at the gates of the fortress. The man standing in front folded his hands behind his back. Mattis narrowed his eyes and said that he had come here to escort Leon, who had been appointed the new head of the guild by a unanimous decision of all shareholders. The soldiers knelt before her. Looking at the client, the young man realized that she had been deliberately under arrest for 2 days in order to gather investors for a vote, and he thought that Cries was right about her. The client smiled. The woman looked back and said she would not impose herself. The girl extended her hand to her guard and explained that there was something about him that made her want to support him. The heiress closed her eyes and hoped that they could be useful to each other as friends. The warrior silently looked at her hand. The heroes shook hands and the swordsman agreed. Khalid pointed at the head of the guard and asked if he really wanted to betray them after all his father had done for him. The soldier frowned and ordered him to stop disgracing the former head's name. The boy's mouth fell open in fear. His escort looked back and concluded that their plan had failed. The bodyguard denied this and explained that they had learned that Leona was very capable. The guard narrowed his eyes and thought about what they had also learned about the unusual mercenary. The captain looked sternly ahead. Some time ago, when they were standing in the backyard, the guard said that he was impressed by the opponent's effort and will, but he lacked the talent to maintain it. The man narrowed his eyes and said that it was sad and painful. The protagonist looked up and realized that this was not the first time he heard this. Encred smiled and decided that he was able to get to this point only because he never listened to such people. The bodyguard gave him a stern look. After that, the guard threw down his stick and left. The city was located in the middle of the mountains. The guy entered the barracks and called out to his friend. Rem asked him not to say his name and asked why he was calling him if he was going to play with a wildcat. The young man frowned and explained that he wanted to practice something with him. The soldier smiled widely and asked if that didn't make him indispensable. The guys went out to the training ground and began sparring. The warrior's eyes lit up. He thought about how a fast sword requires a judicious one, which allows you to create the most effective lines of blows. The hunter swung his axe. The swordsman swung his blade and realized that he also needed explosive muscle power that flowed throughout his body. The captain accidentally wounded his comrade. His pupils narrowed. A cut appeared on the man's neck. He looked at it in surprise. The protagonist frowned and realized that he had managed to become faster than his comrade. A flame shone, repetition of the basics, flexibility without force and trained muscles together gave a result. Rem wiped the blood and was surprised that his friend had finally succeeded. A squad member smiled broadly and decided to increase his speed. Encred frowned in confusion and wondered what this meant. The soldier dealt him a powerful blow. The guy raised his sword in front of him and parried the attack. An axe immediately appeared in front of his face. The young man lost his footing and fell to the ground. The warrior frowned menacingly and thought that the axe, which used to look like a whip, was now as fast as a beam of light. The mercenary lunged forward. The swordsman swung his blade and lunged at him. After a while, the captain was training alone, thinking that he was still far from perfect. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The protagonist parried the blow of Jackson, who had suddenly attacked. Holding a stiletto in front of him, the boy said that his friend no longer needed this training. Encred lowered his weapon and asked if his comrade had come specifically to say this. The squad member added that it was only for the moment. The guy closed his eyes and decided that this was why they called him a wildcat. Suddenly, a soldier struck him from behind. The young man grabbed his neck and took a deep breath. The warrior lowered his hand in fear. He looked back as the mercenary explained that malice was a feeling that came from the desire to kill an opponent, and that his leader must be able to notice it in order to react. Jackson turned around and added that the sixth sense was a technique for recognizing this malice. The boy twirled the stiletto in his hand and promised to teach his friend this technique in exchange for the daggers. Raising his weapon in front of him, the swordsman offered to begin and thought about the endless fun that awaited him. Clouds floated across the sky. Closing his eyes, the squad member explained that the sixth sense was the realm of instincts, and asked his comrade not to rely only on sight and hearing. The soldier imagined a leopard attacking an antelope, and said that the sense of direction or movement were also instincts, with the help of which a predator hunts prey. The captain closed his eyes. The mercenary said that he would be able to sense malice if he armed himself with his senses like blades. The protagonist turned around and decided that his friend was there. The wildcat passed him and said that at first it would be difficult for him to do everything right. Encred looked away. Jackson explained that the sixth sense can only be opened through long training. Night fell. The guy was sitting in the barracks. Someone noticed that he had changed a little. The young man clenched his arm at the elbow and said that he had gained muscles. Ram replied that he meant something else. Auden gave a thumbs up and said that his leader began to smile much more often. Ragna assumed that was not what was meant. Kryze smiled widely and decided that their comrade had become even more crazy. The man pointed at him and confirmed this. Everyone else also agreed. The warrior looked at Jackson and called himself the only sane person among the psychos. A torch was burning by the wall. The soldier noticed that the panther had climbed onto his comrade's bed again and asked if she really enjoyed lying with him. Esther looked at the swordsman and noticed that he had overtired his body again. The big cat lay down next to him and thought about how the captain trained to exhaustion every day, and that without her magic it would be much harder for him. A dark aura appeared around her. The jaguar realized that she would never be able to lift the curse if her friend died. The beast looked at the folded clothes. She touched them with her paw. Dark energy appeared around the shirt. The next morning, the protagonist was warming up on the training field. At night, they fought Ragna. Then Auden helped him squat with a stone on his back. Encred thought that he was not at all strained by these endless repetitions of the same thing, because they contributed to his growth. The boy was meditating alone. Suddenly, the young man shuddered. The warrior opened his eyes and sensed where his comrade was. Sitting in the barracks, the swordsman noticed him and turned around. When they were sitting outside, the captain also noticed Jackson behind him. The rest of the squad looked away tensely. Rem leaned on his hand and took back his words about the changes. The man frowned sadly and said that their leader had not grown at all. Auden crossed his arms and called it very strange. Ragna agreed with him and asked if he was really a genius. The boy closed his eyes and said that their friend had not achieved results even with all the training. The soldier decided that he should stop for a while. The mercenary turned away and asked if it would be better if they received an external request and went hunting for monsters. Standing in front of the notice board, the protagonist thought about calling his comrades to work and fight with him to test their skills. Encred frowned and remembered that they were all disappointed. Someone handed him a piece of paper with a task and offered to take it. The guy looked at it in surprise and asked if he really needed to explore the basement. The young man turned around and said that this was a task from a shoe store. The warrior showed it to his comrade and asked if they couldn't just send a patrol there. The man answered negatively. The swordsman frowned sternly when he heard that the owner of the shoe store believed that the undead lived there. Looking at the task, the commander wondered how this was possible and remembered that he needed to develop his skills through real-life application. Putting his hand on his belt, the soldier explained that no one was taking on this job and asked his comrade to help the shoemaker, who had enough problems after the disappearance of his wife. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in confusion. Encred handed the mercenary a piece of paper and refused. In the end, the guy still came to the shoe store. The girl led him to the room and explained that her father did nothing but stubbornly dig the earth. The old man turned around and noticed that someone had finally responded to his quest. The merchant pointed to a deep hole and said that he had found it when he started digging. The young man's mouth dropped open in surprise and he wondered where an underground mine came from in the middle of the city. The torchlight illuminated the cave. The heroes went down. The warriors saw that there were traces of artificial carving. The swordsman went down even deeper and decided that it would not be surprising if there were actually monsters here. The commander narrowed his eyes suspiciously. In front of him was a fork with several tunnels. The protagonist frowned and concluded that someone had specially created this labyrinth. The man said that the undead might be involved. Entred turned around and asked him to be careful and follow him. The guy raised his leg. He took a step forward. A bright light illuminated her face. A flash appeared at the end of the tunnel. A huge amount of energy burst out from there. A stream of blue fire fell upon the heroes. The young man woke up on his bed. The warrior opened his eyes wide and realized that he felt the heat and instantly burned before he could take the next step, which meant that it was a magic trap. Rem approached him and said that he should go into real combat. The swordsman imagined the black-robed mage and thought that dying in battle with him was a great fortune, because otherwise, he would have suffered even more. Putting his hand to his chin, the commander thought about what he should do and wondered if it was possible to overcome magic traps with training alone. The soldier handed him a piece of paper with a task and asked him to complete it. The protagonist took it and decided that it would be better to call a magic expert or ask for reinforcements, because he would not be able to handle this alone. Entred scratched his chin and realized that there was a chance that his request would be granted before the impatient man himself entered. Suddenly the boy's eyes widened in fear. He ran towards the shoe shop. The young man kicked the door open and rushed inside. The warrior opened his mouth wide and asked the girl where the shoemaker was. She replied that her father was in the basement. The swordsman jumped into the mine. There was an ominous darkness below. The commander fell to the ground and rolled down. The protagonist clenched his teeth tensely. The old man approached one of the tunnels. Entred extended his hand and asked him to stop. The man looked back in surprise. His foot touched the ground. At that moment, a stream of light energy flew out of the tunnel. The boy opened his mouth in fury. Their bodies burned in a wave of fire. Circles appeared on the surface of the water. The young man woke up in emptiness and decided that he needed to find a way to cope with this test and convinced the shoemaker not to go into the mine alone. The boat floated behind him. The owner picked up the lantern and suggested that it must be very painful to have your entire body turned to ash. The warrior shrugged his shoulders, and the stranger asked if he still wanted to step in there. The swordsman lowered his head and explained that it was like having millions of needles go through your body, and said that he had to warn the shop owner about it. The commander stood up. The protagonist looked back and said that letting an innocent person die would be even more painful for him. Entred jumped out of his bed. The guy immediately went outside, and Rem shouted that they needed to talk. The young man looked back and said that he needed to save the unfortunate civilians of the shoe shop. The man narrowed his eyes and asked if the leather boots had turned into monsters. The warrior picked up a shovel and thought that there was another way to let the shoemaker start digging, but such a danger could not be ignored. The swordsman looked back and asked the merchant not to follow him under any circumstances. The man said that he could not let him go there alone because this was his home. Having persuaded him to stay upstairs, the commander took the torch and decided that it would be easier to call for reinforcements rather than look for a magic expert. The protagonist frowned and realized that traps awaited him without any clues. Entred came to a fork and realized that there was a high probability that someone would die during the exploration, even if the rest of the squad were brought here. The guy raised the torch in front of him and wanted to learn as much as possible about these traps. The young man approached the tunnel and asked himself if it was worth sacrificing his life several times to check all the passages and find the only correct one that does not have traps. The warrior stepped forward and thought that constantly using the repeat day is a fairly simple way, but there must be a better way. The swordsman raised the torch above his head and wished he had the chance to feel the trap. He stopped and tried to remember his feelings at the moment of his last death. The commander raised his leg and asked himself what it was like when he was about to lose again. The protagonist took a step and wondered what it was like when the knife was at his throat and when the enemy raised his sword. Entred took another step forward. An image of the enemy knight appeared in his head. The villain held his sword forward. Jackson frowned and said that evil is a clear desire to die. The guy saw a flash in front of him. A huge axe fell from the ceiling. The young man's eyes widened in fear. There was a long tunnel in front of him. The warrior raised his leg. His boot touched the ground. At that moment, the blade cut his body in half. Dust rose from the ground after it. The swordsman grinned and felt the evil of the trap. People were walking along the city street. The commander went down to the basement. He squinted and thought that discovering the presence of a trap was a success for the day. The light of the torch illuminated a fork. The protagonist stepped forward and decided that he needed to go around all the passages several times until he was confident in survival. Encred raised his eyebrows suspiciously. The guy illuminated an unexplored passage, but did not feel anything. The young man lowered his head and assumed that this was the right path. The warrior raised his leg. He looked to the side when he heard a loud roar. The swordsman decided to turn around, because a sharp wind was blowing from the tunnel. There was impenetrable darkness ahead. The commander raised his leg again. The axe fell from the ceiling once again. The soldier illuminated his path. Frowning, the mercenary realized that he did not feel anger, and concluded that it was just a memory of death. The man approached him and asked why he was pacing back and forth. The protagonist reminded him that he asked him not to go down here. Encred went to another passage and decided to go forward until he felt anger. The guy raised his leg. The full moon was shining in the sky. The heroes returned to the basement. The old man asked what the mercenary was doing all this time. The young man explained that there were a lot of traps in the mine and promised to return here tomorrow. Holding a candle in his hands, the owner of the shop asked him to look into it, and said that he could not sleep at night because of the fear of losing his daughter. The warrior asked if there were really no leads in the case of his missing wife. The shoemaker raised his hands and said that the number of missing people has increased in recent years, so it is very difficult to find them. The merchant pointed to a gold ring and asked the soldier to let him know if he saw a woman with brown hair and a ring just like it. The swordsman nodded and promised to let him know if he saw her. The moonlight illuminated the barracks. The commander sat on his bed and thought. The protagonist looked away when he felt something strange. However, there was nothing there. Rem frowned and said that this is what happens when his friend does not listen to him and plays with his leather boots. The man asked the leader to go to bed. Encred crawled under the covers and thought about how for the first time in a long time he did not die during the repeating today. The guy lay down on the pillow and wondered what would happen if this day just ended. The young man closed his eyes and wished for it to be known as soon as possible. Ripples appeared on the surface of the water. The sun rose over the city. The soldier got up from the bed and said that his comrade needed to practice in a real fight. The warrior realized that he was back in the same day again. The swordsman went down into the mine and asked himself what would happen if he just didn't sleep. At night, the commander just sat outside. The sun rose over the mountains. The protagonist looked at him. His eyes closed on their own. Encred woke up in his own bed again. The guy grabbed his head and thought about how he just blinked and found himself here. The hunter scratched the back of his head and repeated the same words as before. The young man looked around and concluded that he would not be able to leave this day until he got over the wall. Entering the cave, the warrior decided that it did not matter and realized that he was not going to go further until he got over this obstacle in his path. The swordsman raised his leg and realized that this was different from ordinary fear. The commander froze in place and wanted to feel the touch of death. He lowered his leg, but did not touch the ground. The soldier froze in place. Then the mercenary stepped back. 40 days had already passed. The protagonist threw the torch. Another 10 days had passed. Encred took a step forward. 60 days had already passed. The boy entered a dark passage. It took him another 10 days. Dead hands burst out from under the ground. They began to grab the intruder by the clothes. The undead dragged the boy underground. The warrior stood silently in front of one of the tunnels. Suddenly, a grin appeared on his face. In the memory, Jackson swung his dagger. The swordsman dodged his attack. The heroes looked at each other. The boy looked up and asked if he had really managed to open the door to the sixth sense in just a few days, when in reality, more than 2 months had passed. The commander put a belt with throwing knives on his chest. Sitting on the bed, Ram remembered that his friend was going to a shoe store and asked why he dressed as if he was going to war. The protagonist replied that he would not return until he cut up a dozen shoes. The man called him crazy. The panther frowned with displeasure. There were only 6 passages in the mine, but only one of them was not trapped, at least Encred thought so. The guy frowned and assumed that whoever created this cave was a very creepy person, because there were traps in all 6 passages, and there was no easy exit anywhere. The young man imagined what awaited him in each of the tunnels. Approaching one of them, the warrior decided that this did not mean that there was no way forward, and realized that the point of the trap was that you cannot step on it. A bright light illuminated the cave. The swordsman remembered that the first passage would instantly turn him into ashes. The commander closed his eyes and sighed heavily. His foot came off the ground. The soldier put it forward. A huge amount of energy was concentrated in the tunnel. The mercenary's leg shuddered. The protagonist froze in place. A sharp wind blew. Encred held his leg up. The guy moved it a little to the side. His heel touched the ground. Finally, the young man took a step forward. Nothing happened. The young man looked ahead carefully. He had a stern expression on his face. The warrior took another cautious step. There was only darkness ahead. The swordsman took another step. A trail of footprints appeared ahead. The commander stepped on one of them and realized that he needed to open his sixth sense. The soldier walked forward along a safe road. The mercenary closed his eyes. He took another step. The protagonist closed his eyes and stopped. Encred looked ahead. Torches were burning next to him. The guy raised his head and decided that he could overcome this wall. Suddenly, a zombie pounced on him. The blade of a sword flashed in the air. The young man cut the enemy's body in half. The warrior grinned and said thank you. A group of living dead ran out of the tunnel. The swordsman said that this was an excellent reward. The monster opened its mouth wide and bared its teeth. Raising his sword, the commander guessed that their claws might contain poison, so even a small scratch could cause serious damage, and remembered that usually you need to go against them with a whole squad. The soldier cut through the enemy bodies with his sword. He turned around abruptly. The mercenary swung his blade. The protagonist killed several more monsters. Encred gritted his teeth and swung his sword again. He managed to cut his way forward. The guy approached the ghoul and jumped into the air. With a swing of his sword, the young man chopped off the zombie's head. The warrior landed on his feet, and the dead enemies fell to the ground. The swordsman lowered his head and began to breathe heavily. He closed his eyes and thought that it was cool. The commander introduced his comrades and decided that it would be great if they saw this. Suddenly, another monster ran out of the tunnel. The mutated animals bared their teeth and growled. Squinting, the soldier realized that these were not demons and assumed that someone had purposely combined different beasts together. The mercenary swung his sword and wondered what the hell this was. The panther jumped from one building to another. Esther found herself on the roof and thought that her friend had been very strange today. In the memory, the big cat was watching the protagonist gather his equipment before heading to the shoe store. The girl jumped forward and decided that it would be a shame if he died because of his recklessness. The jaguar raised her head and felt a strange energy. A bright aura burst out from the open door, and the smell of a curse wafted in. The woman's eyebrows were furrowed in tension. The sword pierced the monster's body. Encred knocked the beast to the ground and tried to catch his breath. The guy looked forward and felt someone's breath in the depths of the cave. Taking a step forward, the young man decided that the sound was so quiet that it seemed to disappear soon, and wondered if it was monsters or the criminal who created this place. The warrior frowned tensely and looked up. He found himself in a room with human corpses hanging on the walls. The swordsman looked at the hand hanging from the ceiling. The severed body parts were hanging on ropes. The commander remembered that he spent a lot of time on the battlefield, so corpses usually did not cause any emotion, but this was too much. In the wall, behind the bars, lay a man who complained about being uncomfortable. The woman raised her head and asked the stranger to kill her. A wedding ring sparkled on her ring finger. Some time ago, the shoemaker looked at his hand and asked the soldier to find his wife. The mercenary threw a frightened look at the dying girl. Someone said that useful ingredients themselves arrived in his lair. The stranger waved his robe and said he didn't know how he got here and explained that it would be even better this way. Standing in front of the giant monster, the man said he could make a friend for him. The protagonist lowered his sword and asked if all these corpses were his doing. The villain asked if there was anyone else here. The villain grinned and said that this waste was the result of his failed experiments. Pointing at the golem, the magician said that it was Vamillo, and called him a work of art. The necromancer smiled slyly and promised to make an even cooler masterpiece out of the guest. Encred pursed his lips and realized that he was facing a sorcerer. The guy imagined a man in a robe and remembered how his comrade said that dying in a battle with a sorcerer is happiness. The young man swung his throwing knife and shouted that he would kill him even if it took 1,000 lives. The warrior threw the knife at the enemy. His blade hit the protective barrier and bounced off. The swordsman lunged forward and swung his blade. His shoulder crashed into the force field, and the soldier's eyes widened in fear. The magic threw his body back. The mercenary landed on his feet and managed to keep his balance. Esther came out of the tunnel behind him. The panther's eyes flashed and realized that his opponent was a mage. Her paws were enveloped in a dark aura. The big cat realized that her accumulated power was still low, and decided that she could squeeze out every last drop to defeat an opponent of such a level. The man extended his hand forward. An invisible stream of energy burst from his finger. It appeared in front of the protagonist's face. Encred dodged the projectile and thought about how he could not see or hear his opponent, but he could still feel his malice. The mage raised his index finger and asked if he wanted to surrender. The guy's eyes shone. The young man dashed forward and predicted the enemy's attacks. When the warrior asked the squad members how to fight the mages, Rem bowed his head and suggested that he just die. A wave of energy pierced the swordsman's hand. Jackson frowned and said that if his friend did not see the sorcerer, then only death awaited him. Auden smiled and replied that he needed to get close to the enemy. The soldier ran up to the villain and swung his sword. Ragnar leaned on his hands and explained that if you seriously wound a living creature, it will die anyway. The villain opened his mouth in shock. The mercenary raised his sword above his head when he found himself in front of a transparent barrier that surrounded his opponent. The protagonist struck and decided to break it with force, since it could not be cut with a blade. The stranger grinned maliciously and suggested that he try to break through the barrier. A wave of dark energy burst out from under the ground. The panther got into a fighting stance. The mana flow approached Encred's chest. The big cat raised its head and thought that the guy had won. A fire ignited in the boy's chest. Its glow illuminated the entire cave, and the man covered his face with his hands. The mage's eyes widened in fear as his magical wall collapsed. The blade of the sword was at his neck. The warrior cut the villain's body lengthwise. Blood gushed from the wound, and a powerful blow threw the villain back. The swordsman looked up and frowned menacingly. The sword cut the mage's body. The hero crouched to finish the blow, and cut the enemy in two. He looked forward furiously. The corpse fell to the ground. Suddenly, the sword cracked. Encred looked at it, and noted that fortunately, only the sword broke. He remembered a fragment from the battle and thought that this blow could tear his body apart, so why did he not feel the shockwave? The man put his hand on his chest and asked, "Is this armor really that strong?" The warrior turned around. The girl's hands continued to hang from behind the bars. There was a ring on her finger, but the swordsman did not hear even a faint breath. He looked at her seriously. He looked down. He was able to open the sixth sense and even defeat the magician on the first try. The warrior silently wandered off. For some reason this did not make him happy. There were bodies left in the cave. The panther began to slowly approach them. She did not understand what kind of stupid opponent he was. He lost because he could not use his powers in the best way. Vermillo was sitting behind the bars, complimenting the physical abilities of the magician. He would wake up, pour another spell into him. The cat stretched out her paw forward. She needed the monster. Day had come in the town. The fairy folded her hands together and looked at the hero. He reported to her about the magician's cave in the dungeon. She frowned to the side and thought that a resident of the city had been kidnapped and subjected to a strange experiment. She knew that if this became known, there would be unrest. The girl looked at the hero. He thought that it was not worth digging into this matter any further, and it was better to leave everything as is. The leader asked why. After all, he was an adamant fighter for justice. Encred looked down and said that the most important thing was people's lives. People were digging underground. They came down to them. The couple approached a shoe shop. The hero asked what was going on there. The warrior answered that the soldiers were filling up the holes that the thieves' guild had dug. The man approached the commander and said that everyone was surprised that this was their doing, and not a monster. He put the bag in the captain's hands and asked him to accept his gratitude. The bag contained new boots. The shoemaker noticed that the man had very old shoes. He moved his mustache and looked down, because now that he had gotten rid of one of his worries, he only wanted his wife to return safe and sound. The swordsman looked at him coldly. The man bowed, closed his eyes and said that it was shameless of him, but he asked that his wife be found. The hero was silent. He smiled at the shoemaker and promised to try. After a while, he watched the sunset. In his hands was a sword. Encred asked himself, was it worth giving the man unrealistic hope or letting him know the truth and experience despair? The light reflected from the cracked sword. The man did not know that when he became a knight, would he be able to prevent this? The regressor lowered his head. He still did not know this. He left the sword in the ground and went on. He had no choice but to try. The monsters screamed and rushed to attack. The squad went forward. Spearmen pierced their heads. The mutants slowly retreated back and growled. Commands were heard to hold the line, soon after the victory over the magician. Another creature rushed to attack. The hero immediately agreed to the request to eliminate the monsters, but the spearmen pierced another. The second rushed after him. They killed him too. Rem laughed, and the commander doubted that this would help him become stronger. The hunter looked at the leader with a smile. He did not understand whether it was worth taking on the job alone. The big guy assumed that the captain was disappointed. With a crazy smile, he took out 2 axes and decided that he would figure it out himself. He broke out of the line and ran forward. The savage began to chop mutants with 2 axes. The soldier angrily looked at the hero and began to complain about his subordinate. Unexpectedly, Encred also broke out of the line and ran into battle. He swung at one of the dogs and cut off his head. Ram smiled at him and said that he should have spoken up right away. They succumbed to the commander's influence. The captain glanced at him and said that this was the craziest thing he could say. The sword rushed into the attack. The leader and subordinate chopped the creatures together. The soldiers adjusted their helmets and were bored. They said that this couple was really out of their minds. The regressor swung a new sword. The men looked around. There were corpses everywhere. The soldiers said that if these two fought so well, then fine. The hunter smiled and noticed that the leader was still not satisfied. The commander turned to the squad, who asked to go in their direction. The hero asked if there were any other strong sides. The man replied that the mid-level squad went to destroy their pack. The creatures screamed and ran on all fours. The leader of the squad raised his shield and said that the archers would soon provide support. They needed to hold the shields until help arrived. He looked angrily ahead. A huge griffin appeared on the battlefield. The pack burst onto the battlefield and began to drag and tear people apart. Soldiers were thrown into the air. They crashed to the ground in front of the squad with a roar. The 4th squad was rushing to help them. Many harpies were rampaging in the air. The hero remembered that the mercenaries, in whose ranks he served for some time. He remembered how he was forced to bend over. His squad was killed by them. The guy was left alone in the middle of a field of corpses. They were very kind guys. The regressor gloomily drew his sword. One of the monsters rushed at him. The man decided that he would not let anyone else die. He lunged forward. The creature opened its mouth and screamed. The soldiers began to cover their ears from the loud sound. Encred made a swing. He noticed how strongly the screams of harpies affected a person. The beast stretched its paw towards him. The warrior looked at it intently, almost as painfully as the feeling of approaching death. His blow began to cut off the wing of the creature. Blood and feathers flew in all directions. The warrior crouched, and the harpy, by the inertia of the flight, flew towards the forest without a wing. Rem grabbed one of the monsters by the paw and screamed that his commander was fussing too much. He slammed the creature to the ground and offered to make a bet on who would catch more. At this time, the monster approached the captain from behind. Claws almost dug into his head. He sighed and replied that they hadn't come here to have fun. The swordsman lunged, dodging the attack. The blow cut the beast's carcass. The shieldmen looked at their battle in surprise. The soldier replied that Rem had always fought well, but the destroyer of sorcery was no worse. The big guy swung his axe with a smile. The blade cut the creature's leg. The man knocked it to the ground. Encred chopped off the head of another harpy. The man looked at him and noticed that the commander's skills had noticeably improved. Torres looked at him boredly. The commander was asked if they could just watch everything, sitting here? The man looked ahead and said that their help was not needed. Several more monsters began to dive down. A blow of the paw threw the warrior aside. He slid along the ground. The sword fell from his hands. The harpies attacked. Suddenly, a blade pierced the head of one. Encred froze in a throwing pose. The monster, one of the two, began to fall down. The second harpy attacked in a straight line. The man looked at the claws that were aiming at his head. The hand managed to grab the sword. The blow cut off the paw. The trio of enemies watched the battle from the sky. The soldiers looked at him carefully. They noticed that the monsters were retreating. The regressor looked at the field strewn with the corpses of monsters. He remembered how he remained the last survivor. The harpies that killed the mercenary squad may not be the same, but still. Someone approached the hero from behind and said that all this happened because he was weak. The man smiled mockingly and said that people died trying to save him. The captain gloomily lowered his gaze. He looked forward. Now he himself was saving others. The outland squad looked at the battlefield. There were no more harpies. They could return. Someone suggested catching a hound with a human face. The shieldmen waved to the four squad and said that they were leaving now. The regressor raised his sword and said that they were not finished yet. Thors grimaced and thought that the hero really was crazy. Sunset came. Everyone returned to the town. The news sounded that the captain saved the army. At this time, the swordsman was training with a stone on his back. Someone was walking nearby and said that he had noticed this before, but now it was a completely different level. The hero is so strong, and he tries his best. The commander took an order from the counter in the morning and said that he would take it, finish it quickly, and take another one in the evening. The regressor trained at night. The soldiers looked at him with fear and noted that he did not have a day without training. The warrior frowned and asked himself, does the commander like living like this? Maybe he should try too? He began to train near the scarecrow. A new day came to the camp. The next night, another soldier appeared to train. Another day passed. This time, almost the entire camp trained. During the day, the fairy looked at everyone carefully. Everyone around was training. The warrior noticed that the atmosphere in the squad had changed lately. The subordinate looked at the soldiers and said that he had heard that now everyone was trying to follow the example of the destroyer of witchcraft. The company leader sighed. She decided that she could not leave it like this any longer. She approached the captain and told him that a meeting had been held about him. This was a decision from above, so he must obey. She closed her eyes and said that from this moment on, his squad. Encred put his hands behind his back and straightened up. His squad became an autonomous platoon subordinate to the commander of the 4th Company, and from this moment the hero was the commander of an autonomous platoon. The man looked at her carefully and said that he only had 5 people under his command and they could not be considered a platoon. The fairy said that she would provide them with as many soldiers as they needed. The regressor looked away. He knew that being a commander was good, but with an increase in the number of the squad there would be more headaches from all sorts of psychos. The girl said that when he became a platoon commander, he would lose his usual job. The elf looked closely at the hero and promised that the training time would increase. The warrior was surprised. He bowed and promised to accept all the responsibilities assigned to him. The leader looked at him and said that she was sorry to send him away just like that, so she offered to arrange a sparring match. She showed her hand, turned sideways and offered to fight with fists. The captain looked at her intently. He remembered his defeat in their last duel. The hero was trained in the martial arts of Auden. The swordsman left his weapon on the ground and agreed. Encred got into a fighting stance and decided it was time to check the result. The couple froze. The regressor tilted his head forward. He remembered what his subordinate had said. The brute smiled and said that hand-to-hand combat was used at very close range and therefore it was more effective to use quick and simple techniques than complex ones. The elf suddenly made a dash. The man managed to block. The voice in his head said that it was even more effective. Encred counterattacked with his elbow. He dove to the side and pushed the light girl, using his weight category. So the warrior was able to knock down the leader. She hit the ground. The destroyer of witchcraft hung over her, and said that he had won. His face was puzzled. The leader said that it was true. The fairy looked at him carefully, and said that this was a very bold assumption. A shadow fell on the man's face. The girl swung her leg, and in an instant she was able to find herself on top. The hair bent down to the face of the regressor. The leader said to first determine the weaknesses of the enemy, and use them to destroy him. The elf leaned closer and said that it was interesting, after which she called the man a groom. She asked him to work harder. Encred looked at his partner, and objected that he was not a groom and asked her to get off him. The fairy stepped aside and began to shake herself off. The regressor turned around. The girl asked for forgiveness. She closed her eyes and explained that she was talking about the fact that she could not stop him. The warrior looked at her in confusion. With the onset of warmth, time on the frozen battlefield will begin to flow again. The soldiers walked forward. Everyone gathered in the square. It was about war, as Pan's actions changed to compensate for the defeat in the last battle. The man began to climb the pedestal. His red cloak, late, followed him. In connection with this, the troops of Norelia began to seriously prepare for war, which, in turn, also contributed to the changes. The new battalion commander looked at the soldiers and introduced himself as Marcus. Christ looked at him in surprise and said that since this commander was here, it seemed that this time the enemies were serious. He called the commander a warmonger. Marcus stood menacingly and kept silent, so that the red-haired man could explain that he was one of the key figures of Cyprus and, unlike the previous commander, he was an excellent strategist with extensive command experience. The warrior looked ahead gloomily. He knew that Aspan was a difficult opponent, but in their army, with the exception of heavy battleships and border guards, there were only newcomers, and even then they were in the minority. He began to look into the crowd. Something aroused his interest. He looked at Encred. He was interested in his autonomous unit and their commander, nicknamed the Destroyer of Witchcraft. His unusual methods of achieving goals brought consistent success. He wondered if this was his luck or skill. A shadow fell on Marcus's face. Mentally he asked the hero to prove that he was useful. Evening came. The squad gathered in the fresh air. They were awaiting a mission to assess the terrain in the river area from the battalion commander. Auden at this time strangled the commander, who understood what the captain was talking about. The man opened his mouth and said that there was a border fortress of Aspan, cross guard. Henry, a new member of the squad, looked at everyone and said that it was built for military purposes, like their border guard. Kryes folded his hands together. The newcomer advised to go there right now. It was a reconnaissance mission. The hunter played with an axe and said that they would not go there. The hero objected that they could not disobey the order of the battalion commander. Andrew and Mac looked at everyone. The nobleman said that everyone should obey him. He looked away. Rem licked the axe menacingly. And did it again. His pupils narrowed. He asked why there were locusts in their squad. The red-haired guy trembled with fear and said that he was the new squad leader, and they all had to follow his orders. Auden laughed, and said that his trembling could be felt even here. Ragnar looked at the guy in confusion and asked if he was really their squad leader now. Andrew hit him in the chest and shouted that if they were unhappy with something, then go ahead. He shouted that he voluntarily went to hell to serve under the regressor captain, and he was not going anywhere. The savage smiled contentedly, and said that the locust was too stubborn. Auden clicked his fists and offered to gently knead the commander's joints. Jackson gloomily took out a knife and offered to cut off one of his fingers. The commander blocked his subordinate's blow and asked him to go easy. The blonde asked the hero to focus on training. Mac looked at the captain in fear and asked him to stop. The man only replied that they got along. The warrior looked at the hero with confusion, who said that if his subordinates suggested a duel first, it was the greatest friendly gesture. He grabbed Andrew, who tried to break free, while the kid demanded to be attacked. Because he was not afraid and was ready to accept the challenge, Henry asked if the hero knew anything about the area around the river. He bowed his head and said that there were many dangers there. He asked if he could help with something before they left for the mission tomorrow. The commander nodded to him and told him to speak. Night fell. Clouds floated slowly over the mountains. Encred walked along the road alone. He put on his new equipment. Torres was waiting for him. He asked if they were really going on a mission together. He waved his hand and noted that they often saw each other. Was it fate? The regressor came closer. The killer congratulated him on his promotion and noted that they were now in the same position. The hero replied that it was nothing compared to the royal army. The gray-haired man advised to just relax and not find fault. He carefully examined the commander and asked how old he was. The swordsman answered 30. Thors frowned and asked if he had really been older than him with such a face all this time. Encred gave him a cold look. The border captain spat and said that it seemed to him that only he had aged. The hero reminded that it was best to relax. What was the mission? The warriors went forward. Thors said that first they would cross the river, and after meeting with another group he would explain everything else. The boat was empty. There was no boatman at night. The swordsman sat down on the ground and said that there was nothing to be done and they could just rest. The regressor took out his sword and agreed. He began to train. His partner asked if this was really a rest. He answered that for him, yes. The captain of the guard grimaced and noticed that the hero was really stubborn and trained too hard, and his skills were amazing. Encred made a strike. Torres pursed his lips. The platoon commander was young and handsome. His gaze filled with rage. The man asked himself if this was too much for him. The regressor turned sharply, feeling evil. Torres looked at him with resentment. The warrior did not understand what kind of expression this was. His partner sighed. He stood up and asked if there were 14 victories out of 20 before. He said that the destroyer was not his opponent in battle. Encred smiled and said that it was in the past. Torres took out his sword and said that more than one hero had become stronger. The captain was delighted and stood in a fighting stance. The sword cut the air. The warriors immediately entered a wedge. Encred deflected the opponent's blade to the side. A frequent exchange of blows began. Gray blocked all the blows. He felt it during his battle with the harpies. But the hero really became many times stronger. The regressor looked at him intently. Torres twisted his mouth. His attacks became more furious. He raised his hand to punch. The regressor looked at the blow flying to his face in surprise. The pink glove was reflected in the blue eyes. The captain managed to dodge. A blade jumped out from under the glove. A scratch appeared on the swordsman's face. He asked how a knife suddenly appeared in an empty hand. Torres smiled proudly and said that it was his secret move. He looked seriously at his partner and asked if he would call it cowardice. The regressor smiled madly. Because he considered it very cool, he asked him to teach him. The border captain called him a psycho. At this time, a night boatman approached the boat, while the border guard said that first you need to practice with flat stones, bend only the wrist. He looked at two brutes who were learning to kill. He called out to them tiredly and asked if they would cross. They were still sailing at dawn. The boat moored on the other side. The partners began to walk up the bank. The border captain said that they were supposed to meet the scouts here, but where was the meeting point? Torres turned to the river and suggested that they rinse off before doing so, because there was no point in dousing themselves right away. Encred looked thoughtfully at his wrist. He began to undress. The border guard complained about the cold water. He turned and hurried the swordsman while he was taking off his pants. The man recoiled, seeing the hero's sword, and quietly cried. He looked at him and said that all his fighting spirit had disappeared. The regressor said that they should not destroy, but attack. But that was not what was being discussed. The girl appeared on the bank. She said that she came to look because they were late, and they were taking baths here. Encred turned around abruptly. He realized that he had not felt their presence. The red-haired girl stood at the head of the scout squad. She said that they needed to get to the fortress today, so they should leave. Torres looked at her and asked how they could leave if she was watching. She objected, saying that there would be something to look at. At that moment, the platoon captain stood up. The scout froze in the cold light. She smiled and said that he had something to look at. The border guard looked at her and asked if she was really staring so openly. She objected that she was only looking at his abs. The man added that he also had cool abs. The red-haired girl offered the warrior her hand and introduced herself as Finn, the commander of the scout platoon. She was pleased to meet him. The regressor coldly offered her his hand. At that time, the captain of the guard looked at himself and asked if he really had SOSO abs. A few minutes later, the squad was already moving forward. The girl said that before getting to the essence of the operation, she must explain the situation. She looked ahead and said that a spy named Cat embedded in Cross Guard had learned important information that he had promised to pass on to them 4 days ago. But the hero looked at her. The spy never showed up at the communications center, and contact with him had been lost to this day, so they needed to find out what happened to the cat. Finn turned around and said that they would infiltrate the fortress and save him. She imagined the gloomy territory near the fortress and said that the field in front of it was called the Land of Demons and Spawn. The enemies considered it a natural barrier. So fortunately they were not engaged in its reconnaissance. She said that there were 3 safe ways to get inside. She imagined a hole in the wall and said that this was the first way. She added that this route was originally used by black traders, so even the guards deliberately neglected it. She imagined the night wall and said that they could climb over it. Maybe it was physically difficult, but it was the safest way. The third way was to sneak in, pretending to be a market guard. Maybe it was dangerous, because they would have to go through the main gate, but it was the most convenient. The girl turned to her partners and said that the members of her squad would go to the communications center in case Kat was simply late, and only the 3 of them would go to Cross Guard. Encred frowned at her. The intelligence captain said that the difficulty level was about the same everywhere, so they could choose any option. The man was silent. He knew that everything was not that simple. Thors folded his arms over his chest and asked if it would not be better for her, as the most knowledgeable, to make a choice. Finn raised her hand and said that they would penetrate through the hole. At night, the scouts sat near the cave. The regressor was practicing throwing stones. The stone jumped out of his wrist. The border guard looked at him and asked how he could master the sword with such talent. The girl approached the men, while the captain of the guard said that he would succeed sooner or later, so he should continue training. The girl reminded that they had not eaten dinner. Were they really busy with something? She chewed dried meat and asked, were they really doing tricks with their hands? Encred adjusted his glove and said that this was training. Finn handed him the meat on a rag, offering to eat at least this. She said that in their platoon there was a guy who dreamed of becoming a cook. The warriors took a bite and both said that it was delicious. They asked what it was. The scout answered that the guy's parents served in the border guard. Perhaps they should visit them. She pointed to the side and warned that if they were going to continue training, it was better not to go there, because under a yellow flat stone. The hero looked at her and said that there was a poisonous snake there. The lady asked how he knew. She took another bite with a smile. The man told her that one of his squad members used to be a hunter, and he taught her. The scout noticed his thorough training. Her lips spread into a smile. She said that she liked it. She pointed at the warrior and offered to train with her like an adult. The regressor looked at her coldly. A question appeared in his eyes. The girl asked if this was an expression of interest. Torres frowned at the scout, who said that she was actually kind. The man asked if they could do this somewhere where he was not. The commander turned away and said that he refused. Finn asked in surprise, was he really busy? Encred darkened. The scout heard that he was dating the company commander. The hero asked himself when this became an absolute fact. The scout turned and offered to communicate with her informally. The warriors silently looked after her. She advised the regressor to go and rest. Tomorrow they were going to cross guard. The border guard complained that he was ignored until the last. A red moon appeared in the sky. The swordsman was lying in his sleeping bag. His thoughts were clouded. A drop fell in the darkness of the mystical space. The boatman was holding a lantern with a cold light in his hands. Encred opened his eyes. All the equipment was lying above his head. He sat up and noticed that the monster had not appeared for a long time. The man looked ahead gloomily. He assumed that he had something to say. A fairy appeared in his head, who asked for forgiveness for the fact that she could not stop. Encred smiled nervously and thought about the mission. During the day, he took a few steps. Finn led them to a hole in the wall. She looked in the morning and turned back. The border guard asked, isn't it more logical to invade at night? The girl looked at him listlessly and said that no matter how irresponsible the guards were, they still did not fully distract themselves from the road. The hero replied that they did not expect that someone could get inside in the morning. Torres froze and thought that Finn was mocking him, because she said that there was something special about handsome guys. The scout got inside and said that she would go first. The platoon captain followed. He thought about the scouts. The girl slowly made her way forward. He thought about her ability to move silently with a light weapon. Her feet stepped lightly on the stones. She stopped. Encred looked at her feet and noted that her steps were almost silent. Could he repeat that? He carefully put his foot forward. Suddenly, a large group of guards appeared from the darkness. Their captain said that the rats were caught. The trio shuddered. Finn turned and shouted that it was time for them to retreat. Suddenly, they were all surrounded. The bearded enemy looked at them menacingly and ordered to kill. The scout took out a hatchet and a dagger and gave the order to break through. The archers fired from crossbows. Encred swung his sword. He managed to deflect the flying bolts, but some hit the girl's hand. She came up to the enemy point blank and hacked him to death. Thors was killing angrily. The hero looked at them and realized that his partners were weak in all-on-one fights. In such a situation he could not show his strength. Finn ducked. The archer was aiming at her head. The border guard was shaking, blocking many blows. He was already attacked in the back. The spearman pierced him, and the archers killed the girl. The rest rushed to attack the last survivor. He understood that this wall was very high, but he would not die so easily. He threw a throwing knife. Several pierced the throats of the archers. The sword cut the throat of the next soldier. Encred immediately rushed at the rest. The head of the guard ordered to surround the swordsman. Suddenly, a blow flew at the commander. He fell to the ground. The spearman jumped on him. He began to block the deadly blows, but some weapons had already pierced him. The regressor looked furiously into the faces of the enemies. The silhouettes of the enemies floated before his eyes. The energy of evil raged in this cave. A new day had come. The man sat on a stone and thought that such a number of troops could not have appeared there just like that. He understood that this was a planned attack. He put his hands to his face and began to think about the fact that the enemy knew about their invasion. Finn and Thors looked at him. The girl said that they already had to go. The hero said that he had a bad feeling. He looked at his partners and asked how about getting in there through the wall. Thors looked at the scout and said that thanks to this feeling, he was once able to find and destroy witchcraft, and they would not lose anything if they entered like that. The swordsman looked at the girl and added to himself that this was not a feeling, but the experience of the day. The red-haired maiden scratched her face and said that they would have to wait until the evening, because it was safer. Encred stood up and offered to spar with him. Finn immediately blushed and asked if he really liked this in broad daylight, and he was impudent, but she only received an impudent refusal, because he did not mean that sparring, but a regular one. The man looked at her intently. The scout put her hands on her belt, and replied that she was not very good at fencing. The warrior offered to do it with bare fists. Finn smiled and said that then there would be no problems. Everyone began to look at the preparing battle. The regressor thought about the fact that if the enemy knows about their planned invasion, then there is a high probability that a clash will occur even if they choose a different route. It will be useful to understand their abilities in advance. The commander raised his fist to his face and thought that it would be good to practice too. He asked if she would attack first. The girl beckoned with her hand and said that she was giving in. The fist immediately flew from its place. The opponent dodged a direct blow. Then she hit the swordsman with her knee in the stomach, but he managed to block. He was thrown back. Without waiting, Finn immediately rushed after him. The hero dodged a kick at the last moment. The strategy is the same as with the elf commander. He rushed at the girl and began to knock her to the ground. He decided to take advantage of his weight category. With one hand, he pressed the scout to the ground. She lifted her leg. She smiled and offered to shake hands, throwing her leg over his shoulder. A moment later, her second leg joined in. The leader of the squad writhed, caught in a vice. He writhed and groaned, trying to break free. Indignant Torres waved his hand and asked to stop. Encred remained lying on the ground. He thought about the small but muscular body of his opponent. She was definitely better at close combat than with a sword. Finn smiled and asked if the man was completely defeated. The regressor smiled. Everything was perfect for sparring. He offered to try again. A blush appeared on the girl's cheeks. Torres watched them dejectedly. The hero again clarified that he was talking about a regular sparring. He asked to do it without him. Evening came. Everyone was going to go to the wall. The swordsman came forward. They asked him if he was really going to go like this. Finn sat on her knees in front of the hero and began to examine his clothes. She said that he took a bunch of weapons and if he went with such a weight, he would fall halfway. The border guard asked what was wrong with his weapon then. She frowned at him. She turned away and told him to take care of it himself. The man cowered and said that he was wounded. Encred looked at the confused girl. He was sure that he had enough strength to climb the wall with this, but it was too naive. She pointed to the side and explained that they had to climb not only the wall. She pointed to the mountains and explained that in order to reach the walls of Crossguard, they needed to get over this rock. The men frowned at her. The border guard noticed that she was terribly tall. The regressor understood that it would not be easy to climb, but when was overcoming walls easy? He looked forward seriously. When he returned from the magician's cave, he collected the trophies found there to arm himself with a new sword to replace the broken one. Kryze, shocked, took the artifacts in his hands and asked if the commander really wanted magic tools. He said that if he sold just one piece, it would be enough to equip from head to toe. The commander nodded and said that he needed the best sword for that price. The guy asked if the captain was really only interested in swords. Now the sword was on his back. He believed that for a person whose life depends on a weapon, it is really important. The regressor climbed the cliff. Initially there was no option to go without a sword. Finn was tiredly waiting for him at the edge of the cliff. She reminded him that she told him to leave the sword, because even if you take another weapon, it will still eat up all the stamina. Encred froze on the rocks to catch his breath. A weapon is definitely a heavy load. His hand grabbed the next rock again. Muscles working at the limit of their capabilities become stronger. The warrior continued to climb forward. He climbed a steep slope against the backdrop of two moons and reminded himself that he had overcome countless obstacles. His hand caught on the edge. The swordsman sighed tiredly and moved to a flat surface. He straightened up and looked at his comrades. The scout sighed. His partner frowned at him and assumed that he had taken the sword on purpose to train. After a while, the mutants began to howl at the bloody moon. The people looked at them from the top of the cliff. The border guard noted that lycanthropes rarely gather in such groups. The monsters galloped forward. Finn went ahead and said that it was time for them to start getting nervous. The wall of the fortress appeared ahead. The trio crouched. The area around was bare. The guard walked along the top with a torch. The scout leaned over and said that on the night of 2 full moons it was light enough, so the guards let down their guard. A small flame of the torch flickered over the wall. The right moment had come. The trio ran forward. Slowly but surely, they approached the wall. Encred looked ahead seriously. The guard glanced at them. But there was no one under the wall. The scouts managed to press themselves against the wall. The girl grinned and said that in fact it was not difficult. The hero silently looked at her. Did it seem to him that they were discovered, or was it just his imagination? He rubbed his hands with dust. The scout commander said that there would be slums behind the wall. She pulled out a bayonet with a rope and said that if they hid there, they would not be found. She handed the bayonet to the swordsman and asked him to throw away his sword, because climbing the wall was much harder than climbing the rocks. The man looked at her seriously and said that he needed weight to train. Torres looked at him silently and thought that he was definitely crazy. After a minute, everyone began to climb up. The regressor thought that there must be a reason why this route was initially presented as safe. If they could get over the wall, they would end up in crossguard. He slowly moved forward and wondered that only if this was the wrong wall. Finn climbed to the edge and hid. There was a high probability that traps could be found on the walls themselves. The scout began to climb over the fence. the squad captain tried to understand how they were going to stop them. Suddenly a woman's boot hit the floor. The stranger came out alone against the three and said that they had worked hard that night. She raised her fingers and said that it was time to rest. The sorceress clicked and large living roots grew from the stones. Finn screamed that a magician was attacking them and gave the order to dodge. She ran forward, dodging the roots. She threw the hatchet forward and ordered to run back. The hatchet got stuck in a pile of roots and shattered into pieces. The woman smiled evilly. Encred looked at her with bulging eyes. He understood that this was an excellent trap. He ran forward sharply and began to swing a blow at the magician. A new root appeared from the stone. He appeared right in front of the warrior, who remembered that he had once defeated a mage. The regressor took a fighting stance and pointed the sword horizontally and thought about using his sixth sense. But the roots had already enveloped him. But the swordsman knew that he could catch the mage. The blade reached for her throat. Jackson appeared in his head, who said that using this technique, he should not blindly trust him. He said that a strong opponent can sometimes deceive his senses, and first of all, we are talking about mages. The roots threw the hero far back. The sword flew out of his hands, and his body began to rise into the air. The partners were already retreating down the wall, while the swordsman was thrown from side to side above it. Finn looked at him angrily and began to curse, asking what he was doing there. The roots rolled over the edge and reached for them. Both warriors were pierced through by them. Encred tried to break free, but the vine was too strong and he could not get out. It slowly enveloped his face. The sorceress took a few steps forward. She applauded his courage and bravery, because he did not run away. The regressor's eyes bulged and he bit the vines with his teeth. The girl smiled with glowing eyes and said that she was Risha of Rose Vines. She clenched her fist. The captain managed to see only a moment. A bright blue light began to beat inside the lump of roots. The man found himself in a mystical space and thought that just as soldiers cannot all be of the same level, magicians are also different from each other. He was too arrogant. Encred looked sadly at his feet. He was intoxicated by the feeling that he had become stronger. He rushed to attack without even looking at the enemy. The boatman appeared behind and asked if the man now understood his level. He looked at the hero and said that he was strange, because he was using today, created for suffering, to become stronger, but in front of this incredibly high wall, he was no different from an ordinary ant. The creature froze. The man thanked him. He stood up, smiled and said that thanks to him he was ready to overcome another wall. The boatman smiled as best he could and said that he would see if he would continue to think the same way when he encountered her. In the afternoon, the man approached the scout and said that he wanted to enter the castle through the trading district because he had a bad feeling. Finn looked at him seriously and said that she did not care. In that case they would have to mix with the merchants who often went there. The nearest merchants would arrive tomorrow morning. The captain looked at the girl thoughtfully. He understood that tomorrow they would not cross without overcoming the wall. I wonder what it would be like this time. Thor scratched the back of his head and said that they would have to wait another day. The red-haired maiden grinned and offered to get it, since they now had time. She smiled and told them to bring everything they had. Bottles and stacks of meat appeared on the tarpaulin. The hero looked at the scouts in amazement and mentally asked if they were really going to drink next to the enemy base. Were they crazy? He looked at everyone and asked if they should relax like that. The scout laughed and said that it would be even worse if they were nervous all the time. They poured her some moonshine. She said that in such a state it was difficult to think objectively. She handed the glass to the man and suggested that they join them and rest. His shoulders were probably stiff. The regressor thought that he always did everything in his power to surpass his limit and considered this the best way. But she was telling the truth, because of such thinking. The warrior looked down and realized that this was exactly why he believed that the wall could only be overcome with direct attacks. He took a few steps forward and decided that it would not be superfluous to think about it. The hero unsheathed the blade of his sword and decided that crazy training was not the only way. He should live the current moment and the day fully. Encred pulled the sword forward and closed his eyes. Finn looked at her lover with confusion and asked what he was doing. The captain of the guard took a sip and said that in his understanding this was rest. The girl looked at the warrior and chuckled. The squad captain was training in a sweat. The girl smiled and said that at least she enjoyed watching. Night fell. The squad lit a fire. Encred sat on a lounger and cleaned his sword. He was able to master something new. This already gives value to the day lived. He looked towards the cliff and thought that now they would have already been at the fortress wall. 2 moons appeared in the sky. The warrior thought about the ambush of gray dogs and the magician hiding on the wall. He even became curious. The wind swayed the grass in the field. A wolf's paw stepped on it. The hero wondered what could happen this time. The beast stopped under the red moon and howled. Everyone turned around sharply. Thor suddenly became alert. The squad captain looked tensely in the direction of the sound. Everyone jumped up, hearing another howl. A bunch of werewolves were running in their direction. The scout turned and ordered to retreat. Powerful paws stepped on the ground. The entire squad was surrounded at the same moment. The men pressed themselves against each other. The border guard said that usually at least 10 soldiers are needed to fight one lycanthus. There are more than 20 of these beasts here, and there are only 6 of them. He smiled and said that this is the end. Finn took out a hatchet. She definitely did not feel the presence of monsters. Where did they come from? The hero noted that he also did not feel their approach at all. He realized that the enemies were able to deceive intuition, and this is very similar to the work of the magician Reshi. He remembered this terrible woman. The monsters howled at the people. The warrior's eyes began to glow blue. He promised himself not to act rashly, but this does not mean that he will allow them to kill him. The first beast rushed to attack. Several attacks of claws approached from different sides. The regressor jumped back. Endless attacks flew at him from all sides. The field of view became too small, so concentration on one point will not help here. The wolf opened its mouth. He rushed at the man, but the man managed to insert a blade between his fangs. The man's eyes opened wide. He decided that if the problem was in concentration, then he needed to expand his field of vision. Some of the scouts were already torn to pieces. Their necks were gnawed and their spines were torn out. Torres died a moment later in a fight with several beasts. The neck of the red-haired girl was also bitten off, even though Encred knows that everything that happened will be erased from memory when it happens again today. He looked around in horror, watching all these terrible deaths. He looked at the werewolf who was trying to bite off his head. All this was too painful. The swordsman managed to break free and strike at the enemy. He attacked mercilessly. He pierced the mutants with a sword. One of the wolves rushed at him and swung his fist like a human. His blow hit his stomach. Blood spurted from his mouth. The enemy had enough brains to use his fists, and he was clearly different from other lycanthropes. It turned out that he was the leader of the pack. The wolf with a scar on his eye looked at him angrily. He managed to bite the swordsman's hand. After shaking a little, he threw the man to the ground. A moment later, he threw him into the air. Encred looked away while flying into the distance. The entire pack of werewolves switched to him. The regressor silently stared at them. All his comrades lay dead. Waves went across the surface in the darkness. The boatman said that no matter what the hero did, the third wall would always be too high for him. He would repeat the same scenes over and over again, as long as today existed. The monster looked at his captive with satisfaction and asked if he was still ready to say that he was having fun. The regressor lowered his head and said that it was unpleasant. His companions looked at him in surprise. He looked gloomily at his feet. People asked if he was feeling unwell. The knight told himself that he had no right to give up. His hand fell on his knee and he answered that he was fine. Encred looked forward seriously and thought that since all 3 paths were insurmountable, he would make his own. The trio entered the cave again. The swordsman stared ahead. He thought about what to do when they were surrounded, but he realized that there was nothing. He looked into the turning passage. He knew that Thors and Finn would not go out one-on-one with the Grey Dogs. In an ambush in such a small space, the right answer simply does not exist, and the best way to cope is not to get surrounded. The man closed his eyes. If he used the sixth sense to sense the enemy in an ambush, the enemy group appeared. Everyone was surrounded. The regressor looked at them tensely. He could not feel anything at all. He was stabbed with spears. He assumed that magic was involved here too. Encred tried to dodge the attacks of the vines. Risha looked at him intently. The enemy asked, was the magic cast on the hole really her doing? She frowned and asked, did he really notice? She said that someone was doing a bad job. At that moment, she pierced the enemy with vines. The captain bent his wrist. He looked at his hand in confusion and asked himself why he couldn't do anything. The border guard asked if his partner's hand was okay. Encred looked closely at his hand. He understood that now that the magician had intervened, it would be impossible to avoid the ambush. Even if they tried to avoid it, their opponents were persistent lovers. Would they be able to get rid of so many people? The wolves attacked the camp. He ran towards them. He understood that this was an unequal fight in terms of numbers. The hero swung his sword. He decided that if this was not fixed somehow. He looked angrily into the faces of the creatures. His hands turned. He decided to use the heart of the beast again. The blade hit the spear. The regressor began the battle in the cave after another revival. He decided that he would not rush. The roots enveloped him in another fight. For him it was a rare opportunity to practice without unnecessary worries. There was another attempt to repel the attack of the wolves. He was dying from a bunch of spears. Dodged vines and chopped them. His sword danced in the blood under the bloody full moon. The warrior cut off the werewolf's head. He decided that he could afford to spend time developing his skills. After that, his throat was torn out. A cold lantern burned in the darkness. The monster asked how long the man was going to continue. Encred looked at the boatman, who said that if he was not going to live forever today, wouldn't it be easier to just crash into any wall? The man looked at the water and said that the more he repeated it, the more he understood. All 3 roads were equally good walls. He smiled and said that it would be sad to choose only one. Dawn came to the camp. Torres woke up and yawned questioningly. Encred was already standing in the clearing and training. He struck with his fist. A knife jumped out of his glove. The border guard looked at him in amazement. He approached him, pointed to the glove and reminded him that he could not do anything yesterday. When he succeeded, his partner replied that about 30 days ago. The spellbreaker adjusted the knife in his glove. While the warrior did not understand what he was carrying, he decided that he had honed his skills enough. This would be the 79th time. He looked at the pale dawn and thought that now they should cross the wall and go to tomorrow. The captain approached the scout and asked if there was still time before they went to the hole. He asked to make him one of the simplest pockets. He pointed to the glove and said that it should be about the size that could be worn on the wrist. Encred approached the red-haired girl and said that her boots were a little unusual inside. She showed them inside and said that there was extra fabric inside to muffle the sound of footsteps. The hero looked at his partner and offered to make him some too, because there were many mages there. Finn said that it was unlikely that they would meet any at all. That evening they went through the cave. The girl looked at him in amazement and asked if he had really been a scout before. She explained that no matter how much fabric they added to the boots, it was very difficult to walk silently. The captain looked at her seriously, all because he continued to train in the same thing today. The Trinity slowly walked forward. In order to survive in the hole, first you need to find the enemy in ambush and create a gap. It is not easy to notice an ambush in the dark, but Finn peered into the darkness. There were specialists in this. Encred looked at his companion and asked what if the enemy was waiting in the hole. She answered that the probability of this is small, but if so, they will simply eliminate him. When asked if the exit is blocked, the girl turned around. She looked closely at the hero. He asked what is the height and width of this cave. If the exit and entrance are blocked, is there a third option? Torres looked at his companion in confusion and asked if he was a coward or just sick. The swordsman said that if an armed army is waiting ahead. He frowned and asked, "Won't they die?" The scout looked at him sternly and said that if he was afraid, then why didn't he just give up right away? It was better than continuing on. The man looked down and said that he was just talking about caution. The red-haired girl stopped and thought, a way to make his comrades act the way he wanted. He remembered the fight and thought that because of the status, it would not work to act like last time in the high meadows. In this case he would have to instill in them a sense of fear, which arose in the infirmary at Krang, an impulse that allows you to get what you want with a strong will better than 100 words and stronger. The hero looked at his comrades seriously. The warrior put her hand on her belt and admitted that she was too relaxed. The atmosphere had changed. They went forward with more serious faces. The girl carefully examined each ledge. She began to act more sensibly. She saw traces on the floor that were deliberately erased. She clenched her teeth and cursed quietly. She pointed back and gave the order to return. First they had to secure an escape route. The enemy took a step. The archers moved forward gloomily through the darkness. The trio froze around the bend. In the other wing an ambush awaited them, a place where the archers had set up an ambush to block their escape. Encred took a step and ran at the enemy, shouting that he had orders from Captain Rizzo. The companions shuddered in surprise. The archers looked at each other. One of them said that the captain did not say that he would send anyone else. Death was approaching the confused archers. Encred glared at them. This is where it all begins. He remembered the mage who spoke of Captain Rizzo. He approached the archery team, knowing that in the darkness it was impossible to see faces and clothes. He shouted "City" and began to curse the monster. The soldier looked at him and asked what this all meant. He was considered an Azpan soldier, only because he knew the name Rizzo. Suddenly the stranger pulled out a sword. He understood that if he came close enough, they would recognize him. So the regressor cut down the first archer. It was too late to attack him. The soldiers jumped back. One of them shouted that it was an invader. The man grabbed him by the collar, and at the end he shouted for everyone to open fire. The warrior took the soldier prisoner and ordered everyone to shoot. The prisoner waved his hand and asked not to shoot. The hero looked angrily at everyone and asked if the Azpan dogs hadn't been taught anything, since they couldn't even deal with one. Torres looked around the corner. He guessed that his companion was provoking them. The girl looked in the other direction, thinking that more enemies could appear from there. The hero asked if the enemies really had decorative crossbows. He ordered them not to stand there like pillars and do something. Finn angrily clenched her teeth and began to swear at Encred for shouting too loudly. She suddenly froze. The regressor led the prisoner back and shouted "Rose." There was darkness, noise, and delirium. While the soldier looked at the warrior in confusion, the scout crept up behind him and broke his neck. At that time, Torres stabbed another one. All of this was tools for cover. Finn stabbed another warrior and mentally said that their companion was a genius. The archer turned around and shouted that there was something behind. At that moment, the border guard stabbed another of their brothers, while the regressor shouted that the darkness had dissipated and the moon had disappeared. The couple continued their deadly dance. While the sun was spreading through the cave, it would rise and bring dawn. The warrior Azpan turned around in fear and aimed a crossbow at the screamer, but his shot accidentally killed an ally. The man screamed angrily, ordering to kill the singer. At that time, Encred reached for the throwing knives. He understood that he could not waste time any longer. He threw them at the shooters, deciding that this was enough anyway. The knives sank into the eyes of the enemies. The regressor ran up to his own people. They were about to run to the exit. At this time, the enemies were following them. The warrior turned around, realizing that the main group had arrived. The grey dogs led by Rozo were heading towards them. The man shouted that he would pass on Risha's words. The captain froze in surprise. He did not understand how this guy knew her. Encred at that moment turned around and ordered them to run mercilessly. Rozo shuddered and realized that he had been deceived. He gave the signal and ordered them to catch the invaders. A light appeared ahead. Everyone ran out into the street. Finn turned back. She understood that the enemies could pursue them endlessly. Where would they go to escape? Encred looked at her and told her to run to the camp. He shouted that there was no time to drag her and hurried faster. The girl turned onto the path and said here. The sun was setting behind the rocks. The regressor took out his sword and decided that it was time to carefully call the wolves. He remembered Henry, who said that there were flat yellowish stones near the river. Dangerous poisonous snakes lived under them. The sword hit the stones and scattered the stones in all directions. The spearman managed to knock one of them off. Suddenly, he noticed a poisonous snake above him. A bunch of snakes flew at the frightened soldiers. The companions turned around as they ran. They did not understand why these psychos were screaming like that. The captain smiled contentedly, because he knew that such big ears could not help but hear all this noise. The Trinity climbed the slope against the backdrop of the sunset. The moon began to rise. The red planet appeared in the sky. The wolf paws stepped on the grass. The time of the night monsters had come. The werewolves gathered in a pack and screamed. They began to scurry along the bottom of the gorge. The monsters did not care who their opponent was. They only needed flesh and blood. The swordsman looked at his comrades and ordered them to step aside. Torres angrily looked at the hero and asked if he was really going to abandon his comrade. The regressor looked at them and ordered them to just run, because he had an idea, and they were in his way. The partners ran away to the side. Encred stood with a sword in front of the enemies. Rose pointed with his hand and ordered his people to run and pursue. A bunch of spearmen surrounded the hero, but he knew that now the grey dogs and lycanthropes had gathered in one place. They could be forced to fight each other. This was a turning point. The warrior slowly began to lean back, so that the enemies would not follow his friends. He needed to make them focus on him, so strong that it made them lose their minds and run. Anger. Encred released ominous mana from himself. Rose looked at him in fear. The wolves looked up. The man clenched his teeth and ordered them to go. He pointed his sword at the one who had strayed from the group and shouted that they would kill him first. At this time, the werewolves began to climb the cliff. One of them was slowly approaching the edge of the cliff. At the turning point, a bunch of monsters jumped out of the ground. The commander turned to them in fear and dodged the attack. A senseless, chaotic battle began. Encred began to hold his sword in front of him and monitor the situation. There was no true enemy in this battle. He watched a meat grinder in front of him. The man and the girl ran forward with all their might. The border guard shouted that the hero had an idea. But was this normal? Both turned to the howl of the wolves. A huge battle between humans and werewolves appeared before them. The hero was alone among the enemies. The gray-haired man screamed that they needed to save the destroyer of witchcraft. Suddenly he froze and looked ahead questioningly. He slapped himself in the face. The follower asked, "Why is the warrior so good at dodging?" Encred had just dodged an arrow. While the enemies were busy fighting each other, those who react to anger attack him from all sides. The man saw the lines of attack around him. He dodged a blow from a claw. He tried to use his senses to spread the focus of attention from one point to a wider area, even if it is not visible to the eye. He dodged another blow. Instant decision-making was important. The swordsman ducked. Chaos reigned around. Even a small mistake could lead to death now. A spear jumped out over his shoulder. Encred turned around with a grim smile. He did not think that he would die today. Rose pointed his hand forward and commanded the grey dogs to hold the line. He looked at the warrior in the middle of the pile of corpses. The hero knew that the grey dogs were elite soldiers, and if they held the line, then the lycanthropes were no match for them. For his purposes this fight must continue, a fact he accidentally discovered in the past today. He remembered how he fought. The archer smiled and said that it was very stupid to attack Roger, who did not take off his helmet. The big man looked menacingly into the warrior's eyes. He asked, did he really think that someone like him could resist him? Encred looked at him questioningly, not understanding what it meant not to take off his helmet. He hit the enemy's helmet, and it flew off. With a ringing sound, it fell to the bottom of the cave. The soldiers looked at their captain in surprise and asked, did he really not take off his helmet because of this? The man touched his perfect bald head. The regressor looked at him sternly and said that Roger was not embarrassed by his bald head. Rose was filled with rage. He was ashamed of it. Now the hero shouted at the captain to take off his helmet. The soldiers looked at him in confusion. The man shouted that the grey dog had already killed his hair and sent it to heaven, so let him open his wasteland without a single blade of grass. Rose looked at him irritably and cursed. Mentally he told himself that he should not give in to such low provocations. The regressor tucked his hand under his bangs, and with all the available charm, he threw them back. The warrior with a luxurious head of hair looked at his enemy. His partners looked at him in disappointment. The grey dog pointed his sword at him and growled. He ran to attack and shouted that he would not let him die so easily. Encred smiled and swung his sword. He asked him to try if he could. 2 swords hit each other. The enemy captain swung for a heavy blow. He struck from above. A blade flew into his face. At the last moment he dodged. The hero said that it was his time to meet the hare. The swordsman jumped on him from above and swung. A shadow fell on the dog's face. At that moment, a huge paw rushed towards him. Rose's head flew off his shoulders. Encred stepped back to avoid the chieftain's attack. The soldier turned and screamed, seeing how his commander was killed. At that time he was grabbed by the head. The werewolf chieftain hung over the bodies. The regressor noted that he waited until the last and pounced. The monster attacked. The warrior managed to dodge. He realized that the enemy was trying to get inside and make a surprise attack in the middle of chaos. The hero began to look around, a blind eye, a more difficult opponent than Rose. The monster's strength combined with his exceptional intelligence make him go through today again and again. Suddenly, the werewolf was behind. The captain turned around abruptly. And at the last moment, he repelled the attack of the claws. He pulled the sword back and ran forward. The wolf clenched his fist and began to attack. Encred jumped up and swung his sword. With his blow, he was able to cut off the creature's arm. Without waiting, he made a deep cut into the chest. The chief roared. And he began to attack with his left hand. The man ducked. He held the sword horizontally and lunged. That was the end. The tip of the blade peeked out from the other side. Against the background of the bloody moon, a bloody fountain began from the monster's carcass. The battle continued. The scout and the border guard watched the fight, fascinated. The wolves did not even plan to attack the regressor. The man said that even he did not think he could. The chief fell dead to the ground. It was too stunning. Encred straightened up and closed his eyes, while everyone around was killing each other. The red-haired girl ran into the fight and offered to join. The hero slowly turned towards his partners. They ran past and told them to get out of there. The regressor ran away. One of the soldiers noticed him and gave the order to catch him. His spear was clamped in the wolf's teeth. The swordsman ran further and further away from the bloodbath. The girl looked at the hero and asked if he really planned everything. How did he know that there would be lycanthropes here? The man calmly answered that he was just lucky. Torres looked at him incredulously and asked when he managed to become so strong. How did he know that their commander was called Rose? The captain looked ahead. He knew that from the point of view of people who do not know about today, all this seems like strange coincidences. Naturally, there will be doubts. But he cannot explain all this. He stopped and seriously said that there are more important things, because their mission is not over yet. He looked at the rock, smiled and offered to overcome the wall. A few hours later, Risha came out to meet them. She looked gloomily at the invaders. The regressor stuck a hook into the wall. Everyone was climbing up. The captain was ahead. Finn looked at him tensely and tried to understand whether the hero had been a scout before. But the gray-haired man didn't think so. But then why was he moving like that? Encred threw his hand over the edge. His companions didn't understand anything. He clung to the fence. Because of that magician, he still couldn't use his instincts. But he knew where she would be. Because the magician didn't change his location every day. He imagined a girl standing on the wall. The warrior carefully began to move to the side. He gave a sign to his comrades to stop. He looked ahead and whispered that there was an enemy ahead, and he would go first. His companions looked at him in shock. They didn't understand anything. Encred jumped behind the enemy. The woman turned around in surprise. A sword blow was already flying at her neck. The roots immediately enveloped his hands. The swordsman was thrown up. The captain cut several roots. Risha raised her hand. She did not understand how the intruder got here. She was sure that her henchmen were there. Roots began to slowly grow from the stones around the magician. He replied that those guys were too busy, having fun with the gray dogs. He smiled and asked if she really thought that he had not trained them enough. The woman was indignant and attacked. The warrior began to dodge the attacks of the roots. One of the roots bounced off his sword. The sword reflected spears from thick vines. The swordsman ran forward. The vines began to intertwine into one large stem. The man attacked furiously. The partners watched from behind cover. The girl did not understand how he could be so strong against the magician. She understood that if they interfered, then they would only get underfoot. At this time, the archers jumped out onto the wall. They were going to help Lady Risha. Suddenly, an axe hit the spine of one of the soldiers. The scout and the border guard came out against them. The mage glared at the intruders. The vines began to sprout. She shot out vines, asking how dare they. Encred looked at the approaching attacks. Last time he had already figured out how to break through her defense. He looked at the woman and realized that mages were just people after all. Cut, chop and they would die. Should he start with a cut? He looked at his pocket and was glad that he had grabbed something useful. The regressor rushed forward. Along the way, he chopped vines. Risha began to retreat. She waved her hand, trying to fight off the assertive knight. But a fist or a hidden knife was already flying into her face. Before that, in the blacksmith's shop, Cries asked what they would do with the remaining magical items that the hero had obtained. Should they be sold? Encred looked at one of the stones and said that they would keep them, because they would definitely come in handy someday. Now a sharpened stone began to jump out of the pocket. The lady looked at the approaching death with fear. They are magical tools obtained from the cave of the magician. A blue light flashed near the woman. Everyone turned away from the bright light. The beggars from the slums raised their gaze. A new star was rising on the wall. The magician screamed and grabbed her eyes. The blade cut her vines. The man bent after the blow. The cut went across her body. The swordsman, without looking up, flew forward. As soon as he relaxed, he was able to understand it is not necessary to choose only one path. The stone fell out of the pocket. All three paths represent a beautiful wall. The woman's body fell. Rose petals began to fly around. They began to reflect the light of the bloody moon. The hero used all three today to create it. The petals fell on his hair. He smiled. At this time, the last archers were finished off. Finn fixed her hair and asked where the hero got this tool from. The border guard objected. Because now is not the time for questions. The enemies will come in a crowd as soon as they see the light. Everyone ran away. At this time, patrolmen walked past the beggars in the slums. They exchanged short nods. Each poor man tried to wrap himself in a blanket. The heroes got to them during the changing of the guard. And now, according to the plan, they must find the cat and return back. The girl opened the window of the building and said that this was the right place. This was the last time they contacted the cat. The trio looked into the darkness. In the empty room there were traces of interrogation. The enemies found out that the cat was a spy. The scout frowned and said that all this was proof of this. The cat was dead. Encred looked at his comrades. He thought about the fact that there were enemies at every approach here. The cat they were supposed to meet was long dead. He said that this whole mission was a trap set up by Aspan. He frowned and said that even the message about the important data received by the cat, it was all fabricated to lure them here and kill them. All this was done under the leadership of Aspan. Torres turned away. A guard appeared in the passage and asked if the refugees were found. The soldiers walked around the market and said that it was empty. An order was given to search every corner. The comrades looked at each other. The girl said that now they need to get out of here alive. The captain of the guard said that given the guards around, moving around this place is a real lottery. Maybe there is an option to distract them? The captain sat down and said that he knew a win-win option. He asked if they wanted to try. After a while, all the soldiers ran to the fire. At this time, the invaders ran away in the opposite direction. Nothing attracted attention. Doing it again and again, the hero became good at it. At this rate he would soon become a pyromaniac, not a knight. The regressor looked forward seriously. He decided that he would need to practice the art of the sword when he returned. The cloaks fell to the ground. The scouts said that they were returning to the border guard. The Trinity left the castle and ran away across the field. The building turned to ashes. The gentleman sat by the window. The soldier finished the report that this is how the invaders escaped during the fire. The young man looked out the window and said that all the traps they prepared were destroyed in one night. He nervously tapped his leg and thought about how they were caught here too. He could not believe that Richard really died in such a place. He stood up from the windowsill, thinking that it was a perfect plan to remove the enemy spy and intelligence officer before the war. It would suppress their will. He smiled and said that everything was fine, because they still had many opportunities. The man bowed to him. The handsome young man smiled and said that they needed to prepare for the next step. He was a brilliant tactician, Aspan, of Nair. The scouts were returning by boat. Finn and Thors looked tiredly at their feet. Encred beamed and asked the man, "How about another sparring after landing?" The warrior angrily pointed at him and said that they had already fought 10 times on the way here. The old man did not understand why these guys were always sweaty like after a bath. The boat moored to the pier. The trio went forward. The captain of the guard said that the task was completed, and there was no rest, but for him this was rest. The warrior looked at the tired girl and proposed to her. She replied that even though he was trying to seduce her, it was still clear what the demon of training was trying to achieve. Near the gate, a beggar pestered the guard and said that their fate would definitely bring them together with some crazy squad. The men looked questioningly at the bald man at the gate. The hero sent them to report first. He said that he knew this man. The bald man looked at the hero with fear. He ran to the captain and began to say that Cries was in danger. He bowed and said that the frog had appeared. The regressor remembered how the Gilpin had absorbed that guild. The man looked mournfully at the floor and said that the dead captain was simply an assassin hired by Aspan for money. So every spring Aspan sends out a check, and then the frog appears. The swordsman angrily looked forward. That same frog had come. 3 days ago, the table was bursting with money and stones. Cries sat down in a chair and sighed. He knew that he would soon be leaving for a mission, and he had a lot of things to do. He had not appeared in the barracks for a long time, but the authorities also benefited from the fact that he delivered rare supplies for them. He looked at the bald man who came to him with a report. The bearded man bowed and said that the owner of the inn was worried, said that he saw someone who looked like a spy Aspan. The head ordered to send people and check the information. If it was a spy, he needed to be captured and eliminated. Now the Gilpin Guild calls itself the Night Watch. They keep order in those corners where the regular army cannot reach. Cries looked at the coin in his hands. Thanks to this, the reputation of the guild grew and collecting contributions became easier. Now all the locals are his ears and the flow of information became completely different. He rubbed under his chin, realizing that if he continued to build up his strength, his influence would increase on its own. The guy smiled. He thought that in a year or even half a year they would completely subjugate the entire dark area. Now the thug was standing at the door. Someone appeared in front of him. He raised his hand, while a tongue flew at him. The door to the room was knocked down by the body of a guard. An unknown creature in a cloak looked at the head of the guild. The redhead looked at him warily. A drop of sweat ran down his face. He called the nickname Frog. A webbed paw hit the table. Frog took off his hood. The guy looked at the guard writhing in pain and thought that he had not killed and a conversation was still possible. He swallowed nervously. Cries smiled and offered to sit down. The monster frowned at him and smiled contentedly. He said that this was an interesting reaction, but did he know who he was? The guy smiled and pointed to his chair. It seemed to him that it was not so important. He asked if the guest had eaten. The frog rubbed his chin and called Cries a funny guy. Suddenly he kicked. Blood spurted out of the guy's mouth. The mutant punched the boss in the chin and he flew up. In midair, he grabbed him by the collar. And he looked at him sullenly. He said that it's better to talk to people when you've beaten them up. That's his credo. Cries smiled and said that he shouldn't have been hit, because he would have told everything anyway. He asked what the gentleman wanted to know. The frog smiled menacingly and asked if he was really smiling after the beating. He asked where that guy had gone, that now this laughing stock was in his place. The young man smiled and said that the previous guild leader was dead. He spread his hands and said that it was the work of the regular army of border guard. The monster demanded to say the name. Cries thought with a slight smile. He opened his mouth and said that it was a soldier named Ragna who did it. The monster licked his lips from what he heard. He turned to the man on the floor and demanded that he bring Ragna here. The young man looked at him angrily and demanded that he go and bring him the real guild leader. Gilpin looked at him in confusion. But then he ran to the exit in horror. Now he bowed his head and said that so, at the request of the master, he went to look for Ragna. But all the fighters of the autonomous platoon had already been recruited into the vanguard and not a single one was left. The captain looked ahead warily and thought that the big-eyed guy had shown ingenuity. The blonde was sleeping now. He was the laziest among them. For him it was a feat even to just get up from his seat, which meant that the order was to bring anyone from the squad who was capable of killing Frog. The swordsman looked at the man and thought that he not only did not expect the entire squad to go on a mission, but how did he even drag these madmen there, who only listened to him? He asked if Big-Eyed had died in these 3 days. The man shuddered from the question, if all his arms and legs were in place. Encred glanced at him and explained that he was talking about whether he had been tortured. But everything was fine. The hero had beheaded the commander of the Grey Dogs, the lycanthrope, and finished off the magician and had clearly become much stronger than he had been before. But what about Frog? He remembered that last time he had been powerless against him. He frowned and decided that he could handle it now. A crazy smile appeared on his face. Encred just wanted to fight him. He wanted to check what he was capable of. One day would be enough for him to restore the crossguard. He nodded and told Jinpin to return to Frog and pass it on. The captain turned and said that Ragna would come to him tomorrow. The regressor went forward. He knew that Cries would not die in one day. It was clear from the enemy's behavior. He imagined this monster. Frogs are famous for being stupid big guys. But like people, they are all different. Frog deliberately took his subordinate hostage and now expects this cannot be called the act of a fool. Encred approached the commander and reported his return. He bowed and said that he had accumulated fatigue, so he would join the vanguard in 2 days. Night fell. He knew that if he died in the fight with Frog, he would have to start everything from the beginning. It is better to bring the body to perfect condition in advance. The captain could sleep. He ate delicious food. He did exercises with a log on his shoulders. After a while, he examined his throwing knives. He put them in his pocket. He couldn't take them all. There were only 2 whistling daggers left, but he decided that he would find a way to get more. Esther came up to him. The man stroked her and said that tenderness was not in her style. Was she really bored while she was alone? The warrior opened the door and said that she could come with him, but she could only watch without interference. The cat silently looked at the owner, who said that he was looking forward to it. He smiled madly and said that he was talking about the moment when he would meet this toad. The guild courtyard, the mutant said that he had already waited long enough. He ate and said that since he had promised that he would come today, he must keep his word. Cries jumped up and began to promise that Ragna would definitely come. He put new food on the table. In the bowl there were fresh worms, which he should like much more. The monster smiled and asked if the boy was really rummaging. It was even a pity to kill him. The beaten Cries laughed and said that this was too much. Mentally he prayed for help to come to him quickly. He smiled nervously, realizing that otherwise he would die here. Time passed inexorably. The monster was eating an apple. He sat with his feet on the table and loudly chomped. Cries looked ahead with displeasure and wondered what these psychos were doing. Since they were so late, he wanted to go look for them. The blue-headed one looked at him and told him to bring more. The guy brought more apples and thought that this crazy toad almost never sleeps and is always awake. He mentally told himself to hold out a little longer, then they would be able to crush Frog. The hero and the panther ran forward at great speed. A door appeared in front of Encred. He grabbed the shurikens. The monster continued to eat apples. He looked up. A man burst into the room. The hero looked at Frog with displeasure. The redhead froze for a moment. Then he frowned and shouted that he didn't mean him. He was the weakest. Encred threw shurikens. His opponent dodged the attack. The monster jumped onto the table. The brunette swung his sword. The blue-haired man jumped over him and ended up behind him. He swung his sword, but the man dodged. Both slowed down and watched the enemy's actions. Encred pierced the monster with his gaze. Frog looked at him gloomily. Suddenly they clashed with swords. Cries covered his head and wondered if this was really their commander. How could he fight him? The hero parried his attack. He darkened and realized that he wouldn't be able to simply block his power. If he was not careful, the dice would just fall out. The monster ran at him with a sword. Encred parried his blow. Frog tried to push through his sword. The brunette took him aside and thought that he should aim for his weak points, like his heart. He pointed his sword at his chest plate, and realized that if he hit it with the first blow, the damage would be irreversible. Suddenly, the monster hit him in the solar plexus. The man flew to the other end of the room. He fell noisily onto the boards. Cries looked ahead in panic, and thought that if he lost consciousness like last time, then everything was lost. Frog was approaching the hero and asked how he dared to aim for the heart. His eyes glowed red when he said that he was known as a talent reader. The monster looked at the guy and thought that he couldn't read him at all. He looked at him mercilessly and thought that he had already reached his limit. How could he show even more strength? Suddenly, the sword sank into the ground. Encred looked at his opponent defiantly. He smiled and thought that now he could withstand Frog's blows too. He swung his sword and said that he would die here. The hero rushed towards him. The monster's eyes were burning. He thought that it was aiming for the heart again. He made a sharp jerk. Encred was thrown back, and the sword fell from his hand. Frog loomed over him threateningly. The hero opened his eyes and thought that he had come this far this time. He would try to survive today once more. The monster struck. His sword stopped right above Encred. Smoke cleared around them. Frog exhaled steam with a growl. The man looked at him in shock and wondered why he stopped right before killing him. The blue-headed man looked to the side and thought that he felt powerful magical energy. The eyes of a panther appeared behind him. Esther was sneaking behind the monster. He thought that this animal was giving a warning. If he killed the person in front of him, his life would also be in danger. Blue mana emanated from the panther. Frog tensed up and thought that he wanted to kill him after all, because he was a man who had surpassed the boundaries of talent. The hero looked at his opponent sullenly. He swung his sword and thought that he was unpredictable and needed to be killed. Esther looked at them tensely. The monster turned around and walked towards her, thinking that this was no more important than his life. As he left, Frog told the man to remember that his name was Milan. He turned around and said that next time he would definitely kill him. Encred looked at him angrily. The monster went into the passage through which they had come. The heroes froze for a moment. Cries looked after him in shock and asked if he had really left. He stood up and said that he had already thought that he would die, and then asked since when he had started fighting on equal terms with frogs. He replied that fighting on equal terms was not enough. Encred looked at his hand and thought that his last attack had caused his right wrist to break, and he had dropped his sword. He clenched his fist and thought that he could have won if this was the third time today. The hero looked ahead resolutely. They were walking through the market. No matter how long Cries waited, no one came. He didn't think that these psychos would attack from behind. The captain looked ahead and said that he was surprised by this too. The guy said that in any case it was some kind of gift from fate, since Frog just left like that. The regressor looked away gloomily. He knew that one wrong move and they would both be dead by now, but why? Esther was slowly walking behind the people. The owner looked at her and asked if it was really her. The captain appeared ahead and asked where he had been and why he had only just returned. The man looked at the commander's bandaged hand and asked if he was wounded. He lied that he had fought with bandits. He looked at the warrior intently and said that they did not need his strength anyway, but if possible, they needed him to take part in the battle. This was the request of the company commander. The hero looked at him in surprise. The fairy was now watching the battle. She was frowning at the crowd and now she understood why the hero's subordinates were called crazy. The big guy chopped down 2 people in a row. With a bored face, he killed the third. Then he threw the axe over his shoulder and said that the limit was reached for today. At this time, Ragnar was tiredly walking all covered in blood. There were various rumors about him. He handed the head to the commander and said that if they changed their position, then they needed to talk about it. The soldier was scared of the head, and it spun in the air. At this time, Auden took one of the enemies and lifted him by the arm. He said that he was loud and he needed to learn good manners. With a slight movement of his hand, he broke his arm. He began to kick and beg for help. Jackson dodged all the attacks. No one understood why they could not hit. The wildcat looked coldly at his enemies. One of them thrust his sword into the ground and asked to hit him at least once. The fairy watched this tensely. Before that, in the tent, the girl was asked if she had really managed to attract these unruly guys. Marcus looked at the map. The company commander reported that it was not difficult to deliver them. She went to their barracks and said that he was here to replace the commander of their platoon. Andrew looked at her questioningly. Ram looked at her gloomily and asked why they first took their commander, and then ordered him to take an empty seat. The girl looked at him angrily and said that the commander would have to answer for the insubordination of his subordinates. Was he really trying to cause problems for Encred? The brute looked at her menacingly. He opened his mouth and declared that he would kill only 3 a day. He stood up, threw his axe over his shoulder, and added that nothing more. The fairy lowered her head and mentally said that she was grateful that these psychos were doing at least this, but in the eyes of their superiors. Marcus looked at the flag in his hands and declared that their unit was on the front lines. The outcome of the battle would determine the results of the entire skirmish. He propped his head on his fist and asked if Azpan was still provoking the soldiers to duel. The company leader nodded and explained that the method itself was that only the strongest fighters from the enemy forces would go out to duel, and they did not win a single battle. Since the defeats were repeated, some soldiers were worried that they might lose the battle, since the gap in skills was so great. The commander knocked on the chair. He understood that then the soldiers' fighting spirit would fall, and they should also send someone who fought well. He looked seriously at the advisor, and said that it would be good if these psychos solved this problem. The elf folded her hands together and replied that it was dangerous to even bring them to the battlefield, and asking for more and even more so, would everything be okay? Marcus said that this was too selfish and good skills were wasted. Was there a way to control them? The fairy stood up and said that she understood everything. She decided to bring their commander. Camp. Marcus looked at the battle plan. He thought about how the Azpan boys had turned on their brains. He looked ahead angrily and imagined of Nair, who was rumored to have arrived on the battlefield. Sunset came to the camp. The newcomers of the squad walked forward gloomily. Andrew thought about being the eldest son and the founder of the Gardner family. His eye was swollen with a bruise. Now he was the commander of the squad of madmen. He understood that he had a serious responsibility to control the members of the squad instead of their permanent commander. Henry looked at him and asked if everything was okay. Maybe they should stop sparring with Rem. The young man objected that if they left everything as it was, the whole territory of the camp would be covered in blood. He clenched his fist. He felt how his skills improved when he fought with him. He became stronger, each day pushing the boundaries further and further. Mac with a bruised eye angrily said that it was annoying, but it did not mean that it did not help. The members of the squad were now doing their own things in the barracks. The division captain glared at the hunter and said no matter who they were, an autonomous platoon or a platoon of lunatics, were they really not going to work at full strength? The savage sat silently and looked at him. The commander loomed over him and asked if war was some kind of joke for them. Andrew shuddered in fear, because the new commander decided to say goodbye to life. He waved his hand and said that the authority to command their platoon belonged to the chief. The captain pointed his finger at him and asked if they were really going to continue to be lazy. Suddenly the savage said that he would feel better after seeing his insides. He stood up. An ominous aura began to emanate from him. The guy understood that he needed to save the man. The nobleman blocked his way and said that if it affected him so much, then he should fight him. Ram nervously staggered, listening to how the offender was saved from destruction. Andrew led the captain away from the savage. The man looked at the sky and sighed deeply. He was bored. Ram was returning to the tent with no joy and thought that the battles were boring today. He was trying to tease the guy to finally start a fight, and this guy got in his way. He opened the tent and thought that there was nothing interesting here at all. In front of him was a half-empty ward. The man looked away indifferently and mentally told himself that he would have to give up the role of a soldier. The blonde looked up at him. He looked at his comrade with boredom and thought that the commander was very late. Since there was no news, it meant that he was most likely dead. The giant poured out shurikens and asked them a question. Was it time for him to return if there was no point in staying here any longer? Jackson lowered his head and thought that this was ineffective. He held the knife in his hands and mentally concluded that the goal for which he joined had already been achieved, which meant there was no need to waste time here any longer. All the warriors frowned thoughtfully and thought unanimously that if he did not come today, they would leave here. Encred took quick steps towards them. The company leader looked at him and told him to return to his platoon. The hero looked at his team in shock. The warriors froze, noticing the commander. The men looked up at Encred. He frowned and said that he had returned. Rem got up from the bed. But suddenly someone flew into the tent. The beaten Andrew began to cry and called the commander and asked why he had returned only now. He threw himself at his feet and cried that he had waited for him for a very long time, had suffered a lot. The hunter smiled and said that in any case, he had beaten him to it. He took the guy by the head and noted that he was annoying him. The soldiers looked at the hero and noted that he was very late.